Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku got a spider quirk before one for all. Here is short summary. My name is Izuku Midoriya. For most of my life, I was just a quirkless boy with dreams of being a hero like my idol All Might. But I was told without a quirk, I can't be a hero. Then I met All Might, inherited his quirk, and became the greatest hero in the world. But before that, I got bit by a spider and now, I can crawl on walls, not how I imagined getting superpowers. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. In a tall skyscraper in the center of Tokyo, Japan, stood the Detonate Tower, a company that specialized in the production of suitable articles of clothing and items for every individual customer due to the nature of their bodies or quirks. Thus, ensuring that they can provide them with highly adapted products in just 3 days. Thanks to its techniques and systems, Detonate had risen to the top of the lifestyle support manufacturing companies. Recently, the company's president and CEO, Rikiya Yatsubashi, had decided to venture out into the hero support industry. While most of them were on Island, there were some facilities and companies such as Detonate that were located on the mainland. Mostly because these facilities were more privately funded and owned, meaning they didn't necessarily have to follow other guidelines or be isolated on Island. Yes, the Detonate company was a well-respected and functional part of the new modern society. What wasn't known, however, was that the company was in reality a front for remnants of the underground, Meta Liberation Army, that worked in the shadows to overthrow the government and liberate quirks. They did this under the philosophy that the free use of quirks was a basic human right and should not be restricted. They did this under the leadership of Chikara Yatsubashi, or more commonly known as Destro. While the initial Meta Liberation Army was defeated, Destro's legacy continued through his biographical book and his son, Rikiya Yatsubashi. He worked with other like-minded and well-established individuals to recruit a grand army to overthrow the government and fulfill Destro's memory and his desire for a liberated society. However, this was only part of the story, one that would eventually clash with a new rising hero. One that would become known as the greatest hero in the world. And in this reality, they had unknowingly helped in his rise and creation. It was here that we begin our story. One of the researchers looked over to a specimen jar that had a small black spider, with the number 9 painted on its abdomen. The scientist examined the arachnid before injecting it with a syringe full of a strange liquid. The spider twitched at the uncomfortableness before it crawled around in its container. The scientist then moved the spider over to a machine as 2 large machines aimed at it. The machine began to hum as green energy began to radiate off it and stuck the spider in the middle. The spider began to twitch and spasm before green lines began to appear in its hairs. The machine finally stopped as the scientist walked over and inspected the arachnid, only to find that it was lying on its back, legs curled inward. The man sighed as he shook his head. The door opened behind him as a well-dressed man with orange hair, a long sharp nose, and no visible eyebrows walked into the room. "Doctor, how goes the experiment?" he asked as the scientist shook his head. "Unfortunately, Mr. Yatsubashi, the test subjects keep dying after being exposed to the serum and radiation treatment," the scientist said as the man named Yatsubashi stared at him. "Do you think there is something wrong with the serum?" Yatsubashi asked as the scientist shook his head. "I'm not sure, sir." He moved over to a computer as he showed the man the serum marked, MAF the 15th of August 1962. "The serum we developed should allow us to create new quirks based on animal abilities. For the best results, we've genetically engineered these spiders from several different species, creating super spiders. While these super spiders have shown traits of the quirk factor, we still cannot figure a way to transfer them from animals to humans. And as I mentioned, the spiders die shortly after being exposed to the radiation treatment." He sighed as he took off his glasses and rubbed his brow. To this day still have no idea how quirks initially came about, or even if they can be implanted into another host. The scientist explained as the man nodded. "So, what you're saying is that it's impossible?" he asked as the scientist shrugged. Well, before stuff like quirks and superpowers belonged only in comics and films. Now it's a part of everyday life. So, I believe if we keep trying, we should succeed. He said with a hint of optimism in his voice. The man hummed in thought as he observed the dead spider. Keep up the research. If we can find a way to create new specific quirks on demand, we can essentially increase our army of superpowered beings that can easily overthrow and take down even the heaviest of hitters, thereby creating a new world where powers can be used freely, instead of being regulated by the government. He placed his hand on his forehead in an L shape as he smirked with a black mark growing on his face. That is the will of Destro, he said as the scientist nodded. Yes, for Destro and the Meta Liberation Army, he said as copied Yatsubashi, as the man nodded and turned away. Sir, what should I do with the subject? The scientist asked as Yatsubashi looked to the dead spider. Collect the data then throw it in the trash, it's no good to us dead anyhow. He ordered as the man nodded and took the cylinder container to a trash chute and dumped the dead carcass down the shaft. The spider's corpse and container bounced around the metal chute before landing in a garbage pile. The trash was then collected by a garbage collection team as they dumped the garbage into the back of their truck and drove off. Now, normally sanitation would take their load to the dump, to be properly organized and disposed of. But these were a particularly lazy bunch and decided to take the pile to a place where trash was dumped regularly. Dagoba Beach. The truck pulled up in the dead of night as the two trash collectors dumped the trash in with all the other garbage that had washed up onshore. The once pristine beach looked like nothing more than a huge garbage dump and ruined what was once a romantic spot. The truck drivers then drove off without a second glance or care in the world. Hours later, the dead spider suddenly began to twitch in its cracked container, as it suddenly springs back to life. Its beady little eyes looked around in confusion before it crawled its way out of the container and looked around and looked at the large pile of trash. It crawled its way through the twisted metal and plastic waste as it soon spotted two individuals amongst the trash. One was a skinny, almost skeleton-shaped man with shaggy blonde hair and sunken eyes with only blue pupils exposed in the darkness. The other was a young scrawny kid with a mess of dark green hair, freckles on his cheeks, and emerald green eyes. These two were Toshinori Yagi, more commonly known as the number one hero, All Might, and his would-be successor, Izuku Midoriya. To recap, All Might was looking for a successor to his power, One for All. He found it when Izuku, after discovering his secret, attempted to save the life of his childhood friend Bully from the grip of a massive sludge villain. That brave act alone showed All Might that this young man was worthy of being his successor. For he had the heart of a true hero. But his body was that of a wimpy nerd and wouldn't be able to handle the extreme power of One for All. So, All Might took him on as his apprentice and started to train the boy's body to become a worthy vessel for the powerful Quirk. Which was why they found themselves here, to clean a section of the beach and instill the lesson of what it means to be a true hero. Come on, put your back into it. All Might yelled as Izuku carried a tire on his arm. The entrance exam is only 10 months away. We got to get you in tip-top shape before then. He yelled as Izuku stumbled but got back up. Why yes sir, he said as he pushed himself up. While Izuku continued to move bits and pieces of trash off the beach, the small spider with the number 9 on its abdomen wandered over as it crawled on the trash. It soon found its way towards the young boy's backpack as it crawled its way inside, hiding out amongst the notebooks and All Might memorabilia. Hours later, Izuku placed down one of the heavy pieces of trash by the entrances as he wiped the sweat off his brow. Man, there sure is a lot of this, he said as he looked over the trash, realizing that there was still way more to go than expected. You are not thinking of giving up, are you kid? All Might asked. I mean it's only been one day. I thought you wanted to be a hero, he asked with a smirk as Izuku shook his head. No way, All Might. I want to be a hero more than anything. If it means I must clean this whole beach, I'll do it, he said, reaffirming his drive. I'm just surprised that no one has taken the initiative to try and clean it. Well, that's how it is nowadays, young Midoriya. Heroes are too focused on fame and fortune. They forget the little things that made heroes great and respected in the first place. Did you know that the first heroes started with community work to earn the public's trust? he said as he looked over the trash. Did you have to do this when you started? He asked as All Might thought back to his early days with his master and predecessor, Nana Shimura. A faint smile on his lips as her face passed his mind. Yeah, I did actually. Of course back then I was more fit than you were, so I inherited one for all a little earlier. He commented as Izuku looked down at his skinny body and frowned slightly. But you know the old saying, Rome wasn't built in a day. This is only the start of your journey, kid. There are no shortcuts, he said as Izuku nodded. Well, the sun is almost down, time to pack it up and go home. I'm sure your mother will be worried about you. Don't forget to show her the diet plan, it's important for the all-American dream plan. He instructed as Izuku nodded. He reached for his backpack strap and pulled it up, only for the spider to crawl on his hand and startle the boy. The spider, acting on instinct, sunk its fangs into his hand as Izuku yelped in shock. The venom of the spider began to enter Izuku's bloodstream as it spread itself to his blood cells, changing and altering them into a green shape as they spread throughout his body. The spider then fell off his hand as it shot off and crawled under a piece of garbage. Young Midoriya, All Might yelled as he rushed over to the boy. Are you okay? He asked as Izuku nodded. I think so, a spider just bit me, he said as he looked at the bite mark on his hand. Should I be worried? He asked as All Might inspected the bite. Normally I'd suggest going to a hospital, but the bite doesn't look that bad. I don't see any fluids coming out, and it's not a bullseye mark either. How big was the spider? He asked as Izuku made a relatively small shape. Then I wouldn't worry about it too much, spider generally doesn't have enough venom to kill a human. The only dangerous ones in Japan are the Joro spiders, and the one you described was too small to be one of those. Just keep an eye on it and see a doctor if you start to feel anything. He instructed as Izuku nodded. He looked down at the small spider bite before he placed his backpack on and started to walk home. His mind kept wandering back to the strange spider and was wondering if he should be worried. But All Might told him not to worry, so there shouldn't be much to worry about. But as he started home, he noticed that his body was beginning to feel a little sluggish and tired, as he opened his front door. Mum, I'm home, he called out, as he took off his red shoes. Welcome home Izuku, I've made katsudon. Inko called out as he smiled at his favorite food, until he felt a wave of nausea and he placed a hand on the wall to support him. Izuku, she asked as she turned around the corner and noticed her son leaning on the wall. Izuku, she cried out as she rushed to her son. Are you okay baby? What's wrong? She cried with trademark Midoriya tears in her eyes as Izuku raised his hands. I am okay, Mum. I just felt a little winded is all, he explained as he managed to straighten up. Are you sure sweetie? She asked, concerned for her only son. I'm sure. I was working out today and I guess I'm a little tired, he smiled as she looked worried but nodded. If you say so, tell you what, I'll put your dinner in the fridge. You just lie down and get some rest, she told him as he nodded in appreciation. Because right now, he didn't feel like having any food, he just wanted to crawl into bed and sleep for the rest of the night. Man, who knew training could be so tiring, he thought as he made his way to his bed, too lazy to remove his clothes and just flopped onto the bed. And I have 10 more months of this to look forward to. Well, no one said being a hero was easy, I just need to sleep, he drifted off as his eyes closed and fell into unconsciousness. Later that night, sweat began to build on Izuku's body as he tossed and turned in his bed. He released small grunts of pain, as he curled himself inward. He didn't know this at the time, but the genetically altered spider's venom and DNA were mixing with his. The cells in his body break down and restructure into a new hybrid-like state. In the center of his genetic core, where his quirk factor should be, a new core began to grow as it spread out like a spider's web. His nerves energizing and his muscles reshaped as he began to change into something amazing. The next morning. The morning is here. The morning is here. The morning is here. A loud ringing noise alerted the young Midoriya as his alarm clock blared with that annoying tone. He groaned at the tone and without even thinking, raised his arm out of his bed and slammed it down on his alarm clock. satisfied by the lack of noise it made afterwards. Crunch. But confused about the loud crunch it made. What? A groggy green eye opened as he turned his head to his bedside table, as his All Might brand alarm clock was smashed into pieces. He instantly shot up as he looked at the damaged All Might figure. Ah, my limited edition All Might alarm clock. What the hell happened? He then looked down to his hand as bits and pieces of the alarm clock were stuck to his palm. What the? He tried to pick off the pieces from his palm, only for them to stick to his fingertips. He tried to shake them off, but they refused to let go. He then stumbled out of bed, shaking until they finally let go. Only for his hand to stick onto another one of his All Might merch, as the limited edition All Might Silver Age figurine was now sticking to his palm. What the hell? He shook and waved his hand around, only for his other hand to stick onto more of his merch. Ah! He yelled as he stumbled out of his room, bumping into everything around him. What the hell is happening? Izuku, honey, are you okay? He heard his mother call out as she ran out of her room. Mum, help, something weird's going on, he yelled as he stumbled into the living room. Come on, stop sticking, he yelled as he unknowingly stumbled his way to the balcony, which had been left open last night to cool the apartment, and tripped over the railing, causing Izuku to fall overboard. Whoa, Izuku, Inko yelled as she ran to the railing, fearing that she would find a stain on the ground. Only to find him sticking to the building by his feet and a panicked expression on his face. Keep sticking, he yelled as he looked back behind him to the ground below. Izuku, hold on, she yelled as she ran back into the house. That's kind of the plan, Mum, he yelled back. His mother returned with one of the bedsheets as she threw it to her son. Grab on, she yelled as he did so, carefully moving up the building. The short woman doing her best to pull her son up. After finally pulling himself over the railing and safely back onto the balcony, the Midoriya duo took a moment to breathe. Until they started panicking again. Izuku, what just happened? How were you able to stick to the side of the building? Inko screamed as Izuku similarly freaked out. I don't know. One moment I was asleep in my bed. Then my alarm clock woke me up and I smashed it to pieces. Then I noticed the pieces were sticking to my hand and then more of my stuff was sticking to me. Then I panicked and started stumbling out of my room. His words soon degraded into a jumbled mess as Inko stared at her son's freak out. Izuku, calm down. She grabbed a hold of her son's shoulders as she forced him to look her in the eyes. Just calm down and breathe, okay sweetie? She asked him as he nodded and started taking in calm breaths. His breathing started to relax, and his body become more chill, which also caused the merch and the blanket that was stuck to him to fall off. Okay, so relaxing helps, good to know. He looked at his palms in relief. Izuku, what's happening to you? She asked as Izuku looked to his mother. I don't know. Wait, do you think? He looked down at his hands. This is my quirk, he asked, a look of hopefulness on his face as it mirrored on his mother's, before confusion. But honey, you're too old to get a quirk, and the doctor said you shouldn't be able to have a quirk. And last I checked your father and I couldn't stick to walls. She said as Izuku became just as curious as he looked to his hands. Izuku, what's going on? I don't know. He then spotted the spider bite on his hand as he got a strange thought. No, could it? He thought as he got up. I've got to go, Mum, he said as he made his way to his room. Wait, Izuku, we should take you to see a doctor. No, I know someone that might help. Trust me, he's knowledgeable about this stuff, he said as he entered his room and closed the door. He sighed a breath of relief as he went to grab some fresh clothes. Got to get to All Might, he might know what's going on, he said as he took off his shirt and started to dress. Only to stop when noticed his reflection in the mirror. What was once a scrawny nerd stood a more muscular version of himself that wasn't overly bulky, but leaner and more fit with an impressive set of abs, biceps, and pectorals. Izuku's only response to this was to once again freak out. Izuku, Inko called out when she heard her son scream again. When did I get abs? Later near Dagoba Beach, Izuku ran down the street, as his mind was running 1,000 miles a minute trying to work out what was going on with him. Okay, what is going on with me? How can I suddenly stick to walls? How can I have abs? I know exercise is supposed to give you muscles. But not after a day. The walk signals flashed green as he made his way to the beach. Got to get to All Might, tell him what's happening, he said to himself as he ran across the street. However, he wasn't paying attention as a car came speeding around the corner, the owner texting away on his phone without a care in the world. Just as it got closer, Izuku felt this tingling sensation in the back of his head, and the hairs on his arms began to rise as he snapped his head towards the car speeding towards him. The sound of tires screeched as the driver tried to put on the brakes. But Izuku's body acted on instinct and he jumped over the car and landed safely on the other side. His eyes widened in disbelief as the car came to a stop. What the? How did I? He asked himself as the driver looked at him with complete shock. No texting and driving, he said before he bolted from the street, leaving a very confused driver and a slew of onlookers. Meanwhile, at Dagoba Beach, All Might in his skinny form looked down at his phone as he frowned as the time went from 9:59 to 10 o'clock. He's late. Then again, I did work him hard yesterday, must be suffering from the effects of excessive exercise. He'll be sore, but that's part of the process. Might need to alter the plan a bit considering. All Might, he gagged a torrent of blood in shock as he snapped his head to see his green-haired protege running towards him at full speed. All Might, Izuku yelled as he stumbled down the stairs of the beach until he was in front of the hero. All Mig Ga, he was cut off as Toshinori placed his hand over the boy's mouth. Keep it down, kid. No one knows about my real form. He snapped his head left and right, making sure no one was around. He sighed in relief. No one was here yet and it was a Sunday. Okay, now calm down and tell me what's wrong, he said as Izuku began to talk. Big mistake, All Might, something weird is going on. After I left here yesterday, I started feeling a little weird, then I went to bed last night and I didn't get a good enough sleep, because I felt, really, funny. Then I woke up this morning and suddenly I smashed my alarm clock to pieces, then the pieces started sticking to my hand. Then everything else started sticking to me and then I fell off my balcony. And then blah 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 blah. All Might had to recoil back as he was assaulted with a large assortment of incoherent blabbering as the world seemed to distort from the boy's mouth and the word mutter circled him. So, there was only one way to knock him out of it. He karate chopped the boy's head while yelling. Nonsense. The boy managed to shut up as he returned from mutter mode. Now explain everything to me, slowly, and tell me what's wrong. What was this about you falling off a balcony? Oh, okay, so I woke up this morning and, suddenly things started to stick me. Then I kind of, stumbled and fell off my balcony. What, are you okay? Why did you fall off your balcony? I didn't mean to. I just got startled when things started sticking to my palms. But luckily, I managed to stick to the building by my feet and my mum pulled me back in. Anyway, I didn't know what was happening, so I decided to come and find you. But when I went to change my clothes, I found this. He lifted his shirt and showed his new physique, causing Toshinori's eyes to bulge slightly. I have a six-pack now, he exclaimed, as All Might just stared, blinking in surprise. I don't think you get muscles after one day of exercise, do you? No, not in the slightest. It usually takes months to get something like this. He poked the boy's abs, causing him to pull his shirt back down in embarrassment. This is strange, even for this day and age, and now that I notice it, it looks like you had a growth spurt too, he said as he noticed the boy was a few inches taller than before. His eyes narrowed as he glared at the boy. Young Midoriya, you're not using steroids, are you? Because if you are, I am going to be very disappointed in you, he said as Izuku's eyes widened in shock. What? No, I'm not using steroids. I'd never do that. I've never done drugs in my life. I swear. All Might, I don't know what's happening to me but I think this might have something to do with the spider bite. I think it gave me a quirk, he suggested as All Might raised a skeptical brow. Midoriya, normal spider bites don't give you quirks, or muscles or a growth spurt. Well then, maybe it wasn't an ordinary spider. The pair of them looked to each other then to the pile where the spider had crawled under. All Might bulked himself to his hero form as he lifted the pile that the spider crawled under. "Do you see it, young Midoriya?" he asked as Izuku scanned the area until he spotted the spider. "Yeah, I see it," Izuku said as he reached in, grabbed the spider carcass, and pulled it out. All Might dropping the pile back down as they observed the spider. "Poor little guy, it must have died shortly after biting me." He looked at the corpse as All Might shrunk back down. "Well, you're right about one thing, young Midoriya, that is not an ordinary spider." He took it from the boy's hand as he stared at the green lines in its hairs, the green tips of its legs and the number 9 painted on its back. "Looks like it may have been one of those test animals they conduct experiments on. But I thought animal experimentation was outlawed after animals with intelligent quirks became more public." Izuku asked as the number 1 hero shook his head. "Just because something is outlawed, doesn't mean it won't happen. Whoever did this was experimenting with something dangerous. But how it managed to give you a quirk is both puzzling and alarming." Toshinori had a dark look on his face. "Is it related to him?" he thought as the man who took his master away appeared in his mind. But he shook it off as he picked up a discarded can and placed the carcass inside. "Training is postponed for now. I need to take this to someone I trust. Find out who was responsible for this and what it means. And I need to get you to see a quirk specialist." "Why?" Izuku asked as All Might stared at him. "Whatever this spider did, it's obviously changed you. It's possible you were given a quirk, but for all we know, that quirk could be unstable. And I fear what could happen if I transferred one for all into you," he explained as Izuku nodded. "So then, where are we going?" "UA Academy." Izuku stared with wide bright eyes as he marveled at the sight of the UA Academy, the best-known school for aspiring heroes and heroines. This was the place where the top 3 heroes had graduated from and gained early rank and recognition in the leaderboard. The school where All Might had graduated from. All Might chuckled a little at the bright-eyed expression of his protege before he tapped him on the shoulder. "Don't get ahead of yourself, young Midoriya. We're just here for a visit. Remember, you still have to pass the exam before you can get in," he reminded as Izuku nodded with pure determination. "I know that, All Might, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get in here. Even if I must break every bone in my body to do it," he said determinedly, as All Might blanched the idea of Midoriya covered in bandages and casts. A sight, unfortunately, he would come to see very often. Very frequently. Well, don't try too hard, young man. You can't be a hero if your body doesn't work anymore. Boy, am I one to talk, he muttered to himself as Izuku looked at him with confusion. Anyway, we're here," he said as they stood outside the infirmary. "The infirmary? Why are we here?" Izuku asked as the man smirked. "This is where a friend of mine works. She's the best medic and quirk analyst anywhere in Japan. She's also one of the few people who know the truth of my quirk. She was close friends with my predecessor and my mentor." "Really?" he asked as the man nodded and knocked on the door. "Come in," an elderly voice said as they opened the door. They walked inside to find a short, elderly woman with gray hair styled into a bun with a syringe looped through it. She also wore a doctor's lab coat and a dress with yellow and red vest-like designs on either side. 2 yellow buttons, a pink belt, pink boots, and has a helmet on her head. Beside her was a cane designed like a syringe. "Toshinori," the old lady said as Izuku blinked at the name. "I'm surprised to see you here. You're not due for a checkup for another 2 weeks. And your teaching position doesn't start for another 10 months. Why are you here, and who is this?" she asked as the number 1 hero placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder. "I'm sorry to bother you, but we kind of have a situation. This boy has a quirk." All Might explained as Recovery Girl sighed. "All children around his age should have a quirk, but I doubt you brought him here just for that," she said as he nodded. "The thing is, he didn't have a quirk until this morning," he said as she blinked before looking at the boy. "It's okay, he knows about my secret. He's the one I plan to give one for all to," he said as looked at the boy up and down as if evaluating him. "Isn't it a little soon to give one for all away? I mean he looks physically capable. She said she noticed the boy was more toned physically under his clothes, which had become tighter thanks to his new body. But if you've given him the quirk, why are you here at all? That's the thing, I haven't given it to him yet. That caught her interest. He just woke up this morning like this. He explained as she raised an eyebrow. Toshinori, do you expect me to believe this child just suddenly developed a quirk out of nowhere? She asked, finding it hard to believe. I didn't expect you to believe me, which is why I was fortunate to have this. He pulled out his phone as he showed her the picture of Izuku yesterday, scrawny and weak. That was taken yesterday after I decided to train him. He had no muscles and was roughly a few inches shorter than yesterday. Today he looks like this. He gestured to the nervous boy as he waved slightly. She raised an eyebrow as she looked between the photo and the boy. That is peculiar, but quirks have been known to change a body at random. What makes this boy special? She asked as he produced the can from his pocket and deposited the spider onto her table. Because we think he got his quirk from this, he said as Recovery Girl eyed the spider carcass. She grabbed one of her pens and she lifted it by its curled legs. A spider? You expect me to believe a spider gave him a quirk? She asked as All Might nodded. And what evidence do you have for that? She asked as the boy showed the bite mark. Well, there's this bite mark, and then there's this. He walked over to one of the machines and stuck his fingertips to the side of a heavy-looking machine. And then easily lifted it like it was nothing. And all of this happened after it bit me. I see, she said as he placed it down and relaxed his grip. I understand why you'd bring him here, but shouldn't you take him to the hospital? My infirmary isn't fully equipped to analyze this phenomenon, she said as he shook his head. You're the only person I could trust with this. I want to make sure nothing could go wrong with him when I give him one for all. He said as Izuku looked back with a small smile. Recovery Girl sighed as she placed the spider in a small glass vial. Okay, but first we should do a physical examination before anything. I'll alert Principal Nezu and let him know the situation. But for now, young man, she said as Izuku stood up in attention. Please take off your shirt so I can run some tests, she said as he blushed slightly and looked to his mentor, who nodded. I'll also need your mother's contact details so I can have her send copies of your medical certificates. Something I can compare them to, she said as Izuku nodded and gave her his mother's number. He then took off his shirt as he was left in his pants and shoes. She ran a few tests as she checked his new muscular structure. Seems as if your muscular structure has been altered to compensate for your new abilities. Such as enhanced strength, she said as she pointed to the machine he lifted. I theorize that this may allow you to crawl on walls, she said as Izuku hummed in thought. That makes sense, I kind of fell off my balcony this morning and my feet stuck to the side of the building, he said as she blinked in surprise, before shaking her head and writing that down. I see. Now, aside from the ability to stick to things, have you noticed anything else? She asked as she wrote down her findings on a clipboard. Well, I nearly got hit by a car this morning and... You what? All Might yelled, blood rocketing out of his mouth, causing the boy to shriek in fear. Why didn't you tell me that? He yelled as Izuku held up his hand in defense. I didn't mean to. But it's okay because I didn't get hit, he managed to explain. Well, that's obvious, he said, but still gave him a stink eye for not telling him. But the strangest thing is, I kind of sensed it was coming towards me, he said as both All Might and Recovery Girl raised an eyebrow. I don't know how to explain it, but when it came barreling at me, the back of my brain started tingling. I guess you could say. Next thing I knew, my body reacted on its own and jumped right over the car. Interesting. Could you describe what it felt like? Recovery Girl asked as Izuku looked down at his hands as he flexed them. It was like all of my other senses got cranked up to 11, the slightest breeze, the smallest touch, the subtle vibration from the ground, and even the tiniest noise was overstimulating. It was honestly a little too much, but if it wasn't for this sense, that car probably would have run me over, he explained as Recovery Girl and All Might looked to each other as they registered this information. Interesting. I've heard that spiders have a unique ability to sense danger. mostly due to the fine hairs on their bodies that are sensitive to even the slightest alteration with air and moisture changes. Yours on the other hand may have possibly evolved from the supposed sixth sense that science still hasn't been able to explain. But it also seems to be linked to the body's fight or flight instinct to move out of the way of danger. Recovery Girl said as Izuku nodded in understanding. Well, at least it will help him avoid danger, All Might thought to himself. Although given Midoriya's track record of running towards danger, that seemed unlikely. What about webs? Spiders can produce webs from their bodies. Can young Midoriya do the same? All Might suddenly asked as Izuku wondered the same. Well, traditionally spiders shoot webs out of a gland in their abdomens called a spinneret. The human equivalent would be around the posterior region. They paused as they all looked to Izuku's backside. Young Midoriya, I hate to ask, but have you noticed any other changes? All Might asked as Midoriya shook his head rapidly, almost in a blur by how fast he was going. Well, I don't think you'll be producing webs anytime soon. If you did, you would have more than likely grown a spinneret near the lower half section of your spine. Like any other person born with a spider-like quirk. And from what I've gathered, you only inherited the physical attributes of a spider, not all its biological traits. She said as he sighed in relief. Still, I'll need to do some blood tests to confirm whether or not the existence of a quirk is at play here. I should have enough here to perform that test at least. I'll let you know the results as soon as I can, she said as she produced a syringe and a cotton swab. Hope you're not afraid of needles, young man. He wasn't, but the sight of them always did make him queasy. A vial of blood was drawn from the young man as she used a small dab of it and observed it under a microscope. What she found gave her pause as she looked back towards the young man. What? He asked. What is it? Is there something wrong? It's nothing. She looked over to All Might, giving him a signal to talk later. But what I can tell you is that this indeed a quirk. The moment she said that, Midoriya felt this moment of overwhelming joy at the news. A quirk. He had a quirk. One that was his own. I'd like to run more tests, but I believe you've been through enough for one day, she said, interrupting his thoughts as All Might nodded. Why don't you head home, young Midoriya? We'll pick up your training tomorrow. I'll call you with the details. One of the staff will let you out, he said as Izuku nodded and began to stand up. What should I tell my mum? I'm pretty sure she's still worried about the fact I have quirk that's nothing like my father's or hers. How am I going to explain that? He asked as the two pro-heroes looked at each other. Don't worry, just tell her that your quirk finally manifested. I can write down a medical note, explaining that you're a rare breed of late bloomers, and it caused a random mutation in your quirk factor. That should be enough to cover the fact you got your powers from a spider. The least people know about it, the better. Recovery Girl explained as Izuku nodded and she handed him a note. But, this is my quirk, right? This is my power, he asked with a tone that All Might or Recovery Girl couldn't identify. Fear but happiness, she nodded in response. Yes, that is your new quirk now, she said as he smiled and picked up his bag. Thank you, I'll see you tomorrow, All Might, he said as he ran out the door, happy that things were finally looking his way. But as he left, All Might and Recovery Girl turned to the dead spider as they grew concerned about the strange powers that Izuku Midoriya had gained. A few hours later, Principal Nezu's office. The dead carcasses of the spider lay inside the glass vial as what was either a mouse or a dog or a bear sat in a large seat, staring at the spider. This was the principal of UA, Nezu, who possessed the quirk called High Spec, which granted Nezu unparalleled intelligence, perception, and comprehension that far surpassed that of humans. Through this quirk, Nezu became capable of thinking, speaking, and acting like a person. Of course, before then he was a lab animal that was being studied and experimented on, due to his quirk. He was treated harshly and cruelly by humans before the law was overturned on animal experimentations. Especially those that possess quirks that gave them human-like intelligence. For this reason, the principal was sympathetic to the small dead spider in the glass vial, as the number on its abdomen could only indicate that it was part of an experiment. The principal sighed with sadness as he picked up the glass vial and held it in his paws. Such a shame, I had hoped that stuff like this had been put to rest. But clearly, this is not the case. He looked up the shrunken form of All Might, Recovery Girl and Detective Tsukauchi. And you believe that this spider is responsible for giving this young man superpower? He asked as All Might nodded. It's the only logical conclusion we could come up with. Young Midoriya was quirkless and unathletic when I met him. Then he was bitten by this spider and the next morning he could stick to walls and gain a trained physique. Or at least it must have given some variation of superpowers. Recovery Girl is still doing her examinations. Toshinori explained as the principal nodded. Tsukauchi took the vial from the principal as he examined the carcass. What do you think the goal was with this spider? He asked as Nezu hummed in thought. It's just a theory now, but I believe someone out there was attempting to create a quirk with this spider and have those abilities transferred into a human host. However, it appears this spider either escaped captivity or was deemed a failure before results could be produced. Recovery Girl suggested as she thought about it. This is concerning. I had assumed only one for all or that person could give away quirks, Nezu said as he analyzed the spider. I think we all just assumed that only the two could, and this doesn't have his handiwork in it. He would skip trials like this and go straight to human experimentation. Besides, he should be dead. At least I hope he is. But if someone else out there has cracked the code to creating quirks and transferring them, we may be in a lot of trouble. All Might said as wrung his hands together. I don't think we have to worry about that. It would seem this spider was a fluke, and young Midoriya just happened to gain powers from the spider. Possibly due to his quirkless nature. Nezu suggested. But have we gone through the possibility this is just a latent quirk manifesting? It's not impossible, but it seems more likely than just gaining them from a spider bite. Tsukauchi suggested. It's not a latent quirk. But the test showed the quirk was very unnatural compared to normal quirk factors. Almost as if it was artificially created. And the files I managed to gain from his mother indicate that the boy was indeed classified quirkless when he was 4, with corresponding reports from his previous doctor. Plus, none of the genetics indicates from either side of the family had spider-like abilities. She said as she showed them her report. Could it have been a random mutation? That has been known to happen on occasions. All Might asked as she shook her head. No, as I said, this quirk is unnatural, almost cobbled together from other specimens to create a super spider. This had to have been created in a lab somewhere. What exactly it can do I cannot be certain of. She explained as he nodded. But is it safe? All Might asked with concern as she nodded. It appears stable now, but I would like to run more tests just in case. We don't know if wall crawling is all he can do, and we have no idea what could happen if it becomes unstable. Assuming you still plan to give him one for all? She asked as his silence was all she needed to know. I see. Well, he seems an interesting choice, but are you sure it's the right one? What about your former sidekick's suggestion? Wasn't he recommended for one for all? She asked as he nodded. I did consider young Tagata, and he seems like an ideal choice, but there is something about young Midoriya that I can't explain. He has this drive that I haven't seen in a long time, this unstoppable will to become a hero like me. But not just that, he generally wants to be a hero to save others out of the goodness of his own heart. I believe he is more worthy than anyone I've met before, he explained as the short older lady smiled softly then nodded. Well, that's all good then, Nezu said as he clapped his paws together bringing their attention back to him. Now, Detective Tsukauchi will begin investigating the spider's origins, while we will monitor this potential candidate. If he is what you say he is, then we can enroll him through a recommendation and help him to control his new powers before the school year starts. I don't think that will work. All Might said as Nezu raised an eyebrow. How so? He asked. I get the feeling that young Midoriya wouldn't like being immediately enrolled due to a recommendation, even if it was from me. He wants to prove himself to others, and himself, through his hard work and merit. If he didn't, then he wouldn't feel like he belonged here and that would have negative consequences on his mental state. He's one of those earnest and honest types after all, he said as Nezu seemed to brighten at this aspect of the young man. I see. Well then. In the meantime, though, we should see what he is capable of now. Bring him back here tomorrow and I'll have Smentos prepared Gym Gamma for the test. The more we understand his powers, the better we can help him control them. Should we be worried about the other members of the faculty? I don't want them to know about my and Midoriya's relationship, lest it interferes with their judgment. I can already tell Aizawa will be annoyed we let in a civilian without justification. All Might asked as Nezu waved his hand. Fear not, Smintos is your biggest fan and he will keep this secret well. As for Aizawa, he will be busy doing hero work tomorrow, seeing as he expelled his entire class after the first day. Nezu said as Recovery Girl sighed in frustration. That man has no tact whatsoever, he should be helping to improve them, not cutting them out if they don't amaze him, she said as Nezu nodded in agreement. Indeed, but right now it is our job to help this young man discover his powers and guide him along the path of heroism. We are after all helping the next generation of heroes rise, in case of the day the symbol of peace retires. Nezu said as All Might, and the others nodded. Little did they know, that the boy they would help, would become the greatest hero in the world. Midoriya residence. Izuku walked home alone as he processed everything he had been told today. A quirk, he finally had a quirk. Sure, it wasn't he expected, and it sure as heck wasn't how he planned to get one. But the fact that he now had a quirk, and All Might training him made him feel like he was on top of the world. Still, it did raise many questions. Like, how was a spider able to give him a quirk? Who would try and create a quirk using spider DNA and why did it bite him of all people? So many questions yet few answers were available to him. But for now, he could just relish in the fact that he had a superpower to call his own and he couldn't wait to find out everything it could do. I need to experiment with this quirk and find out all that it can do before UA starts up. Maybe I should investigate creating webs, seeing as I can't make my own. He took a moment to pause as he looked down at his hands. But still, it's a little overwhelming knowing that I have a quirk. I finally have a quirk. Small tears began to form in his eyes as he felt whole for the first time in his entire life. His fist gripped tightly as he looked up with determination. There are still 10 months until the entrance exam. I must master this power and inherit one for all before then. I need to make All Might proud of me and become the next hero that can save people with a smile. Nothing's going to stop me now. He threw his hands up in excitement as he was overwhelmed with determination. Monday at Aldera Junior High School seemed to drag on forever, as Izuku Midoriya sat nervously at his desk. His body shrinking low as possible, and his fingers tapping at his pencil, as he tried his best to avoid any unwanted attention. Which was hard seeing as he and Bakugo were still the talk of the town after being saved by All Might from the sludge villain. It wasn't often that someone from their class was saved by the #1 hero after all. He was lucky that was all they were focused on and not his sudden growth spurt. He had to thank his mother for altering his uniform until they can order a new one. If others saw his new body, they would question how he went from nerd to athlete overnight. He was glad she bought Recovery Girl's medical note about him, manifesting a quirk after so long. The document Recovery Girl forged for him made it convincing and would allow for no further inquiries. Although, he was happy when he noticed the feeling of relief that seemed to wash over her now. He had a feeling she blamed herself for his quirklessness. He never held it against her, only wished that she told him the words he needed. But right now, he was just glad she was relieved. As for his classmates, he had thought about telling them about his new quirk, but quirks weren't allowed to be used on school grounds, and he doubted they'd believe him after being quirkless for so long. Let alone the fact that he gained muscles from it overnight. Even if he showed them, they'd ask how he managed to finally gain a quirk, which he couldn't tell them due to the promise he made to All Might. Thus, he decided not to show off his powers until he was ready, and they'd find it believable. But it was mostly to avoid being mocked, as well as his personal belief that quirks should only be used to help others, not to show them off like most kids his age did. As for Bakugo, or Kachan as he called him, he was being uncharacteristically quiet since the incident. Either he didn't notice his growth spurt and was just ignoring him, or he did and didn't say anything. Izuku assumed that he was still processing the sludge incident. How a quirkless Deku tried to save his life when he couldn't escape from the villain. It was probably a blow to his pride and needed time to adjust or erase that memory from his head. Izuku hoped that one day his old childhood friend would come around and be friends with him again. But that seemed unlikely. Right now, he had to focus on passing junior high, getting into UA High, and mastering his new quirk. Speaking of which, he got a text from All Might this morning telling him to come to UA after school. The principal and recovery girl wanted to test out more of his abilities and find out what his limit was. He wondered why he had to come after school, but he soon realized that coming in afterwards made sense. There would be less UA students and staff around to ask questions about why an unenrolled student was allowed to walk around UA Academy. Plus, the school would be better equipped to test his powers rather than at the beach. But unfortunately, this would be his last day at UA before the exams. Which meant it would be back to the garbage pile to clean up the mess. And he was okay with that. Because once he started something, Izuku was determined to get it done. I need to find out what I can do and master this quirk as soon as possible. The exam is only 10 months away, and I wasted a day finding out I have a quirk. Not that I am complaining about getting a quirk, but now I got to figure out how it works. But what else can I do? From what I understand, the spider that bit me was no ordinary spider, but rather an experimental spider. I somehow gained its physical abilities, but what else could it do? He looked down to the book he had on spiders as he searched through the pages. Judging from the information in this book, and the dead spider that bit me, I can assume it wasn't a documented ordinary spider, but was probably a combination of different species. Going off that I could have multiple abilities to work with. He turned the page to some of the spiders. Maybe I can jump high like the jumping spider, who can jump approximately 10 to 50 times their body's length, or my hair can become prickly like a tarantula's natural defense mechanism. He rubbed a hand through his hair and feeling no difference. No, I haven't noticed my hair changing, so I can cross that off, and it doesn't look like I can produce venom from my body. And I checked last night, and I can't produce my own web, thank God for that, but I could camouflage myself. Some spiders can camouflage their bodies to match their environments. Maybe I can too. He looked at his hands and imagined turning invisible. Nothing. Well, so much for that. Then there's the sense I really should come up with a name for it. Clairvoyance. No, it warns me of danger, not see the future. Izuku sensation. Nah, too mouthy. Midori tingle. Too lame. Spidey sense. That works. Now as for the web situation, maybe I should look up building some artificial web shooters. I'm not an engineer, but with enough practice and determination I think that I can. He continued to read away, unknowingly muttering incoherent words as some of the class looked at him weirdly. There he goes again, what a weirdo. One of the classmates said as he got a snicker from some of the class. While Bakugo didn't pay him any attention and just continued to stare at the board. His mind replaying that moment with the villain in his head, over and over again. Watching as that wimpy nerd came running out to save him. While he was trapped and unable to move. It pissed him off but didn't know how to fully respond to it. Deep down he knew he was trapped and if Izuku hadn't pulled him out he'd have suffocated. But his pride got in the way and he just chose to ignore it. It didn't matter in the end. Deku was still a quirkless insect, and he'd never become a hero or as awesome as he was. He's just a damn Deku, nothing more. The school bell finally rang as the class began to disperse, Izuku packing away his things faster than anyone else as he wanted to get out as soon as possible. Some of the other students noticed this as he near bolted out of the room. Hey, where's Deku off to in such a rush? He's been weirder than usual since that villain incident a few days ago. One of the boys in the class asked, confused about the green-haired boy's behavior. Yeah, doesn't he normally stay behind to study or something? He's usually the last person that wants to get out of this dump. And did anyone else notice he grew a few inches? Another boy noted as they and others noticed his strange behavior. Who knows? Maybe he's got a girlfriend. One of the girls suggested as there was a silent pause before they exploded into laughter. Yeah right, who'd want to date that freak? Another girl laughed as they made fun of the green-haired hero otaku. Bakugo just growled under his breath as he stormed out of the room. He was sick and tired of hearing them talk about that nerd anyway. He needed to go off and blow something up. The UA Exams were 10 months away, and if he was going to make it in, which he was, then he needed to focus on getting stronger. TCH, damn nerd, he grumbled as he walked away. Wait, when did he get taller? UA. Academy 1655 Gym Gamma. Izuku Midoriya flashed his temporary pass to the security, a green hoodie drawn over his head to keep his identity obscure, as he walked through the gates. Soon he and All Might, in his hero form, walked into the Gym Gamma section of UA. An area designed to help the students practice and improve their quirks. Luckily though, the students had gone home, and most of the staff were either in the faculty lounge, home, or performing hero duties, which gave them the perfect opportunity to conduct this private experiment. He was both excited and nervous at being in UA again. At first, Izuku felt guilty that he was given this kind of access early on, feeling that it was unfair for the other wannabe students. But All Might, Nezu, and Recovery Girl assured him that it was necessary due to the bizarre nature of his quirk. They walked in as Nezu and Recovery Girl nodded to them. Beside them was almost a man but looked more like a living block of cement. This was Smintos, a professional hero and modern literature teacher at UA. He had been asked by Nezu to construct a rudimentary obstacle course for Midoriya, to properly examine his new spider powers. Ah, Midoriya, All Might, glad you've finally arrived. Now we can begin the test, Nezu said as he waved at the two. Smintos, I'd like to thank you for agreeing to this. I know you must be very busy with your students, All Might said in his hero voice, to which Smintos just waved a hand. Please, anything for you, All Might. You've been an inspiration to me for years now, this is the least I can do. Although I am surprised you've taken an interest in this young man here, he said as he looked down at Midoriya that was ramrod stiff. He must have done something to impress you. Were you perhaps interested in offering him a recommendation? Ha ha ha, nothing like that. I just happened to run into this young man who had a sudden development with his quirk. The poor boy was confused, and I wanted to help him. So, I thought what better place to help him than UA. Seeing as I am about to start teaching here, I figure this will be an opportunity to help me teach students. Besides, this young man will have to go through the exam like everyone else. This is just a freebie on the side of life. So, I hope you judge him fairly when the time is right, ha 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 ha. All Might said in his boisterous voice, to which Smintos nodded in agreement. Of course, All Might, I will treat him as any other hopeful candidate, you have my word. Smintos pledged as All Might nodded. Sorry for the deception, Smintos, but I'd rather not have your judgment of young Midoriya be swayed by our secret relationship. No one must know that young Midoriya is my protege, or about my secret to transfer my quirk unto him. As for the spider, he should believe this is a quirk awakening that we're testing. The less that knows about it the better. Good on you, Smintos. All Might laughed as he struck his heroic pose. Recovery Girl in the background sighed as she shook her head. Thank you, All Might, and you too, Smintos. Now if we're done keeping secrets, then we can get started. Recovery Girl said as the two nodded. Now, from what we understand, Midoriya should be able to stick to any surface. Can you create a small environment with altering angles? She asked as Smintos nodded. Of course, that is simple. He placed his hand on the floor and connected to the concrete. The floor began to move as it came to life at his touch. The concrete stretching up from the floor and changing shape as smooth rectangular buildings and steeply angled columns emerged from the ground. Izuku was wide-eyed as he watched the cement hero change the gym from an empty lot to a full-sized concrete jungle gym. Will this be enough? He asked as All Might nodded. Wow, your quirk is so cool. You must have loads of applications for it. Reconstruction, property repair, capturing a villain, maintenance. What is the limit of your quirk? Is it limited by how much concrete there is? Do you have to be using both your hands to control concrete, or can you control it from any part of your body? Can you use other types like quick drying or high-strength concrete? Midoriya began, his fanboy mode activated, and he bombarded the hero with 20 questions a second. So much so that Smintos was having a hard time trying to catch or decipher his words. That enough, young Midoriya, you're scaring the pro. All Might managed to break through his ranting as Izuku blushed in embarrassment. Sorry, I get excited when I see quirks. He apologized as Smentos waved a dismissing hand. It's quite all right, young man. You have a very sharp mind on you. I think UA will be a perfect fit for you. Provided you pass the exams, he encouraged as Izuku nodded. All right, Midoriya, we're going to do a basic test of your abilities. Your wall crawling ability, your strength, speed and agility. But before then we should probably start with a light warm-up. A few stretches, squats, and jumping jacks should do. Recovery Girl suggested as Izuku nodded. He quickly changed into his workout uniform and stood before the adults. After doing a series of stretches, some that would put a professional gymnast to shame, he got to start the squats. However, he didn't consider his new spider-enhanced physiology, and when he started to get back up he put too much effort into his legs and slam, and managed to jump 83 meters in the air and slam into the ceiling of the gym. Young Midoriya, All Might yelled out in worry as Izuku lay plastered to the ceiling. Are you all right? He yelled as Izuku groaned slightly. Well, that confirms it. I have jumping spider in my DNA, ow. Smentos made a pillar for the boy who managed to get on and make it safely back down to the ground, where he was checked over by Recovery Girl. Nothing too serious, but I would caution not to go overboard, young man. She said as he nodded. Thanks, I guess I'm not used to my new strength. He said, careful about what he said around Smentos. It's quite all right, most people have trouble adjusting after an awakening. She said, playing along with the idea that young Midoriya's new quirk was an awakening. Well, now that's been taken care of. Let's start the tests. Please go over and start climbing the 90-degree surface. Nezu instructed as Izuku nodded and walked over to the wall. He placed both hands on the surface, as his fingertips instantly clung to the surface. He began to pull himself up, as a thought occurred to All Might. Wait, shouldn't young Midoriya take off his shoes for? All Might began before Izuku started crawling up the walls. The big red shoes he wore did nothing to stop him from sticking to the surface. Okay. Never mind. Izuku wasn't paying attention as he climbed up the wall with ease. His concentration working on sticking with his fingertips, releasing one hand then placing them on the surface again. Effectively climbing the wall like a spider. Not even his shoes got in the way, as he almost instinctively knew how to make them stick to the wall. Well, that is interesting. I assumed he could only crawl on surfaces using skin contact. But it seems that is not the case. Nezu analyzed with his high-spec quirk. If I were to make a quick assumption, I assume he is unknowingly using the van der Waals force, using the electrostatic force to adhere himself to any surface, even though his clothing, Nezu explained. So that means he won't need a costume with exposed fingers or toes. All Might asked as the principal nodded. Yes, though I believe the material will need to be a bit thinner. That is something that can be compensated if he gets enrolled. Now, Mr. Midoriya, Nezu called out as Izuku looked back and down to the rodent principal. Would you please test the grip strength of your crawling? Say, head to the more difficult inclines. He asked as Izuku nodded. He did a small jump from one construct to another as he moved across the concrete gym. They found that Izuku could climb practically any surface on any angle. This was apparent when he managed to climb in a construct that curved inward and into a ceiling-like surface. He then spent the next 30 minutes getting used to controlling how to move around without accidentally ripping the concrete with his grip. They also learned that he was unaffected by the sudden changes in position, most likely due to inheriting a spider's ability for perfect equilibrium. Which was good, because it must be difficult for a hero that throws up every time. They saved the day. Somewhere in the Mie prefecture, a gravity-altering hero in training sneezed. Excellent work, young Midoriya, All Might said as Izuku let go and jumped back down to the ground floor. Now that we have a basic understanding of your wall crawling, it's time we moved on to testing your physical strength. I understand. Did you know spiders can lift approximately 170 times their weight? I read a book about that fact last night and seeing as I weigh. Okay, we get it, young Midoriya. Boy, you like studying, but we need you to focus. All Might interrupted as the gym reverted to its previous state. All Might then walked over and grabbed a punching bag, as Smentos made a concrete stand for it. Now, we're going to test how strong you are by hitting this punching bag," he said as he hooked the chain to the pole. "It's built with sensors that will monitor and accurately calculate how strong you can punch it," he explained as he tapped his knuckle to the bag. "So, I want you to hit it as hard as you can." "As hard as I can?" he asked nervously as the hero nodded. "But, I've never really thrown a punch before." "Ah, then allow me to demonstrate. Copy what I do," All Might said as he got into a pose. "Square up. Dominate hand and foot behind. Bend your legs slightly." Izuku nodded as he copied his pose. "Make sure your thumb is on the outside of your fist, don't want you breaking your thumb." He squared up and held up his arms in a boxer stance. "When you go to throw your punch, twist your hips, swing your upper body and punch the bag with the flat of your fingers, smash," he yelled as he threw a light punch, not using one for all as the punching bag rocked back from the air force. "Except I want you to hit the bag, understood?" he asked as Izuku nodded. "Dominates behind. Bend my legs," Izuku began muttering to himself as he copied the pose and squared up. "Twist my hips, swing my upper body and," he twisted his hips, swung his body and threw his right arm at the punching bag with everything he had. "Smash," he yelled as his fist struck the punching bag. The bag was instantly thrown back as it tore itself from the metal chain, flew across the gym and slammed into the wall. The wall cracking from the impact and the leather bag tearing apart, spilling sand all over the floor. Izuku stared with wide eyes and a dumbfounded expression on his face as he looked down at his fist and the sandbag that he just destroyed. "Ha ha, that was amazing, young Midoriya," All Might said, snapping the boy out of his shock. "When I said as hard as you can, I never expected something like that," he said as Izuku blushed at the praise from his mentor. "Truly splendid." Nezu clapped, always giddy at seeing prospective students showing their potential. "Very impressive. I especially liked when you added smash into it. I can see I am not the only All Might fan," Smintos said as he got to work on repair the wall. "Indeed, but while it is impressive, I must caution you about your strength, young man," Recovery Girl said as she looked at the tablet that registered his punch. "The amount of force you unleashed was enough to crack a normal man's skull open. In the line of duty, you may be up against villains with more durability that they can handle a punch from you. But others," she left it hanging as Midoriya already understood. For most of his life, he grew up without a quirk, never knowing what it was like not to have powers. But now that he did, he knew that with them came a great responsibility with them. For if he wasn't careful, he could seriously hurt someone, maybe even kill them. "If I truly want to be a hero, then I have to control this power," he thought to himself as he grew even more determined. "Thank you, Recovery Girl, I'm sure young Midoriya will take that lesson to heart," All Might assured as he looked over the boy. "If he has enhanced strength, how much will he be able to lift? We can't test that here, it would be dangerous to pile rocks on the boy, and we can't use the equipment in the main gym without running into other teachers or students that decided to stay behind. So that will be the first thing we need to check back at the beach. But seeing that punching bag, he may get the beach done quicker than before," he thought and knew he would have to seriously alter the All-American Dream plan. "All right, now we'll do a quick test of your agility," Nezu said as the gym was changed again into more of an obstacle course. With concrete-looking bars, hoops and a small ditch. Complete the course in the shortest time possible. This should give us an estimate of your agility. Izuku nodded as he lined himself up with the first obstacle. "Begin," Nezu announced as his leg muscles clenched and he bolted from the starting line. His body moving on instinct as he ran at an incredible speed. He sprinted through the hoops, slid under the poles and hopped over the beams as he made his way through the obstacle course. "Impressive," Nezu noted. "Smintos, I want you to target him now with your quirk," he asked as Smintos looked slightly shocked at the principal. "Relax, from what I've been told he has a sensory ability that will warn him of danger. But we need to test it if it only works on organic dangers or any danger," he explained as Smintos nodded. He placed his palms on the ground and focused on creating attacks for the boy. Izuku managed to stick onto a wall when his spider sense went off in his head. He instinctively dodged out of the way, as a column of cement slammed into his last position. "Whoa," he yelped, just as his spider sense went off gain as he ducked, dodged and weaved his way past the attacking cement. "Boy, they take tests seriously here at UA," Izuku thought as his body moved around the course, dodging and avoiding the living rocks. But then he smirked, as he felt a sudden rush of confidence. Better not disappoint. He jumped over a column and ran along its surface, jumping off when his spider sense warned him of incoming danger, and then safely landed at the finish line in a crouched position. "How's that?" he asked in between breaths as the teachers gave him small applause. "He has natural reflexes compared to a professional athlete. Combine that with his enhanced strength, he may prove a challenge for professional heroes." Smentos noted as Nezu nodded. "He's still young and learning, but he has the potential to be a great hero." All Might couldn't help but beam at the praise his protege was receiving, but hid it well from others. "Well done, young man. If you can manage to impress these two, then your acceptance will be assured," he said as he patted the boy on the shoulder, as said boy smiled at this. Suddenly they heard the gym door being opened and everyone snapped their heads to see a shaggy-looking man in a black jumpsuit, utility belt and what looked like bandages wrapped loosely around his neck. Eyes widened and Izuku went stiff as a plank. "Nezu, there you are. I've been looking all over for you, All Might." "What are you doing here? What's going on?" the man asked as everyone snapped to attention. Aizawa, what are you doing here? I thought you'd be on patrol right now," Nezu asked, hoping to keep his eyes off Midoriya. "I forgot something in the staff room, and then I wanted to talk to you about a drug deal I heard about from my informants. But when I couldn't find you in the office, I asked around and found out you'd be here." "But why are you lot here?" he asked as sweat began to build on their brows. "We can explain this," All Might began, stumbling to find a proper explanation as to why Izuku was on school grounds. "You see, the reason this young man is here is—" "What young man?" he asked as everyone was confused and turned to Izuku, only to find he had disappeared completely. "What the?" they collectively thought, while Aizawa raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Is there a student here? I thought everyone went home," he asked as he looked around the room. "Question is, why are you here, and Smentos too? What's going on?" he asked as he grew increasingly suspicious. All Might started before Nezu saved the day. All Might wanted to get some practice in with teaching students, so he offered to come in and help a young student that had trouble with his quirk. "I asked Smentos to help by creating an obstacle course for him," Nezu calmly explained, having years of practice with dealing with people. "We did have a young man here, but he had to leave early due to family problems. I can assure you this is all above board," he said as Aizawa stared before shrugging. "Whatever, glad to see the showboat is wanting to put some effort into teaching." "That's rich coming from you," Recovery Girl thought. "I have some things to discuss with you, but we'll do it later in your office. I have to start my patrol. I'll see you later," he said as he turned to leave, only to stop when he noticed the indent in the ceiling. Before shrugging and leaving the gym, everyone let out a collective sigh before they returned to the matter at hand. Where the heck was Izuku Midoriya? "Midoriya, young Midoriya, where are you?" All Might called out as he looked for his protege. "I'm right here," he heard him call out, but couldn't see him. "Where? I can't see you." "I'm right in front of you," he heard the voice call out as he looked around to where he last stood and cautiously poked at the spot, only for Izuku to cry out. "Ow, why you just poked me in the eye." "Ah, sorry, but what the heck, young Midoriya? Are you invisible?" he said as Izuku looked down at his hands, only to see they were transparent. "I didn't know you could do that." "And neither can I. Wait, how am I doing this?" he asked. All Might poked him again and the area shimmered, and he briefly returned, before becoming invisible again. "Amazing," Nezu said as he walked around the invisible boy. "It appears you also have a camouflage ability. One that is not limited to just yourself, but your clothing as well," he observed as Izuku returned to full spectrum. "But how did I do that?" he asked as Recovery Girl hummed in thought. "Some spiders are said to have the ability to camouflage themselves to their environment. But they usually change their color palette and texture to match their surroundings. Yours not only cloaks yourself but your clothes as well. It's rather impressive, really." she said as she jotted down this unexpected development. Tell me, what were you thinking just now? She asked as Izuku pondered. Well, I didn't want to get in trouble from, what was his name, Aizawa? He asked as she nodded. And all I could think of was that I had to disappear. Next thing I know, I was gone, Izuku said as she nodded. Do you think you can do it again? She asked as he concentrated but couldn't do it. Not at the moment, he sighed in defeat as she nodded. I see, this ability may be linked to your flight or fight instinct. You felt scared about being caught here by Aizawa, and your body reacted by becoming invisible. Nezu suggested as he too was curious about the boy's ever-expanding abilities. But for now, I think it's best we call it a day. I was sure that Aizawa would be away for longer, and we better not risk anyone else stumbling upon this. He suggested as they nodded. He then gestured Izuku to bend down as he shook his hand. Thank you for your cooperation in this matter, Mr. Midoriya. We hope to see you here at UA Academy next year, he said as Izuku nodded. And fear not, when the time comes, we will judge you fairly, as we would anyone else, Smintos assured as Izuku felt relief at that. I'll show you two out, he said as they both left, leaving Recovery Girl and Nezu behind. Well, this was unexpected. Do you think he has any more abilities that we're unaware of? Nezu asked as Recovery Girl looked over the data. It's possible. Like I said, his quirk was unnatural and more than likely man-made, using various spider species that I haven't been able to fully identify yet. There's no telling what else he could develop over the next 10 months. Toshinori will have to keep a close eye on the boy in case the worst was to ever happen. She advised as the principal nodded. Still, he has potential. I can see why Toshinori chose him. He could become a great hero if properly guided. That is, however, if he passes the exam. He then gave a small smirk as the two shortest members of the faculty staff walked away. But somehow I suspect he will find a way to impress us. Meanwhile outside, after making sure they were out of sight, steam started to drift off All Might before he transformed back into his skinny form. Ha, that was close, didn't know how much longer I could hold that for. He said as he wiped off the blood from his chin. Are you okay? Izuku asked with concern as the pro-hero nodded. I'm fine, it's just something I need to get used to once I start teaching here. Still, I think that went rather well, don't you? He asked as Izuku nodded. We got a baseline of your powers, and we learned that you have a new ability to master. Yeah, still can't believe I can turn invisible. I thought for sure I was going to get in trouble by that Aizawa guy. He seemed rather intense about things. He didn't seem to like you though, he said as All Might chuckled. Yeah, that's Aizawa for you. He and I don't get along because he believes that a hero's work should go unnoticed and that media attention just gets in the way. I think he believes I'm nothing but a showboat that likes to flex his muscles for the camera. He would partially right, but being a hero isn't just about doing what's right. It's about reassuring people, making them feel safe. If that means a little quality time with the media, then I am more than happy to oblige, even if they do get annoying from time to time. He said, remembering all the interviews that tried to pry into his private life. He had one too many close calls with them discovering his secret. But luckily no one knew his true form. I see, that's deep, All Might, Izuku said as the man nodded. Still, I wouldn't want to cross off that guy. He seemed intense, and he's a teacher here. He asked as All Might nodded. Oh boy, wouldn't want to be one of his students. He said as All Might chuckled. I don't think you have to worry too much about that. I highly doubt you'd be placed in his class. He reassured, not knowing that the universe has a wicked sense of humor. Now, let's head home for the day. We'll meet up again at Dagoba tomorrow. You still got a beach to clean after all, he said as Izuku nodded and they went their separate ways. The next day, Dagoba Beach. In the middle of the trash-littered field of Dagoba Beach, among the pile of discarded scrap and metal, a young hero in training was pushing himself to his limits as he lifted a large fridge over his head. The young man holding it above his head as he carefully walked it to the staircase, before tossing it to the pile in the car park for pickup. He then picked up a large set of lockers and hefted them up with little to no resistance. All Might in his true form, watching with caution as his young protege displayed incredible feats of strength, which he did not possess 3 days ago. So far, they were testing how strong the young man was. They had seen what he could do to a punching bag, but now they wanted to see how much he could lift. There was a difference in brute strength and proportionate strength. So far, he seemed to have no troubling lifting heavy fridges, lockers and even an old beat-up car that was over 2 tons. They theorized he could potentially lift more, as an average spider could lift objects roughly 170 times their body weight. But unfortunately, they couldn't safely test that theory without safe supervision, and Recovery Girl would be too busy with UA and the exams in 10 months. So, for now, they were content with the knowledge that young Midoriya was stronger than an average human. Izuku lifted the large piece of metal over his head and placed it down as All Might watched on. You know, watching you pick up trash like this, compared to how you started, is mind-boggling. He said as Izuku nodded with a small smile on his face. I know, how do you think I feel? I grew up not having a quirk at all, now that I have one it's all so unreal, he said as he lifted more heavy pieces of trash and carried them to the car park. So, does this mean I'll be able to handle one for all now? He asked as he continued to move the trash. Yeah, about that, he said as Izuku paused. Wait, are you rethinking about not giving it to me, now that I have a quirk? He asked with a small hint of worry in his voice. No, nothing like that at all, my boy. I still plan to give you my quirk. There's no doubt about that. But I think for the moment we need to focus on developing and understanding the basics of your quirk before giving you another to master. He said as Izuku raised an eyebrow. See, the thing about One for All is that it's a stockpiling power. It carries with it the combined strength of 7 other users, 8 when I pass it on to you. He explained. When I use this quirk, I use it to increase my strength and speed to inhuman levels. However, my predecessor before me had a quirk, and while it also gave her an increase in physical strength, she said that One for All can boost a user's natural quirk. Before this spider bite, I plan to teach you how to use the quirk like I did, because we were both quirkless. Izuku's eyes widened at that. You were quirkless too? He asked as the man nodded. That's right, I too was born quirkless just like you. But now that you have your quirk, one that came about unnaturally, I'm nervous about what would happen if I give you this power. We still don't know the full lengths of your abilities. You already can climb walls, lift objects 100 times your own weight, turn invisible and can sense danger from any source. If I were to give you this power before you have a handle on your quirk, I don't know what would happen to you. For all we know, you could get an increase in power, or it might cause your quirk to become unstable and turn you into some kind of man-spider monster. Both had a strange image of a 6-armed man-spider monster with a spider's head and Izuku's green shaggy hair and freckles. They both shuddered at the thought. So, for the time being, I think we should master your own quirk before I give you One for All. But fear not, young man, you are worthy of this power. But your safety is also my concern, as both your master and teacher. He said as Izuku nodded. I understand, All Might, and honestly, I want to experiment more with my power anyway. If I'm to be honest, I have been having a little trouble controlling my strength since it showed, and I keep sticking to things randomly if I'm not calm and control. This morning I accidentally broke another alarm clock. I get the feeling I'm going to be breaking a lot of them before I can control my strength. He said as the man nodded. I agree, there is still much we don't know about your powers. And I need to re-evaluate my initial plan, incorporate your new abilities to fit the criteria. Also, we need to test out your spider sense further and help you control your ability to turn invisible. We may also want to investigate developing a fighting style to match your new abilities. I know some people that could help, but you should learn to control your powers before we go that far. He then smirked as he patted the boy on the shoulder. Still, it's hard to believe a spider bite gave you superpowers. Sounds like something out of a comic book, he said as Izuku nodded. Tell me about it. But the road to becoming a hero isn't an easy one, right? Izuku asked as he looked down at his hands and gripped his fists tight. All Might nodded in agreement. Nothing worth having come easy. Especially with One for All. So, for the next 10 months, until I feel you are ready, we'll be training and honing your quirk. I won't always be around due to my hero duties, but I promise you I will do my best to train you and help master it. He promised as Izuku nodded. Now, let's get back to it. I'll reorganize my plan, maybe even find a new location to train in once you get this place cleaned up. But I still want you to learn the meaning of being a hero by cleaning this place. It will also be a good way to teach you how to control your strength. And with your new strength, it shouldn't take you more than 5 months I reckon to get this place cleaned up. He said as Izuku smirked in another rare display of confidence. I'll get it all done in 4. He said as the man blinked before expanding to his hero size and patting the boy on the back with a healthy laugh. That's what I like to hear, young Midoriya. He bellowed with laughter as Izuku nodded. Now get to it. This trash ain't going to clean up itself. Yes sir. And so, began Izuku's first steps on the long path to becoming a hero. There would be many trials and tribulations that would be thrown his way, many choices he would have to make that would test his mettle and harden his soul. But it would all be worth it in the end, once the world would see the new hero on the horizon. One that would live up to and exceed All Might's expectations. He would become something truly amazing. The rustling of a camera could be heard as Izuku Midoriya appeared on the screen, a small recording icon blinking in the corner as Izuku set up the camera in his room. He then sat down in front of the camera as he coughed. Okay, where to start? Hi, my name is Izuku Midoriya. This is a series of documentation on my progress with my new spider quirk. This is just in case anything else develops. So far, I've gained the physical abilities of an average spider, plus a few other abilities such as a jumping spider's leg strength and the ability to camouflage myself. I still have trouble controlling the camo ability as it only seems to work when I get nervous. He tried to show off the ability, but all it appeared like he was doing was grunting. See, but I shouldn't be discouraged. All Might said that it will take time to control my powers, just like it would if I were to. Well, I can't say in case anyone finds this. He smiled as he then dug around for one of his new notebooks. In the meantime, I've decided to start a little side project and began investigating in creating webs. He showed him the notebook labeled Web Formula and opened the page to a series of chemical formulas and algorithms. See, I can't produce my own webbing, and if I could I'm glad I don't. But as I started learning more about my powers, it became apparent that I'm never going to be like All Might. I mean, I'll be a hero like him, but I'll probably not fight like him. His style of fighting is more brute force and speed. But my spider powers give me new advantages over villains. He held up the sketchbook of his powers. So, I decided to base my fighting abilities and my costume on that of a spider. During these 10 months, I'm going to be conducting experiments on my new quirk. Testing the limits and strength of my abilities. This should hopefully prepare me for the exam in 10 months. Thanks for the baseline test at UA. I have a rough idea of my powers, but I need to learn more. Unlike most people, I only just got my quirk. Thus, I'm at a disadvantage from everyone else that has had theirs since birth. He opened the sketchbook as he showed the new plan that he and All Might came up with. I'm also thinking of having him randomly attacking me with something, maybe a bean-bag gun, to help me train my spider sense. So far, the sense goes off and I react to it automatically. But I still want to test its limits. I thought it would be a good idea to make my own webs. I mean, what kind of spider hero can't use webs? He asked with a chuckle as he set the notepad down. Luckily the school's chemistry lab has all I need to conduct my experiments. And I can probably buy what I need online from one of those chemistry sets. No one ever really notices me there, so I can work in peace. First, I need to create the fluid, then I have to figure out a way to properly utilize them. He held up sketches of what looked like wrist-mounted shooters. I got the idea from a pro hero that has a quirk called Dart. It allows him to shoot darts out of his wrist but needs bracers to properly aim them. I figure if I can make a version of that, I can expand my arsenal and have more diversity with capture, rescue and mobility. He put the notepad down as he faced the camera. I'll admit building something like this seems complicated and will probably take a lot of time. He admitted before shrugging. But from what I understand, the road to becoming a hero isn't for the faintest of hearts. If I don't put 110% into everything I do, then I can't call myself a hero. He smiled as he reached over and switched the camera off. Spider experiment. Web fluid test 01 day 01. The camera turned on again as it showed Izuku in the school chemistry lab, after hours. He stood hunched over a beaker and test tube. Okay. Web fluid test 01 day 1, adding the bonding agent. He spoke into the camera as he tried to combine the chemicals into a useful fluid. He smiled as he added a chemical, only to frown when the fluid turned into nothing more than silly string. Great. If being a hero doesn't work out, I can go into the party business. He shut off the camera. Spider experiment. Web fluid test 08 day 05. Web experiment 08 day 05. Previous 7 experiments have been failures. But I think if I add this, it should create a stable web fluid. Izuku said as he carefully mixed in a solvent as he mixed the two chemicals. The chemicals began to react as bubbles began to rise from the beaker, a little too fast. Uh-oh. He tried to stop it, only for the chemical bubbles and spillover. No. He quickly grabbed the blanket and threw it over the beaker, rushing it to the hazardous bin and dumping it in. Okay, not that. The bin exploded with web-like strands as it leaked all over the floor. But progress. Spider experiment. Spider sense test 04 day 10. The camera turned on as Izuku could be seen carrying large and heavy junk from the beach to the car park. He was being careful not to drop any of it when his spider sense went off and he expertly dodged a bean bag being shot at him. He quickly managed to catch the items in midair, only for another bean bag to hit him square in the chest. Come on Midoriya, don't let your guard down. All Might yelled, holding a bean bag shotgun in his hand. A villain will strike at any moment, whether you're trying to disarm their weapon of mass destruction or trying to evacuate an innocent civilian. You have the advantage to sense that danger, but you have to react quicker. He instructed as Izuku nodded and turned to the camera. You know, even though this was my idea, I think he enjoys it a little too much. His spider sense went off as he dodged out of the way. Dodge. Spider experiment. Sudden development. Healing. Day 11. The camera rustled as Izuku appeared on the screen. Hey, just thought I'd make a quick little vid. So, you know how yesterday All Might was shooting me with bean bags? Well, I bruised, but when I woke up this morning, I found out that I have a healing factor. He showed a picture of his bruises from yesterday and then lifted his shirt to reveal clear skin. I think my body heals quicker than most. Not as fast as some of the regeneration quirks I've heard about, and I still have small bruised areas, but at least I'll be able to heal and help more people. So, chalking up healing, pro. Con, I get to be hit by more bean bags. He shut off the camera. Spider experiment. Invisibility test 03 day 12. Izuku appeared to be concentrating as he stood in the middle of the garbage pile. All Might was relaxing on a lawn chair, reading a newspaper and occasionally looking to his young protege. Anything? Izuku asked as All Might shook his head. Nope, still there. Damn it, he sighed before beginning his muttering. Okay, we know that it's triggered by a sudden reaction to stimuli. Maybe if we're able to replicate the same condition of that day, we'll be able to duplicate the same effect and blah 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 blah. Nonsense. Ah, pop. And just like that, he turned invisible, for roughly 3 seconds. Huh, that worked. Spider experiment. Web fluid experiment 27 day 14. Izuku was in his room as he poured the latest batch of his web fluid compound into a beaker. The chemicals appeared to be mixing rather well, until suddenly they burst into flames. Ah, he rushed across the room, grabbed a fire extinguisher and doused the whole thing in white foam. His desk now covered in white foam and ash, as he stared cautiously at the foam-covered vial. Before blasting it once more with the fire extinguisher. Spider experiment. Web fluid experiment 05 4 day 28. The camera started up as Izuku was at the dump of Dagoba, a new vial of milky white liquid in his hand as he turned back to the camera. Web experiment 05 4 day 28. I think I've got the formula down but have decided to conduct the experiments at the dump after experiment 27 accidentally ignited. He shuddered slightly when he remembered the scolding his mother gave him. He poked a metal stick into the vial as he pulled it out and revealed strands of spider-like webs as they pulled tightly on the metal. Izuku grinned at the result. So far it looks promising, but I want to test its effectiveness on a large test field. Now if I got this right it should create a web-like substance when I throw it, he noted before he looked over to the pile of garbage. He chucked the glass vial as it smashed into the metal, the chemicals reacting as it exploded in a large assortment of the spider-like web, covering the metal in its sticky substance and bonding it together. Izuku walked over as he placed metal pole into the webs and pulled, finding that the webs stuck strongly to the metal. Yes, Izuku cheered as threw his hands up in excitement. Woohoo, finally, okay, that's the one. He laughed as he clapped his hands in excitement and turned back to the camera. Okay, Web Fluid 054 is the one. Now I just got to figure out how to utilize it. He looked at the garbage, noting it was smaller now due to his time cleaning it up. Spider experiment. Invisibility test 42 day 44. The camera turned on as no one was on screen. It almost seemed as if the camera was turned on for no reason. Until suddenly one of the All Might figures started to rise and float in the air. Never fear. Why? For I am here. A mimicked voice of All Might called out before a small chuckle was heard and Izuku suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Surprise! I got the invisibility powers down. He smirked as he put the figure down. It took a while, but I found out that it's linked to my fear responses. If I think of something I'm afraid my body will react and turn me invisible. He turned invisible again and reappeared upside down on his ceiling. So now I can turn myself invisible whenever I want. He disappeared and reappeared on his chair. Of course, I can't maintain it forever. It takes up some of my stamina to fully maintain it, and sudden movements or actions will disperse it. The longest I've gone invisible is 15 minutes. He disappeared and reappeared on the side of his wall. But it's better than suddenly turning invisible whenever someone yells at me. Luckily, they haven't noticed it yet. The advantages of being a quirkless nobody. He disappeared again and reappeared on his bed. You know, I've noticed that I've started changing, and I don't mean the fact I have a quirk. Ever since the spider bit me I've been feeling more confident. Like I finally feel like I belong. Maybe because most of my life I felt like I didn't belong, like I was a nobody. To not know my purpose. I mean, yes, I wanted to be a hero since I was 4, but after being classified as quirkless, I kind of knew that that dream was impossible. But now that I have my quirk, I feel like I can fulfill my purpose. He looked down at his hands as he flexed them. Is this what it feels like? He seemed to more ask himself than the camera. It feels good. He shut off the camera to mull over his thoughts. Spider experiment. Web shooters version 01 day 60. The camera turned on as Izuku Midoriya was in his room, working on his web shooters. A bunch of electrical components and wires, he scavenged from the dump, lay scattered on his desk as well as books on electrical engineering and mathematics. A soldering iron in his hand, and welding goggles on his face, as he welded the electronics together. He looked back to the camera as he smiled. Okay, it's been roughly 2 months since the spider bite, and I've gotten 48% of the beach all cleared up. He showed the camera a picture of the partially cleaned beach. I should be able to make my quota on time with All Might. He's busy with heroics today, so I decided to take some junk, electrical components and parts one found at the dump and start working on my web shooters, after I made sure to disinfect all of them. Hey, they've been in a dump this whole time, you don't know what they could have, hygiene people. Izuku said as he showed him the schematics of his web shooters. It's taken me a long time to read up on electrical engineering, and I watched tons of YouTube videos and reference footage on similar items, as well as other factors to help me make my web shooters. It's hard, but I feel like it will be worth it once I get these babies working. Unbeknownst to him, somewhere in Japan, a pink-haired girl perked up when she somehow felt someone use her catchphrase. Now if I got this right, the web shooter's capsules should be able to hold enough web fluid for several hundred meters and keep them in a liquid state, before ejecting them and hardening when coming into contact with air and tension. By my calculation, the tensile strength should also be around 120 pounds per square millimeter, he explained as he loaded a cylindrical canister, filled with his web fluid, into the web shooter. Okay, web shooter version 01 day 60, moment of truth. He slowly reaches forward to press the eject button, only for it to spark and burn his fingertip. Ow, you mother! The contraption then burst into flames as he screeched. Ah, not again. He rushed over and used the fire extinguisher. Once again, his desk was covered in white foam and burnt ash. Izuku, was that the fire extinguisher again? His mother called out as Izuku panicked and turned invisible out of instinct. Don't you think about turning invisible, young man. Back the drawing board, the invisible boy said as he slumped his shoulders. Spider experiment. Web shooters version 05 day 72. Izuku was adjusting the circuitry in the web shooter as he went over the schematics again. Okay, if I bypass that, adjust the levels here, that should work. He put the soldering iron down and clipped in an adjusted web canister as it locked into place. Okay, here we go. Oh, wait, he placed on a pair of leather gloves as he adjusted the fingers. Just to be sure, he pressed the button as he hopped for a string of web to shoot out of the nozzle, only for nothing to happen. What the? He pressed the button again as the shooter didn't fire. What going on with it, gah? The device exploded, and a thick glob of web fluid slapped him in the face. Hum. His muffled voice cried out as web stuck to his face. He fell back out of his chair and into his All Might merchandise as he desperately tried to pull the webbing off his face with little result. He blindly reached around his room until he found a small Stanley knife and cut a breathing hole in the web. Gasp! He breathed in huge amounts of air as leaned over his desk. His breaths came out in pants as he took a moment to catch his breath. Okay, need to adjust that, and now I have to wait 3 hours until this stuff dissolves. His room became silent with nothing but the ticking of his clock. Note to self, make dissolving agent for emergencies. Spider experiment. Web shooters version 09 day 97. Izuku carefully inserted the newest version of his web canister into the web shooter, as if he was handling a dangerous object. He had learned from the previous times he tried making these things, and he won't end up with either webbing on his face or burnt skin. Or that one time the darn thing exploded the entire canister and stuck him to the side of the wall for 3 hours. A rather amusing sight his mother came back to. He slid the canister in place as he ducked under his desk and slowly inched his finger towards the pressure trigger. Please don't explode. Please don't explode. He pressed the button and feared the worst. Thwip. He peeked over the table as he stared at a thick coiled strand of spider-like web stretching from the shooter to the wall. Cautiously he leaned over and touched the strand, plucking it like a guitar string, as it resonated with a small hum. A small smile began to grow on his face as he stared at the result of months of hard work. Yes, woohoo, he suddenly yelled, doing a small backflip and standing on the ceiling. Izuku, are you using the fire extinguisher again? No mum, I just completed my web shooters. That's nice, honey. He looked back to the web shooters as he smiled at the progress he made after 3 months of hard work and experimentation. He had his creation, his tool to help him get one step closer to becoming a hero. He picked up the web shooters and admired their form. They were a tad bulky and appeared to be made from bits and pieces he found at the dump. But not even that could deter their beauty. He strapped them onto his wrist as he smirked. Now, for a test run. Spider experiment. Web shooters version 09 day 110. Izuku adjusted the camera focus, as he stood in front of the large pile of garbage at Dagoba Beach. A row of cans was lined up behind him, on the hood of a car, with his new web shooters strapped to his wrist. Okay, now that I've developed the web fluid and the web shooters, I decided to give them a test run at Dagoba Beach. He lifted his hands as he showed the web shooters strapped to his wrist, with what looked like an adjustment. I made a small adjustment last night by adding these pressure triggers to the base of my palm here. He pointed to the small pad at the base of his palm. I've designed it this way so that it requires only these 2 fingers to activate. He bent his middle and ringer finger down to his palm as they touched the trigger. So that I don't accidentally set them off when I make a fist or try to grab someone. I found that out last night, less said the better. He coughed into his palm as he stood upright. Right, now I've designed it so that I can control how much web I shoot out. If I want just a quick burst of webbing, I give it a tap like this. He spun around and tapped the triggers as a quick glob of web shot out and hit the can right off the hood and into the pile of garbage behind it. And, if I want a strand of web, I just hold down the trigger and, he held it down as a strand of web shot out and grabbed the can before he jerked his arm back and pulled it right towards him. I've also found that the elasticity on the web allows me to pull back with ease. This will open up new possibilities, like saving civilians, stabilizing structures and increasing mobility when I fight. He smirked at the mechanical devices on his wrist. I've also added this feature if I want a huge amount of webbing to restrain a target. He spun around, adjusted a switch on the shooters and shot out a huge glob of web that hit all the cans and stuck them to the garbage. I call it the impact web, but the downside is that 3 bursts are the limit before I have to reload. He ejected the cartridge, that sprung out like a clip and caught it in midair and held it up. When I get into UE I'm hoping to upgrade them to incorporate more webbing and maybe slim it down. Because as it is right now, they're a tad bulky and I want to add different web functions. But as they are now, they'll do. He smiled at the web shooters as he felt a feeling of pride in his chest. For now, let's see what they can do. Got 10 more days till the deadline, and I got a promise to keep. The camera shut off as it ended the first phase of his experiments. Dagobah Beach. All Might pulled up to the beach in his truck as he got out to check on his protege. He had been busy trying to balance keeping an eye on the boy, as well as perform his heroic duties that often took him a while. But the times he did he was very supportive of the young man, especially with how quickly he was getting the beach done. He wouldn't be surprised if he pulled up today and the beach would be cleaned by this point. So, it came as no surprise when he pulled up and found a pure white sand beach was present before him. A smirk growing on his face as he looked at the achievement his young protege had accomplished. See, he heard as he looked to his left as his protege was descending towards him while hanging upside down from a light post and holding on to a strand of what looked like spider webs. Told you I could get it done in 4 months, he said as All Might chuckled. I never doubted you could, and I see you finished your web shooters. He noted as Izuku held up the device. Yep, thanks to this and my new quirk, cleaning this beach was a cinch, he said as he flipped down and landed in front of him. But I wouldn't have gotten this far if it wasn't for you All Might, he said as the pro-hero chuckled. Modest to the end, that's what I like about you young Midoriya, he said as Izuku smiled at the praise. Well, now that this has been sorted, we can move on to the final phase, he said as Izuku nodded and stood more seriously. Young man, this power I'm about to give you is not to be used lightly. With it carries a huge weight, a huge responsibility. You've gotten stronger over these past 4 months, learned to master this strange new quirk that's been gifted to you. But also, more confident, I worry that you'll get too cocky and misuse this power, he said as Izuku shook his head. I won't misuse it, All Might. I would never do that. You've given me so much, helped me more than anyone else in my life. If I was to betray that trust, then I would give up being a hero and give this power back to you, he pledged as the skeletal man nodded. He then buffed up to his hero form and plucked a strand of hair from his head. Young Midoriya, you've come a long way, gained a power you were unfamiliar with, and worked endlessly to control it. There's a difference between something you were born with, out of luck, and something you earned through busting your ass. Your spider powers may have been a gift of luck, but you pushed yourself to master it, he said as Izuku stood taller and did his best to hold back the tears in his eyes. So, puff out your chest young man, you earned this fair and square. Now, he said as he held forth his hand, and said with the utmost serious voice. Eat this. Izuku stared at the golden strand of hair in the big man's hand, then back up to All Might as said, What? With pure and utter confusion written on his young face. You want me to eat your hair? Ha 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 ha. That face is hilarious. Of course, I want you to eat my hair, although it doesn't matter either way, so long as you took in something with my DNA. That's how this thing works. What were you thinking of? I don't know. A hand grasp, a transference of power, a shining light. Anything but that, it just doesn't seem right, he said as All Might raised an eyebrow. Didn't you get your powers from a spider bite? Just give me the hair, he begrudgingly said as he took the strand of hair and gave it a look of contempt, before placing it in his mouth and swallowing. He gagged a little as he forced it down his throat. Oh God, the spider bite wasn't even that bad. He coughed as he swallowed the strand. Okay, I swallowed it, now what? Well, what do you think a stomach does? It digests food, so it has to do the same with the strand of hair you just ate. All Might said as Izuku raised an eyebrow. Do you know this from experience? He asked as All Might seemed to pause and shiver for a moment. I'll take that as a yes. So, the highest concentration that gastric acid reaches in the stomach is 160 millimeters in the canaliculi. That's about 3 million times that of arterial blood, but almost exactly isotonic with other bodily fluids. The lowest pH of the secreted acid is 0.8, but the acid is diluted in the stomach lumen to a pH between 1 and 3. So, taking that into account, I'd say it would take about 3 hours, my boy. All Might cut him off. Boy, you sure do know a lot of facts, don't you? He asked as Izuku sighed. When you grew up as I did, the library is the best place for solace. He admitted as All Might nodded. So, what happens now? He asked. Well, now we get to the serious part. Teaching you how to control One for All. Before, my original plan was to make you into a suitable vessel within 10 months. With the projected end time being the day of the exam. But because of your new quirk, enhanced biology, and strength, we can now spend time adjusting you to its power. All Might said as Izuku nodded before he blinked. Wait, adjust, what do you mean by that? He asked as All Might started to scratch the back of his head. Well, to be honest, even though I've given you my power, you'd have no control over the output. Your limit would be either 0 or 100, with 100 almost certainly breaking your limbs. He said as Izuku blinked and processed this information. So, wait a minute. You were going to give me your power and then send me into the exam, before I learned how to control it? He asked incredulously, as the pro-hero chuckled nervously. Ah ha ha, ha, when you say it like that it does sound a little reckless. A little, Izuku questioned before he sighed. Although given how weak my body was before and the time it would have taken to get it into shape, I suppose I would be lucky to get it ready by the exam date. Plus, now that I have my quirk and a stronger body, I'll be able to do more in the exam than just using your power once, right? Exactly. The man grinned with a thumbs up. Now, seeing as it will take 3 hours for the hair to digest, I decided to take us to a new location. One I think will be suitable to accommodate your new web shooters and privacy to practice One for All. All Might said as Izuku raised a brow. Where? He asked as the man gestured for him to get in the pickup truck and drove away. Abandoned warehouse district. Izuku looked around in awe as he and All Might walked into a large warehouse. Although its interior was far cleaner than its exterior. The floor was clean, there were gym mats and reinforced punching bags strung about the place, and gymnastic equipment that looked brand new. Whoa, what is this place? Izuku asked in wonder as the pro-hero smirked. This, young Midoriya, was an old warehouse facility my predecessor and I used back in the day. I had it refurbished recently to have it ready to teach you how to control One for All. I figured it was probably best that we move your training to a more urban environment, to fully test your spider agility and teach you how to control One for All. All Might in his skinny form said as he and the young man walked around the warehouse. Whoa, this is awesome, All Might. This is the perfect place to fully test out my web shooters. He noted as he adjusted his shooters, jumped up, and shot a line up to the ceiling. He then hung upside down like a spider as he quickly adjusted to the equilibrium. That's good to hear, young Midoriya. But I should caution you not to get too attached to support items. Many a hero had relied on them too much and found themselves at disadvantages if they're damaged or taken away. All Might advised as Izuku nodded. I understand, All Might, but I can't help but feel a sense of pride, I think, about making these myself. Do you know? He asked as the man stared at the boy before nodding. I understand. Just heed my warning and use all of your skills, and not just what works the most. Anywho, it has been about 3 hours now since you ate my hair. Izuku blanched at this as his face turned a little green. Ugh. Don't remind me. Which means One for All will have been transferred into you, he said as Izuku flipped back down and stood in front of him. By the way, you never really explained how it works. If you've transferred the quirk to me, what will happen to you? He asked, having long since questioned the nature of One for All. I guess I haven't. Well, for starters, the quirk is yours. This means that you now have the power to give that power to anyone else, should you choose. As for me, I have only a portion left inside of me, residual embers you would say. So long as I don't overuse my time, I can continue harrowing for a year, 2 at most, if I am not pushed to my limits. He explained as Izuku absorbed this information. So, because of me, you'll no longer be the number 1 hero? He asked as small amounts of dread and guilt began to build. Until All Might placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Young Midoriya, this was going to happen either way, either you or someone else would inherit One for All, and I would have to retire. In fact, with the way my body is now, I should have retired years ago. But don't worry, I still have some fight left in me. The symbol of peace isn't dead, not until it's time for the world to meet you. He assured as Izuku nodded, though guilt still weighed on him. Now, One for All is a stockpiling power that has collected the power of 7 other uses, 8 now that has been transferred to you. The blowback from using it the first time will be hard, but with your stronger body now and healing factor, the damage should be minimalized. He guided the boy over to a large column of metal that was placed at the center of the room. Now, I want you to hit it using 100% of One for All. He instructed as Izuku raised an eyebrow. This will give you a feeling for what 100% will be like. That way you can learn to lower it down to a manageable level until you attain full control of One for All. All Might explained as Izuku nodded. Ah, I see, he said as he turned back to the sheet of metal. So, how do I? He asked as All Might smirked. Well, when you use One for All, you have to concentrate, summon the energy inside of you. He suddenly bulked up to his heroic form. Pull your arm back, clench your butt cheeks tight. Clench my butt cheeks, and yell from the top of your lungs, smash. He threw his fist up in example as he released a powerful gust of wind from his fist. Izuku had to cling to the floor to stop himself from being thrown away. Luckily it wasn't too powerful and didn't blow a hole in the roof. But it was still impressive from the number 1 hero. See, he said as Izuku nodded. Okay. He got into position, remembering the small punching lesson from 4 months ago. Shoulders square, dominate foot behind, twist the hips, squeeze my butt cheeks. Red energy crawled across his skin as his tracksuit sleeve ripped from the pressure. And scream at the top of my lungs. He twisted his body forward, throwing his fist, and screamed at the top of his lungs. Smash. The moment his fist met the metal slab, it instantly bent inward and exploded out the back with a violent tendency. The metal slab then flew backward and slammed into the wall of the warehouse. If not for its heavy weight and the warehouse's reinforced structure, it would have torn right through and into the ocean outside. The metal slab then fell to the floor with an audible clunk as All Might stared with a grin at the power. Izuku stared as well, completely awed by the vast difference his enhanced punch was compared to that of One for All's. That was until he felt a sharp pain in his right arm and his brain finally registered the pain it was in. He looked to his right arm as the whole appendage was bright red, like a bad sunburn. He cried out in pain as he cradled his arm. Young Midoriya, All Might called out as he rushed to his ward. Young Midoriya, are you okay? How's your arm? He asked as Izuku grunted and held up his arm for the man to inspect it. It hurts. Like all the fibers in my arm were pulled at once. He groaned out in pain as the man inspected the arm. Doesn't look like anything's broken. It looks like your muscles took most of the damage, probably some muscular tearing. One for All put a lot of strain on your body, even though it's more durable than most. And once again, you two go and act recklessly before I even get here. An elderly voice called out as All Might and Izuku turned to see Recovery Girl walking towards them. a cross expression on her aged face as she stormed her way to the pair. Our recovery girl. I can explain, you see Ga. All Might barely managed to get out an excuse before she bopped her cane on the pro hero's head, forcing him back into his skinny form. There's no need to explain, you got overexcited, wanted to see what the boy could do, and proceeded without my guidance. Sigh, I swear one of these days you're going to give me an ulcer, both of you. She shouted as both shrunk down in fear. Now, let me have a proper look, she said as she looked at his arm and felt it. Much to the pain of Izuku. Definitely muscular tearing, bone seems to have held up. Maybe due to your new durability. She questioned herself as she examined the arm. We also discovered he has a healing factor, All Might said as she looked at him. And how did you discover that? She asked with a hint of danger in her voice. To which the pro hero swallowed his saliva in fear with an audible gulp. As I thought. Tell me, young man, she asked as Izuku looked at her. How quick is this healing factor of yours? She asked. Well, I had bruises that healed up in a few hours. And cuts seemed to heal up instantly overnight, with no scarring. He listed as she nodded and looked over his arm. I see, can you move your fingers? She asked as he managed to wiggle them, albeit painfully as he nodded. Okay, she said and then stretched out her lips and placed them on the arm. Green aura then surrounded the boy's arm as the red skin rapidly faded, much faster than Recovery Girl expected as in a matter of seconds the arm was fully healed. Whoa, Izuku said as he held up his healed arm. That's amazing, my arm's all healed up, he said as he jumped to his feet and swung his arm around and tested it. Thank you, he said as she blinked. That shouldn't have been that quick, she said as he paused. How are you feeling? She asked as he raised an eyebrow and looked down at himself. Fine, I guess. Why? He asked. My quirk speeds up the natural healing process of the body, depending on the severity, a minute or less. But I've rarely seen it heal that quickly. And my quirk is not without its tax. It uses your stamina to speed up recovery. Yet you're telling me you feel fine? She asked as he nodded. Ah, yes, he said as she stared before sighing. This quirk of yours is getting stranger by the minute. But in any case, knowing that your quirk also heals you is a relief. But don't be doing reckless things to test it. She suddenly snapped as Izuku stood straight in attention. Just because you can heal from injuries, doesn't mean you can heal every injury. She warned as he nodded. Now, I need to get back to UA. If anything else comes up, alert me immediately. There is still much we don't know about your quirk and I want you to be cautious. She advised as he nodded, and she left the warehouse. Well, that's good to know, All Might said as he nursed the bump on his head. So, given all that, tell me how it felt to you. What did it feel like using one for all at full throttle? He asked as Izuku tried to recall the sensation he felt. It was kind of like, buzz or ka-pow. Or, ah, I got it. It was like putting an egg in the microwave and watching it explode. He surmised as All Might burst out laughing with blood shooting out of his mouth. That's a pretty lame kid, but whatever, he said as Izuku blushed slightly from embarrassment. But now that you've got a feel for it, we can spend the rest of the time learning how to control the power level. Or in your case, lower the watts in the microwave and trying not to explode the egg. He said as Izuku nodded. Much like his spider powers, he had to figure them out. Well, being a hero isn't easy, right? He said as All Might nodded. Indeed, but I reckon we can get you to control 25% before the exam starts. That will give you a huge advantage over the competition. But I also realize that you don't exactly have a fighting style, do you? He asked as Izuku shook his head. I was thinking of copying your moves. Use one for all like you do. He asked as All Might shook his head. That's not always a good thing. Sure, you can learn from me. But your quirk gives you advantages that I don't have. Your spider sense warns you of danger, your body moves more acrobatically than I can, and those web shooters offer more options than my fists. The thing I'm trying to say is that I can help learn how to control it, but I can't tell you how to do it. One for all is a unique power, each user before has used it differently and in conjunction with their quirk. I didn't have a quirk, but my master and her master before her used it with their own. Some things you'll have to figure out on your own, and others you have to learn by hand. All Might said as Izuku nodded. So, while we learn how to control One for All, you'll also be learning to find your way. You can look up to me and follow my example, but you need to be the hero you are, not the hero I am. He wisely said as Izuku processed this, then nodded. I understand, All Might. I won't let you down. He promised as the man smiled. Good, now, let's get practicing. I might have a friend I can contact to acquire some training equipment. But for now, let's do some physical practice. He suddenly bulked up and grinned at the boy. Ready to learn from the best, young Midoriya. He bellowed as Izuku smirked. I was born ready. He got ready to train as master and apprentice trained to harness the power of One for All. Spider Experiment. Swing Test 01 Day 127. The camera turned on as Izuku adjusted the camera, while he stood on the roof of the warehouse. The warehouse itself was located at a dock not far from the beach. Cranes and other abandoned machines decorated the abandoned port as Izuku waved to the camera. Okay, it's been a little while, and training with All Might has been going well. I've been training now to harness the power of my quirk, which I recently learned can increase my strength. He had to lie on the footage about One for All, in case anyone ever found it and discovered his secret. All Might said he knows a friend on an island that can procure us something called hard light training holograms. A state-of-the-art training simulator that can produce hard light opponents to spare with. Last I heard the tech was still in development, but All Might said he knew the man developing them. But they won't be ready for 3 months at least. So instead, we've been focusing on hand-to-hand combat. And meanwhile, I decided this place would be the perfect environment to test the full application of my web shooters. He stood back to the edge of the building. Now I've proved they are good for capture, reinforcing weak structures, or rescuing civilians. But the beach was hardly the right place to test the mobility of them. But here, with the defunct cranes and tall structures, I can fully test out my babies. Again, a pink-haired girl felt that someone was using her catchphrase. Now, the first test will be a simple swing from one end of this roof to the other end. Then work from going from one roof to the another, then maneuvering mid-swing. He pointed to the other end of the roof and then to the others. I've set up more cameras to fully capture the test, this way I'll be able to see what I did wrong and correct it for next time. He explained as he clapped his hands. Okay, let's do this. He pumped himself up as he began the test. He got up on a set of crates and scaffolding as he stood tall on the roof. He then looked up to the crane and fired a strand of web. He gave the web a few tugs to make sure it was secure. With a breath and making sure he had enough line, he took his first step off the crates and swung on his web. Only to fall flat on his face with a solid thud. Oof, he cried out as he hit the concrete roof. Turns out the web was a bit too long and he didn't judge the distance to the ground well and ended up eating gravel instead. Okay, too long. Spider Experiment. Swing Test 02 Day 127 Fast Forward. Izuku stood on top of the crates again and shot the web up to the crane. He tugged the line, nodded then jumped again, only to dangle off the ground, swinging back and forth like a pendulum. Too short. Spider Experiment. Swing Test 03 Day 127 Fast Forward. Izuku shot another line as he swung on the web, his feet running across the ground as he built up speed and swung to the other side of the roof, only to accidentally let go and fall of the roof. Ah! A loud crash was heard as he landed in a pile of garbage down below. Okay. His voice called out. Don't let go, he groaned from over the ledge. Spider Experiment. Swing Test 04 Day 128 Fast Forward. A determined Izuku shot his web, checked the line, and swung as he successfully swung past the camera. Yes, he yelled passing the camera until the momentum swung him back towards the crates. No, and he smashed into the crates. Ow. Spider Experiment. Swing Test 05 Day 128 Fast Forward. Izuku shot his web, swung across the roof and shot another line, and swung past the camera. Woo-hoo, he yelled as he swung across the other roof. But the wind was so strong against him he couldn't see properly, and he swung straight towards an old billboard sign. "Ah!" he screamed as he came barreling towards a large billboard sign and slammed into the old advertisement. Which ironically was an old billboard selling car windshields. He remained there like a bug on a windshield. "That's just insulting," he groaned as he remained stuck to the billboard. Spider Experiment. Swing Test Intermission. Day 130 Fast Forward. Izuku was in his room as he looked at the camera. "Okay, so I learned something while swinging, wind resistance. When I swing on the web I'm fighting against the wind, which makes it very difficult to see. And if I can't see where I'm swinging," footage of him face planting the sign showed on his computer as he nodded. "That happens," he then smiled. "Luckily, I've found a solution to that." He brought up a pair of goggles that were oddly designed with sharp-looking eyes and what looked like shutter lenses. All Might managed to get a hold of these special goggles that will help to combat wind resistance. They apparently will also help me control my senses, as there are people with heightened senses Quirk like mine. Which should help me focus. I also learned that my Spidey sense makes it easier to swing as I just instinctively know where I am aiming. "Cool, right?" he asked before he frowned. "The only other problem I found though, was bugs," he grimaced as he suddenly started spitting in bad memory. "Yeah, turns out while swinging, bugs will fly into my face. Which is why I have," he reached down and pulled out a black balaclava with 2 eye holes. It should help to stop bugs from flying into my mouth. Combine that with these goggles." He placed them on a mannequin head he found at the dump and started sewing them together. "And these will help me control my powers," he finished up as he admired his work. Now, he pulled the mask over his head as he adjusted the mask, before turning back to the camera and the shutter eyes moved like they were his real eyes. "Let's give them a test drive." He then looked to the clock and noticed how late it was. Tomorrow. Spider Experiment. Swing Test 06 Day 131 Fast Forward. He started to get the hang of it as he swung across the rooftops, using his second web shooter to pull himself away from the billboard sign. He quickly started to get the hang of it as he swung around the abandoned docks. His eye lenses adjusting with him as he swung with more ease. He flipped in the air as he felt weightless, before shooting another line and swinging again. "Woohoo!" he yelled as he swung with improved grace compared to last time. He felt a sense of freedom and excitement he had never felt before. A feeling that he just couldn't describe, and he couldn't get enough of it. "Woohoo!" He shot another line and swung, flipping and somersaulting in the air as he utilized his skill and instinct into every swing. He flipped up in the air before landing on the edge of the rooftop. Pulling off the mask he smiled as he looked around at his progress. "That was awesome," he said before his face started to frown. But, he looked around at the warehouse that was only 24 meters in height. These warehouses don't offer the full range I need to test out the web shooters. Sure, I've gotten swinging down in low environments, but compared to the high rises in the city, I need a better test. He looked towards the city as an idea formed in his head. "What? No, I can't do that. It's illegal. I could get into serious trouble with the police if they catch me swinging through the city. I could lose my chance at going to UA if they caught me." He instantly thought as he shut down that idea. "Although, I can turn invisible, and I just need a quick test of the aerodynamics in a metropolitan environment." He pondered. "But still, would I be willing to bend the rules, just to test out my web shooters?" He asked himself as he looked down at his mask in his hands and stared at his reflection in the lenses. "Then again, if I don't try 110% in everything I do, I can't rightfully call myself a hero, now can I?" He asked himself as he sighed. He looked around to make sure no one was listening, not even All Might as he crouched in front of the camera. "Okay, this might get me in trouble. But it will only be for one night only and just to prove my theory. I'm going to the top of the tallest building and swing across one block to test my web shooters. I can only remain invisible for 15 minutes, so that should give me enough time to do a quick test then make it back home. What could go wrong?" He shut off the camera as the screen went dark. Spider Experiment. Untitled. Day 132. The camera turned on as Izuku Midoriya sat in front of his desk. His face had small bandages, His hair was messy and small bruises lined his face. So, he spoke as he rubbed a hand on his neck. I nearly destroyed my hero career before it even started, he admitted as he rubbed his neck. But it's not what you think, he quickly said. No one saw me swinging across town and I didn't get caught, he explained. Well, I had to explain to All Might what happened, and let's just say, he wasn't impressed. He rubbed his arm in shame. All Might managed to smooth things with the cops, and they won't press charges for vigilantism, seeing the situation I was in. But he says I'm lucky I'm not in the slammer right now. And now, Mum knows too. I had to tell her my secret relationship with All Might, the truth about my quirk, everything. Leaned back into his seat as he rubbed his face. I nearly messed everything up. He leaned forward on his desk and rubbed his hands over his face. He peeked an eye through his fingers as he stared at the camera. And you want to know why this all happened? Well, he turned around and moved out of the way of the camera. Because of her. There lying on his bed and wrapped up in his blanket was a small girl. She had bluish off-white hair that was messy and unkempt, parted in the middle of her forehead. The length was almost reaching down to her waist. She had soft pale skin, and even though they were closed, she had innocent red eyes. Her arms were bandaged and over her body was one of his All Might shirts that made her look adorable. The most notable feature was the long brown horn growing out of the right side of her forehead. She bundled herself up further in the All Might blanket as she whimpered slightly before Izuku placed a comforting hand on her head and she seemed to ease into. He smiled softly at her as he rubbed a hand through her now clean hair. You want to know how this all started? He asked the camera as without taking his hand off her head. Well, I'll tell you. It started like everything else that happens in my life. He looked back with a small determined look on his face. Night fell over the city as the sun dimmed and the building lights illuminated the darkness with their neon glow. The nightlife brought few out into the streets, but still enough for the hustle and bustle that was life in the city. Amongst the crowd was a young man, dressed in black sweatpants, black shoes to replace his iconic red, and a black jacket over a dark green hoodie. His face was marred by shadow as he nonchalantly walked among the people. His green eyes turned upward to the tallest building, as he mentally prepared himself and made his way towards the structure. Izuku Midoriya, a boy that was bitten by a radioactive generically altered spider, was about to do something he never would have considered doing in his life. Bend the law. See, over the past 4.5 months, Izuku had been working and developing a device called a web shooters to work in conjuncture with his new spider quirk. The initial tests at the warehouse were promising and showed their diverse practicality. But Izuku felt they needed a bigger test run, something the warehouse could not provide, and that required him to go into the city to fully test them out. Now, normally Izuku would be hard-pressed to break the law, other than to save someone else's life, but he felt he had to do this. He couldn't rationally explain why he was doing this. Maybe the spider bite had altered his personality somehow, making him more confident than he was before. Maybe the feeling of power made him want to prove himself more after being useless for most of his life. Or maybe it was that rare rebellious teenage thing he heard about. Whatever it was too late to stop now. Too late to go back now, he thought to himself as he snuck into the fire escape of the tallest building. He subtly made sure to avoid the security cameras as his body was shrouded in his invisibility. Until finally he made it to the roof and decloaked. After making sure there were no cameras on the roof, he pulled out his gear. The web shooters, a utility belt with spare web cartridges, his improvised mask, and black gloves. The last one was so he didn't leave fingerprints for cops. Geez, I almost sound like a cat burglar with this stuff, he thought to himself as he strapped the shooters on. Making sure they were secure, he clipped the belt to his waist and put the mask on his head. He left it partially off until he felt ready. He looked down to the bustling city below as he felt a twinge of nervousness and regret, as his invisibility fluctuated in response. You know, maybe this is a bad idea, he thought to himself as he felt the urge to turn back. But no one ever said the path would be easy. He got up on the edge and clung to the side of the building. The cold wind swept across the skyscraper as Izuku gripped tightly to the concrete edge. He took this moment to rationalize his actions. If he jumped, he could risk everything he had worked so hard for. His life, his chance to become a hero, everything on a simple test that he could just wait to conduct at UA. Would it truly be worth risking it all on a stupid test? But then again, the acceptance rate at UA was infamous for being so low and the difficulty rate so high his chances of success were limited, even with All Might's powers. Would he even pass at all? Don't think, he thought to himself as he leaned back, and with a calming breath pulled the mask over his face. Just jump. And with that he jumped off the building. Small bits of concrete clung to his fingertips as the last bit of nervousness carried with him. And then he fell, plummeting towards the ground at high speed. The whole world was turned upside down as fell towards the earth. His invisibility fluctuated as he plummeted to the ground and he for a moment felt he was going to die. Until he remembered his web shooters and fired 2 lines of web into the air. The strands of web trailed off as for a moment he felt fear that he missed and would now be nothing more than a stain on the ground. Until the webs went taut and he swung away from busy streets. He took a moment to admire the city lights as he swung high into the air. A small smile on his face as he felt a sudden rush of adrenaline and excitement as he swung through the city. This awesome, he thought as he swung high above the streets. I've never felt anything like this. Holy cow. He noticed his reflection in the glass skyscrapers as the people in the building hadn't noticed him yet, but they were starting to turn. Oh shit, that's right, invisible, turn invisible. His body disappeared from view as he continued to swing through the city. Phew, that was close, he thought to himself as he swung across the streets. All right, just need to hold it until downtown, then I find an alleyway and make it to the train station. Izuku thought to himself as he continued to swing, using the buildings to build momentum and almost fly across the streets. He flipped in the air, somersaulted and performed great acrobatic feats as he fully tested the applications of his web shooters. Still, this is pretty awesome. Is this what All Might feels all the time? He asked himself as he held in the urge to cry out in excitement. After roughly 10 minutes he made it downtown and he landed on a deserted rooftop. His body returned to normal as he looked around for anyone and sighed in relief when no one was around. He pulled his mask off his face as he took in multiple breaths to calm down his racing heart. That was amazing, wish I could have recorded that. He breathed out before he released a calming breath. Okay, need to get back home. Mum will start to get worried if I don't get home right away. Crash. Suddenly he heard a small crash in the alleyway as he turned his head towards the sound. What the? He asked himself as he made his way to the alley. He looked around the deserted alley until he heard more sounds coming from further in. He crawled down the walls of the alleyway as he followed the sound. He crept along the walls as he soon came across the source of the sound. There at the dead end of the alleyway was a small girl no older than maybe 5 or 6 years old. She had long bluish-white hair with red eyes, pale skin, and a long light yellow-brown horn on the right side of her head. She was wearing a plain, short-sleeved dress, which was a dirty and a pale tan color. Bandages were wrapped around both her arms and legs, stopping at her wrists and ankles. A child, he asked himself as she seemed to be desperately trying to find somewhere to hide or escape. Suddenly he heard footsteps coming from the other side of the alley as several men dressed like thugs walked towards the girl who turned in fright. Ah, there you are. We were so worried about you. One of them said mockingly as they sauntered over to her. Who the heck are these guys? Izuku asked himself as he watched the thuggish-looking men walk towards her. That wasn't very nice of you, running away like this. You know how mad Kai will be when he finds out, he said as they drew closer. The small girl pressed her back against the wall as tears began to form in her eyes. Something that made Izuku very angry. Please, no, she whimpered as they drew closer. I don't want to go back. Izuku watched angrily as they drew closer to the girl. He wanted to go down there and stop them, make them leave her alone. But he knew he shouldn't do that and instead go find the police, another hero, or anyone to save her. But he just couldn't do that, he couldn't just leave her to these men. He had already been in trouble once with interfering in hero work. Not to mention he was using his quirk without a license and no supervision. What would happen if he did it again? No, no, she cried out as they grabbed her by the arm. Come on, you little brat. The man yelled as he pulled her arm. She continued to struggle as they pulled her away. Please, someone, help. That was it. That one cry for help. That was all he needed to make up his mind. He pulled his mask over his face as he glared at the men and his body disappeared. Stop your whining. Don't make this any harder than it has to. Thwip. Suddenly they heard a strange noise, as a strand of web shot from the darkness and latched onto one of the men and pulled him into the shadows. His screams caused the others to turn back to the alley as their ally disappeared. His screams suddenly silenced as quiet filled the alley. Shin, where are you? One of the thugs yelled as they looked for the man. The men looked around as they searched for their comrade until his body fell from the shadows covered in a web-like cocoon, and he dangled above them. Shin. Their ringleader growled as a bone-like spike grew out of his body. The young girl looked up in stunned silence before she was shoved into the garbage. All right, where are you? He yelled out as the other men activated their quirks. One man's finger shifted into gun-like barrels, while another held balls of fire in his hand. Another shed his coat to reveal bulked-up muscles with bone-like plating on his arms, while another sparked electricity from his fingertips. Izuku watched from the shadows as he analyzed each man's quirk. A bone manipulator, a gun user, a pyromancer, a strength enhancer, and an electric conductor. 4 emitters and 1 heteromorphic class. I should take the one with the gun barrels first, can't let him draw attention to cops or heroes in the area. Then I need to deal with the pyromancer and electric user after that, limit their range abilities. The big guy will be tough, and I can't tell what the bone guy's deal is. Can he shoot them, or can he use them as blades? His analytical brain analyzing their quirks and coming up with multiple plans to deal with them. But most of all, I got to get them away from that girl. He thought as he sprang into action. He fired 2 shots from his web shooters as he jammed up the gun user's barrels with web. Gah, what the hell is this crap? He yelled before another web shot him in the leg and he was pulled and hung upside down above the alley. Izuku's fist collided with his face as he knocked out the man. Good thing I learned to pull my punches, otherwise I'd have killed him with that punch. Izuku thought to himself as he turned his attention back to the men that could see him now. Shit, there he is. The pyromancer yelled as he chucked a fireball at Izuku's position, only to miss as Izuku jumped out of the way and fired another web shot at the man, covering his face in the webs. The man yelled as he tried to pull the web off his face. Grr, that's it, where are you? The muscle-bound man yelled as he picked up trash cans and threw them. While the electric user shot bolts of lightning from his fingertips. Seeing no other choice, Izuku leapt from the shadows and fired his web shooter, snagging the wall behind them and pulling himself towards them. His feet collided with the large man as he sent the man flying back and into a wall. His spider sense went off again as he used his webs to grab the trash lid and used it to redirect the lighting blast from the thug. He then used his impact web to blast the electric user, as he was instantly pinned to the wall, knocking him out when his head collided with the brick wall. Landing on the alley floor, his spider sense instantly went off, as the big man roared and threw his fist at Izuku. But Izuku managed to dodge his fist as it collided with the concrete and created a small crater. The big man roared as he threw his fist wildly at the young man, who relied on his spider sense and training with all might to avoid his punches. Stay still, you twerp, and let me hit you. The man yelled as he tried to hit the boy. No way, have you ever been punched before? It seriously hurts. Izuku quipped as he dodged the man's fists. Did I just quip? Why did I quip? Must be the mask, he thought to himself as the man threw his fist only to have Izuku catch it and hold it back, causing the man to stare in shock. Here, let me show you. He then punched the man in the stomach, as the man's eyes widened, and he barfed up his breakfast then passed out. See, I told ya it would hurt. His spider sense instantly went off as he ducked under a bone-like shard that came flying towards him. He spun around to see the ringleader as more bone spike grew out of his body and he launched them at the young man. Izuku dodged and evaded them with ease, as he shot 2 quick strands of web at the man and grabbed his hands in the thick strands. He only had a second to register before he was pulled across the alley towards Izuku, who kicked him across the face and knocked him out with a single blow. "And stay down," Izuku said as he looked around at the unconscious thugs. "Okay, now where did?" He heard a can rustle as he looked over to see the frightened young girl as she hid behind a dumpster. "Ah, there you are. Are you all right? Did they hurt you?" he asked as he stepped towards her only for her to scuffle back further. "Whoa, easy there, I'm not going to hurt you," he said as she still crawled back in fear of him. "It's okay, I'm not a bad guy, why won't?" He paused for a moment before he realized. "Oh, the mask." He pulled the mask up to his forehead as he showed his face to her. "See, I'm just a regular guy," he said as she paused and looked at him. "It's just a mask, I'm not going to hurt you, I promise," he said gently, hoping to calm her. "I'm Izuku," he said, pointing to himself. "What's your name?" he asked as she looked at him cautiously. Eri," she said as Izuku smiled. "Eri, that's a nice name. Do you live near here?" he asked as she shook her head. "No." "What about family, do you have any family?" he asked as she paused, then shook her head. "No family." "Who were these guys, why were they after you?" he asked as she curled herself up in fear. "No, it's okay. You don't have to tell me, just come here, I'll get you somewhere safe," he said as he stretched his hand towards her, and she shuffled back in fear. He recoiled a little as he saw the fear in her eyes and wondered what these men had done to her to instill that fear. He worried that he wouldn't be able to help her when he remembered something as he smiled softly and took off one of his gloves. "Hey, it's okay, I know you're scared, and I don't blame you. But I promise you everything is going to be all right now, do you want to know why?" he asked as she shook her head, and he gave her a bright smile. "Because I'm here." His smile seemed to comfort her as he stretched out his hand to her. She started cautiously as she slowly reached out and took her hand in his and he closed it gently. She felt scared for a moment before she relished in the gentle embrace of his hand. Something she was unfamiliar with her entire life. Slowly she stepped forward as Izuku smiled at her reassuringly. She slowly stepped forward, before she latched herself on him and embraced him. Izuku was stunned for a moment before he wrapped his arms around the small girl. The small girl clung to him as he gently rubbed the back of her head in comfort. There, he said as he comforted her. "Everything is going to be okay," he said as he let her hold him for as long as she needed. Eventually, he had to let her go, despite the clinging grip she had. "Now," he said, placing his glove back on. "Let's get you out of here and—" Suddenly his head began to pound like a jackhammer as his spider sense went haywire. He pulled the mask over his face, just as the ground began to break and sharp spikes shot out of the earth. He managed to use his reflexes as he grabbed the girl and jumped high above the sharp concrete. He landed on the wall, clinging to the bricks with his grip until his spider sense went off again and he jumped away from more brick spikes that shot out from his last position. He soared in the air as Eri screamed in fright before Izuku shot a web line onto a clothesline and hung above the spike-riddled alley. He cursed as his spider sense directed him towards the source of the attacks. "What the hell is wrong with you? Who are you?" he demanded as a man emerged from the shadows. The man was pale with a narrow build and short, shaggy auburn hair parted to the right. His eyes were thin, with the irises small and gold and rather long lower eyelashes and small eyebrows. On his left ear were 3 beaded lobe piercings. He wore a black dress shirt with matching dress pants, a pale gray tie around his neck, and a belt with a long thin buckle around his waist. Over this, he wore a dark olive green bomber jacket with thick purple fur and white lace-up sneakers. His most noticeable features were the white surgical gloves he wore on his hands and the magenta plague mask he wears over his mouth, which was tipped and embroidered with gold. Eri stiffened in Izuku's grasp, something he instantly noticed before he turned his attention back to the man. What the hell is this guy's problem? He could have hit Eri with that attack. Is he a hero? No, I don't recognize him, and my spider sense is going haywire around him. Who the heck is this guy? He narrowed his gaze as he eyed the man. Whoever he is, I need to be careful, he surmised before he began to ask questions. What the hell is wrong with you? You could have hit Eri. Izuku demanded again as the man narrowed his gaze and almost seemed to glare at Eri. The girl trembled in his arms before the man appeared to have a more dignified expression on his beak-covered face. My apologizes, I thought you were one of these low-lifes that wanted to hurt Eri, he said in a way that rubbed Izuku the wrong way, but he shook it off as the strange man gestured to the unconscious thugs. I was merely overreacting to someone stranger approaching her. I'm sorry if I startled you, he said as Izuku glared behind his mask. Overreacting? Is this guy for real? He almost turned me and Eri into kebabs, he thought as he lowered himself down with his web, taking note of how much tighter Eri seemed to grip him. I'm guessing you know her, he asked as he kept holding onto the girl. You can say that. She's my daughter and she wandered off too far while playing a game. She tends to get carried away and hurt herself sometimes. Izuku's eyes narrowed at the emotionless way he said daughter like it wasn't even true to him. I thank you for protecting her from these hoodlums. But I'll be taking Eri back with me. She needs to come home now, he said as he gestured to the girl to come to him, only for her to shrink away in fear. Come along Eri, it's time to come home, he said as stretched his gloved hand to her. Izuku glared at the man as his spider sense continued to warn him of the absolute danger that man was. Please, she whispered into Izuku's ear, don't let him take me, she silently begged as Izuku's mask lenses widened and then glared at the man. Your daughter, she seems scared, Izuku said as he slowly wrapped his right arm tighter around her, while his left arm inched out of view. His left fingers inched close to the trigger of his web shooter, prepared for anything. Well, she knows she's going to be scolded for getting into trouble, the man tried to convince him as Izuku glared. Children will do anything to avoid being scolded. But these bandages, Izuku mentioned as he gestured to the small girl's arms and legs. They don't look like something you get while playing around, he accused as the man's gaze narrowed dangerously. She happens to fall a lot. She's quite a clumsy troublemaker, he reasoned, but both Izuku's spider sense and bullshit sense were going off. This much, and to the point, she's trembling right now. Not to mention the entire time she hasn't said a word to you. If I didn't know any better, his lenses narrowed into an almost intense glare. I'd say you're the one doing this to her. The man's eyes glared dangerously as his hand slowly inched towards his glove. That's a very rude thing to say, accusing a father of hurting his child. You don't know what you're saying, he said with a hint of venom in his voice. All I know is, a small girl is frightened. And if I look the other way, I'll never consider myself a hero. He glared back as the man grew increasingly annoyed. Boss, a small groan came from the ringleader as both eyes widened. Boss, Kai, watch out, this guy, he's dangerous, the man groaned out as he reached for him. Izuku's eyes snapped back to the man as both seemed to realize what had just been revealed. Boss, Kai, they work for him. Izuku freaked out as he held onto Eri tighter. Kai turned his glare down to the man as he sighed. Why couldn't you keep your mouth shut? He asked, and before Izuku could even stop him, he placed his hand on the man and he exploded in a large gore of blood. Izuku and Eri's eyes widened in terror as blood painted the alleyway from wall to wall. The man's hand hovered over the stain on the floor before he turned his attention back to Izuku and Eri, as he stood up to full height. Well, that was unpleasant. He spoke nonchalantly as he flexed his fingers. Now that the cat's been let out of the bag, how about we make a deal? Seeing as you managed to take out my boys, I'll make you a deal. Give me back Eri, and I promise to let you walk out of here with your life. He offered as Izuku glared. Why do you want Eri? Why is she so important to you? Izuku asked, still trembling slightly after watching a man be blown to pieces. That is none of your concern. All you need to know is that if you don't give her back to me, I can't promise you'll make it out of this alley alive. He said as Izuku held on to her tighter. Now, why don't you do the smart thing and hand her over? Not going to happen, Izuku countered as the man glared. Shame, Eri, if you don't come here right now, I will make sure there is nothing left of this boy to fit inside a Ziploc bag. You don't want to be responsible for another person's death, he said with accusation in his voice as Eri trembled and tears started to leak from her eyes. She looked to the dead thug's body, or what was left of it, as she looked back to Izuku as she feared the same result happening to him. The killer intent rolling off Kai made her know how serious he was. He was fully prepared to kill him, and he would remind her that it was her fault an innocent person was killed. She couldn't let that happen and knew she had no choice but to go back to him. But just as she was about to hop out of his arms, Izuku held onto her tighter and placed a comforting hand on the back of her head. She blinked in muted silence as he glared at Kai. "She's not going with you." Izuku glared as the man blinked. Izuku swallowed his fear as he decided to take a page out of Kachan's book. "I don't know who you think I am. But if you think I'm going to let Eri go with some child-abusing toucan-looking psychopath, then you've got another thing coming. So why don't take that glove, take your offer and shove it up to your big bird." He roared as he channeled his inner Kachan. Because a hero never turns his back on someone in need. Especially a crying child. Eri's eyes were wide as she felt something swell in her chest. A feeling she had never felt before. Hope. Kai growled as he removed his other glove and flexed his hands. "So be it." Izuku's spider sense instantly went off as he leaned his body back, just as Kai's hand came rushing towards his face. "So fast," Izuku exclaimed as he used his spider-enhanced leg strength to jump back from the man. Kai's hand slammed into the ground as it broke apart, suddenly reformed into sharp spikes, as they tried to piece the young man's body. The spikes grazed him as he did his best to avoid the spikes and keep Eri out of harm. He jumped up onto a wall, then off again, as it suddenly turned into spikes. He'd be Swiss cheese had he not jumped off a second earlier. "Holy crap, that was close," Izuku yelled out as he did his best to avoid the spikes. "Okay, let's think. Find out how his quirk works. He touches something, it explodes, but then reshapes. He must have some sort of quirk that allows him to alter matter. But there has to be a limit or a weakness." He analyzed as he jumped from wall to wall, avoiding the deadly spikes. His spider sense went off as Kai came rushing towards him on a pillar of altered stone. "Oh no, you don't." Izuku fired several shots of web as they flew at the man, causing him to avoid them and fall off the pillar, landing in the garbage. A fierce look crossed his face as Kai growled in annoyance. "You little," he growled out as he sent more spikes at him. Izuku still dodged and avoided them while holding Eri tight to his chest. Okay, so his quirk also gives him control over the terrain and extra mobility. Damn, this guy is tough. I can't beat him in this kind of environment. And I can't risk using one for all when I barely have control over it. I could go invisible, but I can't cloak her as well, and there's no way I'm leaving her behind. But," he looked up to the sky as he shot a line of web. "I don't need to fight him. I just need to get Eri out of here and into a public area. Then he'd have to deal with pro-heroes," he surmised as he pulled himself and Eri towards freedom. But suddenly large spikes shot out of the wall and closed the alley shut, severing the web line as Izuku and Eri began to fall towards more spikes. "No," he yelled as he shot another web line and pulled himself and Eri away from danger and into a non-terraformed section of the alley. His body slammed into the concrete as it splintered on impact and caused him to cry out in pain. He did manage to spare Eri any pain by shielding her with his body. But the look of fear on her face was still evident. He grunted in pain as he slowly stood back up. Small cuts of blood stained his tracksuit and one of the lenses on his mask was cracked. But he refused to give up as he slowly stood back up and faced the man that was walking towards him. "You have guts, and great reflexes, I'll give you that," Kai said as he walked towards them and soon stood over them. "But in the end, it's hopeless. You're no match for me, hero filth. So, give up Eri and I promise to make your death quick and painless." "What do you say?" he asked once more as Izuku looked to the small girl in his arms as she looked up to him with sadness and regret. But Izuku shook his head and then turned to the man. "Well, when you put it like that, web to the face." He shot a glob of web as it impacted against the man's face. He yelled through muffled rage, as Izuku quickly shot more webs and bound his arm and legs to the walls. He delivered a powerful punch as the man was momentarily stunned by the action. His mysophobia acted up from contact as hives broke out over his face. His body flew across the alley before it slammed into the back wall. Izuku then fired 2 impact webs from his wrists and restrained the man. But Izuku knew that those wouldn't hold him. Come on. That's not going to hold. He yelled as he grabbed Eri, shot a web line, and pulled himself out of the alley. Just as Kai disassembled the webs and sent a myriad of spikes after the boy. One of the spikes managed to clip Izuku's outer leg as he screamed in pain. He and Eri tumbled on the roof as they groaned in pain. Izuku gasped in pain as he held his right leg that was bleeding from a nasty cut. Damn it, he groaned, but he refused to stay down as he limped up. Come on, he told Eri as he picked her up. We got to keep moving. He told her as he aimed his web shooters only for nothing to come out. Damn it. Must be out of fluid. He reached for his spares clips, only to find the pouch containing the spares on his utility belt was gone. More than likely ripped off in the fight. Crap, got to do this the hard way, he told himself as he limped along the roof with the girl in his arms as tears streaked down her face. Don't worry, everything will be all right, I promise. He reassured her even as the small drops of blood leaked from the boy and guilt continued to build up in her chest. Please, stop, she wanted to tell him but couldn't say. Please stop, she silently cried as she was carried by her savior. I don't want you to die, not for me. Meanwhile, in the alley, Kai had become furious as he stood back up. Okay, I've just about had enough of this filthy spider freak. He growled as he created a stone pillar and jumped onto the roof. He marched along the roof, following a trail of blood as he tracked the boy that was starting to piss him off. Eventually, he found the boy, leaning on an air conditioning unit, as he held his ribs in pain, while his left hand kept Eri behind him. He almost chuckled at the sight. You know, in the 5 minutes I've known you, you have been a royal pain in my ass. Well, I am aiming to be a hero after all. So, if I tick you off, arg, then I'm doing something right. Izuku grunted as he held his ribs gingerly. TCH, are you kidding me? You're not even a real hero. You're just some kid that walked in on the place at the wrong time. Izuku shrugged his shoulders. That's my life story in a nutshell. But even so, I won't let you take her. He kept Eri behind her as Kai chuckled smugly. You think I'm not willing to hurt her? Look at her arms, the things I've done to her. I can pierce your bodies together and then put her back together like nothing. He told him as Izuku's glare hardened even further. And here I thought you couldn't get even more despicable. He retorted as Kai chuckled. No matter, this is the end for you, he said with a raised hand, but Izuku only chuckled as he shook his head. It doesn't matter what you do to me. So long as she gets out of here, I've done my job. He looked up as he smirked under his mask. Because that's what heroes do. He told him defiantly as Kai narrowed his eyes and prepared to end the boy's life. Izuku getting ready for anything as he prepared to sacrifice his life. Biwahahahahahaha. Suddenly they heard a familiar laugh as they looked to the sky. Everything will be all right. Why? A voice called out before a speeding object smashed into the rooftop. The dust was then blown away as all eyes widened and the man grinned. Because I am here. All Might. Izuku and Kai yelled out, one in awe and hope, while the other was in surprise and fear. The number 1 hero grinned as he showed a thumbs up to the boy. Are you all right, young man? Has this rapscallion been giving you trouble? All Might proclaimed, careful not to reveal his and Midoriya's connection. All Might, thank God you're here. That man's been trying to kill me all because of this girl. He quickly told the pro-hero as he pointed to the man. But be careful of his quirk. He can break down and reassemble anything he touches. I think he's been doing it to this little girl. He told the pro-hero as he nodded. I thank you for the information, young man. But fear not, this wannabe criminal is no match for the likes of me. All Might proclaimed, but still was cautious of the man. I thank you for the information, young Midoriya, but as soon as this is done you and I are going to have a long chat. He thought to himself as he stood before the man. Now, I think it would be best if you surrender, villain. All Might asked, demanded the man who looked as though he was face to face with the devil himself. All Might, what the hell is All Might doing here? Kai cursed at the sight of the number 1 hero. Shit, There's no way I can take on the #1 hero. Not without backup. But I can't let them take Eri from me. She's key to everything. Hell, I'm going to have to move the whole operation somewhere else to avoid All Might. He thought to himself. Damn it. No choice. I just need a distraction. He slammed his hand into the roof and sent long spikes towards him. And then take Eri back. He decided as the spikes rushed towards the hero. All Might. Izuku yelled out only for the hero to grin and pull his arm back, and the wind circled his fist. Detroit. He began to yell and sent his fist flying. Smash. The shockwave was enough to shatter the stone spikes to pieces, as Kai was nearly sent flying away from the air pressure alone. Izuku and Eri had to shield themselves from the wind force as Izuku held her close. Eyes were wide as there was a large hole in the spikes, leading right back to Kai, who looked back in fear. Damn it. So, this is the power of the symbol of peace. He asked himself as the pro-hero gave his trademark smirk. Now, All Might asked again, as he gripped his fist. How about that surrender? He asked as Kai cursed in anger and turned his glare to Izuku, the boy that had ruined everything. This is not over. Spider freak. He yelled and slammed his hand into the roof, creating more spikes to distract All Might, who easily destroyed them with another Detroit smash, and made his escape. I will have Eri back. Mark my words, he swore as he disappeared into the night. Damn. All Might cursed as he rushed to the ledge. But he was long gone. He got away. He is a sneaky one. He sighed before he turned back to Izuku. Are you okay there, young Midoriya? He asked as Izuku nodded. Now that you're here, I wasn't sure you got my message. He pulled the phone from behind his back as it showed a text to All Might with a pin to his location. Well, I figured you're not the one to accidentally send a spam text without a reason. And it's a good thing I was on patrol, otherwise, you'd be dead. His grin turned into a frown as he glared at the boy. Now, Izuku stiffened at the glare he was receiving. Do you want to explain what exactly you were doing out here, and why you're wearing that mask? He looked behind the boy to the small girl behind him. And who is this? Asked as Izuku lowered his head. It's complicated, he started as the man crossed his arms. Let me guess. You wanted to test out your web shooters in an urban environment, didn't you? Then you stumbled on that guy harming this young girl and decided to step in, despite the fact you are not legally authorized to do so, he asked as Izuku said nothing. Damn it, Midoriya, I never expected this kind of behavior from you. I knew you were reckless, but to put your potential career on the line for a simple test. What were you think? He scolded as the boy hung his head. I don't know. I guess I wasn't thinking. He admitted as the pro-hero sighed at his young protege. I can't say I'm not disappointed. What you did was reckless, foolish, and you could have gotten yourself killed. He chided the poor lad who hung his head, while Eri clutched to his pants leg slightly scared of the man. Sirens suddenly sounded as they both turned to see the familiar red and blue flash of the police. We'll discuss this later. For now, hand me your web shooters and mask. Can't have you being implicated in vigilantism. Just follow my lead and maybe we can salvage your future. He told the boy as he took the web shooters and mask from the lad and turned his back, making Izuku feel more ashamed than he did in his entire life. But, he said as Izuku looked up, I am proud of you. You followed your heart and did what you thought was right to save that girl. Another reason why I chose you. He told him as Izuku felt a little better. But don't think you're off the hook. You are going to be in so much trouble. Not just from me, but your mother as well. He started walking to the police who circled the area. Izuku smiled a little before dread came over him at the thought of his mother. Oh, crap. 1 hour later, Mustafa Hospital. Izuku sat in the spare medical room with Detective Tsukauchi, All Might and the police chief Kenji Suragame, a dog-headed man in a suit and black spotted tie, standing before him. They were going over the events of the last hour as Izuku explained, with All Might help, the events that transpired. Eri was in another room being looked over by Recovery Girl, which was difficult as she refused to let go of Izuku's hand. It only took for Izuku to promise her that he'd immediately be back after the interrogation that got her to calm down. As well as him giving her his mask and telling her it had special power to give her courage. Now, let's get this straight. You were walking home when you heard this girl, Eri, correct? Kenji asked as the boy nodded. Being threatened by some thugs. But instead of calling for help, you got yourself involved and attempted to take them on by yourself. He asked as Izuku nodded. Which is when All Might appeared and used a gadget he was testing to subdue the assailants. He went over the report as Izuku and All Might nodded. All Might had decided to claim that the web shooters were a gadget he was requested to test for a student. Not implausible, as some students often had their gear tested by pro heroes. Which was confirmed by the principal, who was alerted earlier for the cover story. This would hopefully cover up Izuku's involvement with getting into a fight with thugs and using his quirk without authorization. But his injuries and initial reports of disturbance were hard to justify and could not be overlooked. This part of the report sounds irregular. But we can't verify it, as your assailant had decided to take out his fellow criminals, for what reason we don't know. The chief said as when they went to arrest the thugs, they were already dead with concrete spikes piercing their torsos. So, I'm going to take All Might's word for it and believe him. The chief said before he laced his fingers. But you do understand, Mr. Midoriya, that what you did was illegal, correct? He asked. We can't have civilians using their quirk without proper authorization from the Hero Licensing Commission. If it wasn't for the fact that All Might praised your actions in helping this young child, you'd be facing a hefty sum of illegal fines and community service. He told the boy as he nodded. Still, I won't deny that what you did wasn't valiant and commemorate you for your good deed. So, we're going to let you off with a warning this time. But I never want to hear about you acting like a vigilante again, understand? Izuku nodded as the chief stood up. I'll leave the rest of the investigation to you, Tsukauchi. I need some coffee, the chief said as Tsukauchi nodded and left the room. All of them in relief. Not even a hero yet, and already you're causing problems with the police. You found a strange one, hey All Might. All Might nodded as he exploded in a cloud of steam and returned to his true form. Tell me about it. The kid's got guts, but I swear he's going to put me in an early grave. He joked as Izuku hung his head. As I said, I'm disappointed about how we got here, but not for what you did to save that young girl. Even if it was extremely reckless, he said as Izuku nodded. I know, and I promise you it won't happen again. But I just couldn't leave her behind, you understand, right? He asked as the pro-hero nodded. I understand, which makes me proud of you, my boy, and reaffirms my decision in choosing you, young man. All Might said as the boy smiled slightly until All Might grabbed his ear and twisted. But don't think you'll get out of this unpunished. Next time you won't have a small child as an excuse for reckless actions. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, I'm sorry, I promise. Just please stop twisting my ear. I need that, he cried out as Tsukauchi chuckled. Speaking of which, we should get back to her, you made a promise after all. He said as Izuku nodded and all three of them left the room to the infirmary. Midoriya hobbled a little on his leg. You going to be all right on that leg? He asked as the boy's thigh was wrapped in bandages. Yeah, the doctor said it wasn't too bad and my healing factor should have it fixed by the morning, Izuku said, even as he limped along with the others. Still, why were they so keen on obtaining this child? Izuku asked as they walked towards Eri's room. What made her so special? He asked as All Might thought for a moment. It's possible she possesses a unique quirk. There have been reported situations of children disappearing because they display unique and powerful quirks at a young age. Some would do anything to obtain these children and use them for their nefarious means. And judging from the scarring on her arms and legs, she may have been part of experimentation. All Might explained, having been aware of such illegal activates. He looked around to make sure no one was listening in. The spider, he whispered as the man shrugged. Possible, but she didn't display any of your abilities, so I doubt it was the same experiment. He said, but was no less disputing the theory. However, the man you faced didn't seem like a typical villain or thug. All Might noted as they neared the infirmary. He was adamant on getting young Eri back, no matter the cost. If that's the case, then what is her significance to him? Izuku asked as all of them pondered. Who knows, but the important thing is that he didn't get a good look at you, and you refrained from saying your name. So, he won't know who you are. But just in case, keep an eye out from strange activates. All Might said as Izuku nodded. From your description, I feel like I've heard about him from somewhere, and you're sure his name was Kai? Tsukauchi asked as Izuku nodded. I'll ask around the hero agencies in the area. I'm sure one of them is running an investigation that could help us ID him, Tsukauchi said as they opened the door. Eri sat on the medical bed, Izuku's mask held tightly in her hand, as Recovery Girl jotted down on a notepad. She was called in to look over the child as she was the most useful dealing with children and had the most expert on handling situations like this. As soon as the door opened and Eri spotted Izuku, she hopped down from the bed and latched herself into his waist. Whoa, Izuku stumbled as she held on tight. It's okay, I told you I'd be back. He reassured her as she nodded. The mask he gave her was still in her hand as she held it close. And see, I told you the mask had special powers, you were so brave while I was gone. He said as she nodded softly. So, Recovery Girl, what the prognosis? All Might asked. Recovery Girl sighed with a tired voice. In all the years I've dealt with child abuse victims, I still cannot fathom the cruelty that human beings can inflict on a small child. Especially one as innocent as her. She told the man as she set her clipboard down. Physically she's fine, but the scars on her arms and legs are not random, they're surgical, almost as if whoever was holding her was extracting something from her body. The number of them is disturbing. My God, All Might said as he clenched his fist. What kind of monster would hurt such an innocent child? He asked, wanting to take another swing at the man he met. Izuku himself wished he had used his full strength and bust the man's head open. That's not the only thing I found disturbing. She was also too calm when I injected her with the needle to take a blood sample, almost as if she was used to it. And when we ran her blood through the database, no matches came up. And I don't just mean her identity, but nothing on her parents or close relatives. It's almost as if she doesn't exist, she said as All Might and Tsukauchi blinked. How is that possible? Tsukauchi asked. Almost everyone nowadays is catalogued in the database. Heck, it should have at least told us who her parents are. He questioned as she shook her head. I believe given her circumstances she may have been from a less than the legal background. It's not unheard of for cases like this, but hard to erase that kind of data. Whoever she belonged to was either in on it, was paid off, or was silenced. She suggested as they all looked solemn at this. So, what will happen now? Izuku asked as he looked down at the quiet girl. In normal cases like this, missing children will be handed over to the foster care system. Either until her real parents turn up, or she's placed in a foster family. Tsukauchi said before Recovery Girl shook her head. I don't think that will be the best choice, she said as they turned to her. What do you mean? All Might asked as she gestured to Eri clinging to Izuku. Right now, I'm more concerned about her psychological health. It is unnatural for a child her age to be this emotionless. She rarely showed any emotion, until Midoriya walked into the room. Recovery Girl said as she listed her prognosis of the child. I believe if we put her into the foster care system, she would continue to stagnate emotionally. But, if we were to place her in Midoriya's care, then we may see an improvement in her stability. You want young Midoriya to adopt a child. He's too young for that and he has the exam to concentrate on. All Might said as Izuku nodded. Why yeah, I don't the first thing about raising kids. Heck, I'm still a kid myself. He exclaimed as she sighed shaking her head. I didn't mean for him to adopt her, but rather she be adopted into his family to live with him. She needs to be around someone she trusts and be in a nurturing environment. Midoriya is the only one she trusts right now, anyone else, and it would be detrimental to her recovery. She needs to recover slowly and seeing how closely attached she is to you now, prying her away wouldn't be healthy and it would be easier to know she will be in a good home. She told him as he looked at her. But if I take her in, I'll have to explain everything to my mom. What happened, how we got here, which means, he trailed off as All Might sighed. Which means I will have to tell her my secret, All Might said as Izuku hung his head. I'm sorry All Might, I didn't mean for this to happen. He apologized as the man shook his head. I know young Midoriya, your heart was in the right place, some things are just out of our control. He told the young man, but I hope you realize that there are consequences to your actions and keep it in mind the next time you do something reckless. He told him as Izuku nodded. I will. I can't promise it won't be reckless. But I'll keep it in mind. He told his mentor, who sighed. I guess that's the best I can hope for, he said as Recovery Girl nodded. Well, now that that has been settled, we should contact Mrs. Midoriya and organize this. We will have to create a new identity for her, in case those men are after her. She said as Tsukauchi nodded. I can organize the paperwork, but we should wait for his mother before we do anything. He said as Recovery Girl. And what about your father, would he be okay with this? She asked as Izuku shrugged. Don't know, I haven't seen or heard from him in years. Mum said he was doing work overseas, but I think he just walked out on us. So, I don't think it'd be a problem. Izuku told her as she nodded. I see, and your mother, do you think she'd be okay raising another child? She asked as Izuku was about to open his mouth when the door slammed open and a green-haired woman, with waterfall-like tears, burst into the room. All Might gagged on the blood rocketing out his mouth as the sudden entrance caused him to nearly have a heart attack. While Eri hid behind All Might's leg, startled at the crying woman. Izuku, Inko yelled as she rushed over to his son. Mum. He managed to yell before she grabbed hold of him and held him tight. Oh, my baby, I was so scared when the police called me. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? Oh, my sweet baby boy. She cried as she held his face and looked over his bandages. Oh, my baby, what did they do to you? She cried as she nearly soaked everyone in the room with her tears. Well, now we know where he gets the crying from, All Might deadpanned. Mrs. Midoriya, Tsukauchi said as he managed to draw her attention. I can assure you your son is fine, he was just involved in a little incident. But he's otherwise fine, he said as she calmed down. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. When I got the call, I got so worried, she said before turning to Izuku. What were you doing out there, Izuku, so late? How did you get into a fight? And she trailed off when she noticed the small girl at his side. And who is this? She asked as Izuku swallowed his fear and stood before her. Mum, there's something we need to talk about, he said as he rubbed the back of his head. See, I kind of was testing out my new web shooters in the city. What, Izuku, why would you do something like that? Don't you know how illegal it? I know, but things kind of got out of hand and I found Eri here, being attacked by thugs. He explained as he gestured to the girl who was hiding behind his leg. I fought them because I didn't want her to get hurt. Then it escalated and, now we kind of need to adopt her. He said quickly as the woman stared before blinking. What? She asked as Izuku sighed. See, the people that had her, they were doing bad stuff to her. I saved her and now she's kind of attached to me. See, the thing is, he trailed off, finding it hard to explain. What your son is trying to explain is that due to certain circumstances, this young child must be placed in your care. Recovery Girl said as she turned to her. This young child, Eri, was the subject of terrible abuse and needs a foster family. Your son has made an impression on her and it's my medical expertise that she be adopted into your family. And you are? Inko asked. Recovery Girl, I'm the one that did the examination on your son and confirmed he had a quirk. She said before continuing. Mrs. Midoriya, we realize that this is a difficult situation, and we fully understand if you reject this. But the case as your son is important to this girl, had he not saved her there is no telling what harm she may have continued to suffer. She explained as Inko looked between her, Izuku, and Eri. Mum, Izuku said as she turned to him. I know there's a lot I need to explain, there have been things I've hidden from you and I need to tell you things. Some stuff won't make sense, but, he looked down to Eri and placed a comforting hand on her head. Eri needs us, and I can't just abandon her. Not after everything she's been through. I'll do whatever I can to help, but please, she needs us. Because to her, I'm her hero. Inko looked at the sheer determination in her son's face and voice, as she recalled years ago when he asked her if he could be a hero. At the time she didn't support him and apologized for a hand that life had dealt him, and she had regretted it ever since. But now he was standing before her and asking her for something that seemed completely outrageous. She wasn't fully sure how she should respond. But when she looked at the small girl clinging to him like a lifeline, how on earth could any mother say no? She sighed before nodding. Okay, she said as Izuku brightened up. We'll adopt her, but starting from now you're going to tell me everything. No more secrets, and no more late-night experiments. Okay, she asked as he nodded. Okay, he said as she smiled. Good, besides, it'll be nice to have a daughter. She's certainly cute, she said as Eri peeked around his leg to look at her. Hello, I'm Inko, Izuku's mother, she said as she stretched her hand to her. It's very nice to meet you, she said as the girl looked at her and slowly took her hand, feeling the familiar warmth she felt with Izuku. Hello, she said as Inko smiled and brought the small girl into a hug, that startled Eri, but caused her to relax as she had never been held before like this. But it also felt familiar, as she barely remembered her mother and had vague memories of her. But still this feeling. It was nice. The others smiled as they were glad that Inko was warming up to the child, which would make things a whole lot easier. Now, Inko said as she looked to her son. Is there anything else I should know about? She asked as Izuku stiffened and started scratching the back of his head. Well, the thing is, for the past 4 months I've kind of been training with. I think I'll explain it, young Midoriya, Yagi said as Inko turned to him. Oh, I'm sorry I didn't notice you there. Who are you? She asked, as Toshinori grinned and steam started to roll his body before he exploded in a cloud of steam, and in his place stood the #1 hero in Japan, All Might. I am. The man exclaimed as Inko's eyes went wide. All Might, she screamed in shock as the man laughed his signature laugh. That's right, Mrs. Midoriya. You see, for the past 4 months I have been training your son in secret, helping him to master his new quirk, and I asked him not to reveal my secret. He flexed his arms in his automatic showboating nature. I know that this is a lot for you to take in, Mrs. Midoriya, and more Midoriya, and I must explain to you. But know that the reason I am training him is because I believe he is worthy to be my successor as the next symbol of peace. He explained as Inko stared with wide eyes. Mrs. Midoriya, Mum, Izuku asked before his mother's eyes rolled into the back of his head and she fainted. Mum, oh my god, you killed my mum. What? I didn't kill her. She just fainted. All Might stammered as both mentor and apprentice started arguing amongst themselves, while Eri tried to wake her up. The woman lying on the floor with foam coming out of her mouth and her eyes rolled into the back of her head. Recovery girl sighed as she shook her head. Idiot, she said before deciding to go and get a cup of coffee. Izuku's room. Spider Experiment. Untitled. Day 132. Izuku started onto the camera as he shrugged his shoulders. So, yeah, I had to explain everything to Mum. She was a little shaken up. But, after All Might explained everything about my new quirk, she started to understand. She didn't like the idea of not being told about the spider. But she understood, he said as avoiding telling the camera about One for All before he sighed. So, now for breaking the rules and nearly getting into trouble with the law. All Might and my mum decided that I needed to be punished. So, I'm grounded for the next month. No hero training, no spider experiments, no more All Might merchandise. Nothing, which honestly is the best I could have hoped for, he said as he shrugged his shoulders. Besides, I need this time to help Eri here get adjusted to living with us, he said as he stroked her hair and gave her a comforting smile. As of today, she is officially Eri Midoriya, my surrogate little sister and newest member of the family. He looked down at her as he smiled. I did something stupid, crazy, and nearly cost me my potential career as a hero, but honestly, if almost losing my hero career meant saving Ares from a terrible life, he looked back to the camera and smiled. Then I'd do it again in a heartbeat. After all, he smiled as he shrugged his shoulders. That's what heroes do. He smiled before he turned off the camera and the screen went dark. It had been roughly a week since Izuku rescued Eri from the man known as Kai Chisaki. They learned his name thanks to an ongoing investigation run by All Might's former sidekick, Sir Night-Eye. While annoyed that Midoriya stumbled onto the case, He was grateful that now they had a valid excuse and a warrant for his arrest. Child abduction and abuse were good cause to arrest. But by the time they raided the hideout, Kichisaki and his top lieutenants were long gone, leaving only a skeleton crew to distract them. They had found evidence that Kichisaki and his 8 precepts of death were partly responsible for the distribution of a new quirk-enhancing drug called Trigger. A drug designed to enhance the user's quirk factor beyond what was previously thought to be the extent. In the wrong hands, the drug could turn low-level criminals into dangerous threats. But now with the 8 precepts on the run, the distribution of the drug began to limit. While disappointing that Chisaki wasn't captured, it did ease the fact that because Kai and his gang were on the run, they wouldn't be after Eri anytime soon. Which put Izuku at ease, but he still kept his eye out. As for Eri, it was a bit of a struggle for her to adjust to a life outside of Kai's cruelty. From what they understood, the conditions of her home were bleak and depressing to say the less. The room she was kept in was small, dark and barely had any sort of child entertainment. It was almost as if she was just a product for them, to be used and harvested. To what end they still didn't know, as Kai had destroyed the servers and computers with his quirk, making it impossible to learn what his end goal was. So, for the time being, Izuku and Inko did their best to ease Eri into normal life. Although she refused to leave Izuku's side, so she had to stay in his room. At first, Izuku was willing to let her sleep in his bed, while he had a roll-out bed until a more permanent solution could be found. But in the morning, he would wake up with the small girl clutching his side. The sight alone made Izuku's heart squeeze. But aside from the curtness of it, it was obvious to both of them that the young girl was traumatized by what she went through, and suddenly being in a non-hostile environment would take some getting used to. So, she would seek out Izuku as an anchor, to help herself deal with the situation. Whatever Kai had done to her, had stripped her of nearly all of her emotions other than fear and guilt. Especially when they found that due to her circumstance, she never had a proper childhood or even learned how to smile. Something that had enraged All Might and Izuku. But they were all more than willing to help her overcome her fears and ease her into normality. Inko wanted to give her a good home and show her the affection she had been denied for so long. Part of it was she felt she had a second chance to do right where she had failed with her son long ago. Not that he blamed her. And Izuku's goal was to erase the darkness that had a hold on her heart. It's a good thing Mum got the school to agree to take some time off to help Eri. Otherwise, it'd be harder to help her adjust if I was at school all day, he said to himself as he looked over from his desk to the small child resting in his bed. After what she's been through, she's going to need all the help we can give. He thought before he sighed mentally. The only downside of this is that my training is on hold because I'm grounded. He thought as he closed his eyes and remembered the long and angry chat he had with his mother and All Might. I know what I did was wrong and illegal, but if I hadn't done it, what would have happened to Eri? Would she have been saved eventually or never? And if I didn't act, who knows what could have happened? He suddenly felt a tug on his shirt as Eri had reached out in her sleep and grabbed his shirt. He smiled softly as he patted her head affectionately, effectively calming her down. Still, it was totally worth it in the end, he thought as pulled the blanket more over her body and leaned back in his chair, a small chuckle exiting his throat. I still can't believe that one night in town and suddenly I have a little sister. Albeit not in a conventional way. I'm a big brother now. A pregnant pause filled the room before his eyes snapped open in realization. Oh crap, I'm a big brother. He sat up as he mulled the words over in his head. I'm a big brother. How the heck do you be a big brother? He snapped over to his computer as he started frantically typing and searching the web. Let's see. Big brother. How to be a big brother. 3 ways to be the best big brother. Nope. How not to mess them up. That doesn't help at all. Audiobooks, YouTube videos, an article, damn it. None of this help. He listed all the searches on his computer. He paused when he heard a soft groan and Eri sat up, as she held the edges of his blanket. Izuku, she asked as he turned to her. Why yeah, Eri, he asked as she looked down nervously. Can I have a glass of water? She asked as he blinked at the uneasiness of her request. Until he remembered about Kai and nodded. Sure thing, he said with a small smile as she hopped off the bed and grabbed his hand, then followed him into the kitchen. After giving her a glass of water, and an apple when her stomach growled, Izuku took her back to his room where he tucked her into the All Might blanket. "There, feel better?" he asked as she nodded. "Yes, sorry I disturbed you," she said as he shook his head. "There's nothing you need to apologize for. If you ever need something, don't hesitate to ask, okay? After all, he took a moment to say the words as he patted her head. Your big brother," he told her as she seemed conflicted about asking for stuff before she nodded and drifted off into sleep. "Good night, Eri." "Good night, Izuku," she said as she closed her eyes and fell asleep. He looked at her sleeping form before he smiled and brushed a hand through her hair. I guess being a big brother won't be so hard after all," he told himself as he promised himself he would always take care of her. "But I better buy one of those books." The next morning, Mastutafa shopping district. "Remind me again," Izuku asked as Eri wearing a green beanie to hide her horn, his mother, and All Might, in his true form, were walking around the Mastutafa shopping district. "Why are we here?" he asked, looking around at the many citizens and people walking around and shopping. "Well, even though Eri looks cute in your old clothes, I think it's important that we get her more age-appropriate and suitable clothes. I know you're a fan of All Might, Izuku. But she can't be wearing the same t-shirts for the rest of her life," Inko explained as she walked alongside her son. Eri held onto his hand for dear life, as she looked around in both awe and trepidation at the shopping district. "Okay, I get that. But why is he was cut off as All Might slapped a hand over his face. "Not out loud, kid," All Might hissed. "Call me by true name, Toshinori Yagi," he told him as Izuku nodded. "Smorf Alf Mihp, sorry All Might," he spoke through the hand before it was removed. "Okay, why is Mr. Yagi here?" That felt wrong to say. He muttered to himself as All Might shook his head and gestured for Inko to take Eri further along. Inko nodded as she took hold of Eri's hand to lead her away. Eri stared with concern before Izuku nodded to her and let her know it was okay. The two men then huddled closer to exchange a private conversation. Even though Chisaki's operations have been dismantled, that villain remains at large. At any moment he could try and retake Eri back by force. So far Eri has a new identity in the database, but we don't know how far-reaching his contacts could be. So, for the time being, I'll be accompanying you and your family," he whispered to him in a hushed tone as they walked behind Eri and Inko, making sure no one was around to eavesdrop. "But what about your hero duties?" he asked as All Might waved him off. "Relax, there are plenty of heroes at the moment, and I only really intervene when the situation is dire. Plus, I doubt they'd try anything brazen in daylight, with so many heroes on patrols, so she should be safe. So long as we keep an eye out. And Sir Night Eye searching for him," All Might told him as Izuku nodded. Izuku nodded as he remembered the documents that showed Eri Midoriya, the second child of the Midoriya residents. The only reason she didn't dye her hair a different color was it was not recommended or safe for children to dye their hair until puberty. Besides, they knew that Kai would come after her eventually. No matter what they did to hide her identity, fake name or not, he was coming for her. So, they may as well draw him to them. It was only a matter of time. Luckily, after the raid on their compound, and the investigation into their funds and offshore accounts, the 8 precepts of death lacked the resources necessary to find her. They would find it especially hard to find her, seeing as the Yakuza had lost a lot of their influences since Quirks and heroes showed up. So, there would be less chance of a mole in the police force, and the only one that had access to her file was All Might's friend, Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi, and All Might himself, since he had alpha-level security and authority over the young girl's personal information. He was the #1 hero after all, who was going to say no to him? Plus, the Midoriyas were being moved to a new location closer to UA Academy, come the exam in 6 months. So, for now, Eri was safe and secure. "I hope so," Izuku said as he was still worried about Kai coming after his little sister. "I understand your worry, young Midoriya, but we can't focus solely on the future, merely on the now. And right now, That young girl needs proper clothing, food, and all the other necessities a young child needs for a healthy childhood. All Might told the young man. I guess you're right. By the way, how was it meeting your old sidekick? I heard that you had a falling out with him some time ago. Was it bad? Izuku asked as All Might thought back to a week ago. 1 week ago, Sir Night-Eye Hero Agency. All Might, regular form, stood across from the man he once considered his sidekick. A tall, lean but muscular man with rather sharp and elongated features. His shiny hair was always worn smooth down and parted to his left, and was dark green, with 3 yellow streaks towards the front, 2 on his right, and 1 on his left. His eyebrows were also yellowish, matching the rims of the triangular glasses he wore and the strikingly bright yellow irises of his stern-looking eyes. His look gave off a sense of authority and power, as he rarely smiled and looked stern, and he appeared to be glaring. I have to admit, All Might, I never thought our reunion would be like this. Night-Eye said as he read over the file of Izuku Midoriya. Who would have thought it would take a little girl to force us to meet each other again? Life has a strange sense of humor, I'll admit. All Might said as he stood across from him. It has been too long since we've had a chat. I kind of wish it wasn't about work as well, but that's the life of a hero. We can't change that, Night-Eye said as he looked at his former partner, staring at the thin body. You've lost a lot of weight, he said as All Might shrugged his shoulders. That's what happens when your stomach is basically crushed. On the plus side, I can fit into that swimsuit in time for summer. He joked as he got a small smirk from his ex-partner. Ha, knew that would get you. You always did like jokes. That aside, let's get down to business, Night-Eye said as he set the folder down, a folder that had Kai Chisaki's picture. I've been investigating this man and his group for years, searching for any solid evidence I could find, he informed All Might as the man sat down. I had reason to believe he was part of the distribution of the new trigger drug that's been hitting the streets. I heard about that. Wasn't it related to the instant villain incident? All Might asked as he remembered the incident where an individual was either forced or took the quirk-enhancing drug trigger. The incident was orchestrated by a quirk user that could use bees that explode to spread chaos. The user nearly used bees to destroy a section of the city, had it not been for All Might destroying the mini-bombers with his Nebraska smash. Yes, I heard that situation was ultimately resolved thanks to pro-heroes and vigilantes, correct? He asked as All Might shrugged. Wouldn't know about that part. All I did was stop some insects from blowing up the city, he said as Night-Eye shook his head. Humbled to the end, Night-Eye said, with a small hidden smirk before it returned to his frown. In any case, I had suspicions that Kai Chisaki, a former Yakuza enforcer, would be behind some of the trigger distributions. It seemed the most logical choice. But I couldn't find anything solid on him for a while. But you were determined to wait, All Might said as he nodded. I was, until I got a call this morning from your detective friend, who informed me about a teenager that got into a fight with a man matching his descriptions. Who, without a license, fought the man and saved a small girl connected with the prime suspect. He said as he held up the police report. Thanks to that, I got permission from the judges to conduct a raid on the base. Kidnapping and experimenting on a child were enough to issue a warrant for his arrest. We'll begin the raid shortly. But that's not why you're here, is it? He asked as All Might nodded. I wish to take part in the raid as well. Seeing as I was involved in the incident with young Eri, I would like to make sure her abuser is put behind bars, All Might explained as Night-Eye adjusted his glasses. I understand your motivation and would welcome you to the task force. But I need to discuss something with you first, about Izuku Midoriya. He looked to All Might as the #1 hero flinched slightly. The incident report regarding his involvement states that he just happened to be in the area and got the girl away from Chisaki and his men. That's when you arrived, took out the thugs and saved the girl. His glasses reflected off the light as he stared at All Might. But looking at the evidence, I know that his associates were detained before you arrived, held down by an unknown support item that you claimed was a student's invention from UA that you were testing. He set the folder down as he glared. However, you and I both know you aren't one to use support items, especially not ones that use artificial webs, meaning this boy, Izuku Midoriya, constructed said device and acted without consent, effectively breaking the law. He said as All Might clenched his jaw. But not only that, I suspect he knows about your true identity and that of One for All, doesn't he? He asked as his former partner remained silent. I see, and you're going to choose him as your successor. I already have, he admitted as Sir Night-Eye remained silent and breathed out a sigh. All Might, of all the reckless things you could do, this is by far the most reckless thing you have ever done. He said with a calm but angered tone. You gave One for All to a child, that as far as I can understand, is supposed to be quirkless. He asked as he showed Izuku's personal file, with his quirk status marked as quirkless. There's a long story about that, and we may need to change that file soon. But I can assure you that young Midoriya will not do it again until he has his license. All Might said before Night-Eye slammed his hand to the table. That's not the point. You gave One for All, the quirk that has been passed down for 200 years, to a mere child that decides to disregard the law and get into a fight with a dangerous criminal. He shouted as he stood up. Midoriya didn't mean to do that. Yes, he did get into a fight, but it was for a good cause. If it wasn't for him, you'd still be searching for evidence on Chisaki for months. Maybe even a year. But now that you have the evidence you need, you can arrest him and put him behind bars. That doesn't change the fact he abused the law, took matters into his own hands and nearly got himself killed. He was completely reckless and stupid. What would have happened if he died with One for All? Night-Eye shouted as he glared at his All Might glared back. I'm not sure, but he didn't. Young Midoriya is more capable than you realize. And while what he did was reckless and irresponsible, he has a good heart and a strong will. I deem him worthy as my successor. You may, but I think he's a menace, Night-Eye said before he sighed and hung his head. I won't deny what he did wasn't valiant, hell, it even advanced my investigation. But I just feel that he's not the one that should carry on your legacy. You are the symbol of peace, All Might. You have protected Japan and kept criminals at bay for the longest time. You've inspired so many heroes to follow in your footsteps, like me, and I've supported you for so long, even to this day. He hung his head. And I still remember the day we end our partnership when you fought him 5 years ago. I begged you to retire and find someone worthy to inherit your quirk because I didn't want to witness the future I saw. But you know I couldn't do that. All Might remembered that day as well. A grim day that ended his master's killer but limited his time as a hero. The world needed me, in case another villain like him would take his place. And I will always answer her call. I know, despite our parting, I know. Even so, I just want to make sure that this child won't destroy everything you created. I don't want my hero to fade away, he admitted as silence hung over the room. All Might sighed as he hung his head. Sasaki, I know that you look up to me, heck, young Midoriya is just as much a fan as you are. But both of you have to realize, I'm not going to be around forever. One day my time will come, and I will gladly face it. Whether it be fighting a powerful foe, or because of my health. But before then, I will train young Midoriya to face the challenges and master One for All. Because I believe he will become a great hero one day, one that will eclipse even me. And I hope that you will help. He asked as Night-Eye sighed and sat down. Our first conversation in years, and the first thing we do is argue about One for All again. He asked as he took off his glasses and massaged the bridge of his nose. It's almost like nothing's changed, hasn't it? Yeah, All Might agreed as Night-Eye sighed and put his glasses back on. Okay, if he makes it into UA and makes it to the internship, I may consider interning him. As for the raid, we would be more than happy to have you on board. I'll have Centipede send you the details, he said as All Might nodded. Thank you, Sasaki, he said as he turned to leave. By the way, he looked back with a smile. It was good seeing you again, we should catch up more. He said as Night-Eye stared before a small smile spread on his face. I'd like that, he said as All Might left, feeling that the bond he thought was broken, remained firm to this day. Present day, honestly, I think it was long overdue, and probably for the best. I've pushed a lot of people away in my life. But maybe it's time I started reconnecting again, he told the young man as he nodded. But right now, let's focus on what young Eri needs. And don't worry about the cost, I'm covering it. He told Izuku as the young protege blinked. Are you sure I mean Mr. Yagi? He asked, still not used to call him by his civilian name. Don't you need that for food and stuff? He asked his mentor as the man chuckled. Relax kid, with the money I make from my job, as well as the endorsements and merchandise I can stand to lose a few spare yen. Besides, I don't spend much on myself anyway. I never was much for the fancy lifestyle, and as for food, since I lost my stomach my small intestine had to pick up the slack which limits how much I can eat, so don't worry about that. He told the boy, his hand reaching for the scar on his ribs. Besides, I'm also responsible for that young girl too, seeing as she is now your sister. He told the young man who looked back to Eri as she walked nervously alongside Inko, her small hand holding tightly to his mother's. If it means she grows up safe and sound, then it's worth it. Yeah, it is, Izuku said as he smiled softly. Now, we should hurry along. Poor girl looks nervous enough as it is, he said as Izuku nodded. After a while later, the four of them managed to get everything the newest member of the Midoriya family needed. Now instead of an All Might t-shirt and shorts from Izuku's childhood wardrobe. The young girl was dressed in a white dress shirt with a frilled collar and a plain red pinafore with two large, golden buttons on either side of her chest. Under this, she wore gray tights and a large set of tan boots with a small dark red messenger bag with the strap sitting over her right shoulder and a little floral pattern decorating one of its sides. She also had the beanie replaced with a yellow sun hat with a small green flower on the band. Her hair also looked to be better cared for, appearing straighter and neater than it was during her time with the Shihasaikai. Oh, you look so cute, Inko said as Eri fidgeted with her strap. Why you think so? She asked with a small unsure voice, not used to wearing anything other than a filthy smock dress and bandages. Inko and Izuku nodded as she pulled the hat down on her head but felt a warm feeling in her chest. Thank you, I'm sorry if it cost too much, she said as Izuku smiled and patted the top of her head. It's okay, Eri, you don't have to worry about stuff like that. We just want you to be happy, okay? He asked as she stared with small confusion, but with a strange feeling of warmth. Was this what kindness felt like? Now, let's see what we can do about. Inko trailed off as they left the store and searched for anything else that Eri needed. Inko, is that you? She suddenly heard as both Izuku and Inko turned to see a spiky ash blonde-haired woman. Alongside her was a spiky brown-haired man with glasses and someone that made Izuku momentarily flinch and fluctuate invisible for a brief second. Which luckily no one noticed. Katsuki Bakugo, M. Mitsuki. Inko stuttered for a moment before the slim ash blonde woman hugged the shorter plump woman. Inko, it's been too long. I haven't seen you in over a month. Mitsuki Bakugo, Katsuki's mother, said as she smiled at the woman. Katsuki scoffed as he turned his head away. Oi, brat, say hello to your elders, you disrespectful twerp. Mitsuki yelled as he growled. Just great, the last thing I wanted was to go out shopping with the hag. Now I run into Deku of all places, just great, he growled under his breath before he turned to Inko. Hello, Inko Oba, it's good to see you. He bowed slightly, to which the shorter woman smiled nervously. Oh, hello Katsuki, it's good to see you too, she said, still somewhat nervous and unsure of the boy that was both Izuku's former childhood friend, his bully, and the son of her high school friend. Katsuki just looked at Izuku before glaring and growling Deku under his breath. Oh, don't mind him, he's still upset that he got captured by the slime villain a few months back. Oi, brat, thank Izuku for saving your life already. Shut up, Deku didn't do jack against that slime bastard. It was All Might that beat him up, Deku just got in my way. He yelled only to be slapped upside the head as he ground his teeth in anger. Sorry Izuku, but I do want to thank you. Even though he won't say it, I'm grateful you did what you did. Mitsuki said as she bowed to him. Thank you, for saving my son, she said as Izuku blushed as he hid behind his arms. Oh well, it wasn't much really. And Kachan's kind of right, I did just get in the way. He said as she shook her head. Nonsense, as far as I'm concerned, you're a hero, she said as Izuku felt a wave of joy in his chest. All Might behind him smiling at the knowledge that Izuku would become a great hero someday. Even if it was just being thanked by one mother. So, Inko-chan, what have you been up to? We haven't seen each other in a while. Anything new and exciting happen? She asked. Oh, well, Inko stuttered. She had been like this ever since she and Mitsuki met at high school years ago. You could say a lot has happened. She gestured to her leg, as Eri hid behind her new mother. Katsuki blinked while Mitsuki had sparkles in her eyes, literally. Oh, my gosh. She slowly said as she reached for the girl. She is so cute, she said while hugging the startled girl and rubbing her cheek against hers. Aren't you just the cutest thing in the world? Inko, who is this angel child? She asked as Eri managed to escape her grip and ran behind Izuku. Oh, sorry Mitsuki, she gets startled easily when she meets new people. She apologized to her friend. Her name is Eri, and as of late she's our adopted child. She told her as Mitsuki blinked. Adopted? Seriously, no offense but I thought you and Hisashi wouldn't be up for that kind of thing, especially seeing as he doesn't even bother to call or visit you anymore. Mitsuki said as she clenched her fist angrily, still annoyed that Izuku's father and Inko's husband took extended work overseas and never bothered to check in on his wife. It's quite all right Mitsuki. Inko managed to say to calm her friend. Hisashi won't mind, and the circumstance involving Eri-chan are unique, she said as the small girl looked around from behind Izuku's leg. It's a long story, but basically she's in our care because Izuku found her and she's formed a strong attachment to him. She explained as Mitsuki felt her heart clench at the sight of Eri clinging to Izuku. Oh, that is so precious. Knowing Izuku, that definitely sounds like something he would do. She then snapped over and smacked her son upside the head. Damn it, why can't you be more like Izuku and adopt a kid off the streets? Shut up you old hag. Bakugo barked back. What did you call me you little runt? She barked back as they growled at each other. And now you two, please don't fight. We're in public after all. Masaru, Mitsuki's husband and Katsuki's father, said as he tried to calm down his son and wife. Are they always like this? All Might asked as he pointed at the family, to which Inko and Izuku just chuckled nervously. Yeah, they said as they had somewhat grown used to the strange family that was the Bakugos. Oh, by the way, who is this? Mitsuki asked pointing to All Might, as she held her son by the ear and stopped him from ranting. He's been standing around for a while, is he with you? She asked as the three flinched slightly. Oh, my name is Yagi, Toshinori Yagi, I'm Midoriya's personal trainer. He explained as Katsuki stopped fidgeting and turned to the skinny man. Huh, what the hell are you talking about? What the heck does a worthless person like Deku need a trainer for? And you don't look like you could train anyone at all. Bakugo said before his mother slapped him upside the head. Oi, don't be rude you little bugger. She scolded as the boy ground his teeth. I'm sorry about my son's disrespectful behavior. She apologized as All Might chuckled, not his usual laugh. It's quite all right, I get that a lot. I used to help train pro heroes back in the day. But I suffered an accident years ago. So, now I instruct younger generations to become heroes. He explained, having come up with a reasonable excuse if anyone ever saw him train Midoriya. Oh, well that's good. So, I'm guessing Inko hired you to train Izuku? She asked as Inko nodded, knowing all about All Might's secret after adopting Eri. Well, I wish you luck Izuku, it's going to be especially challenging going into the exam without a quirk. Izuku nodded, not wanting to reveal he had a quirk in front of Kachan, lest the boy got angry at him. Like he always did, he was about to agree with her, when suddenly his spider sense went off, heads up. Someone yelled from above as a rapidly moving object shot towards Izuku's head. His hand instinctively moved and caught what looked like a heavy-duty wrench without even looking. Izuku easily held the wrench with his hand as he blinked in confusion. What the? Where did? I'm so sorry, they heard as they looked up to see a maintenance worker on scaffolding. I accidentally dropped my wrench. Are you okay? He asked as Izuku nodded. Why yeah, we're fine. He called out as turned to the now stunned Bakugos. What just happened? Mitsuki asked with shock as Izuku held the object in his hand, just as startled at her. He tried to let go, but the glare Bakugo gave him made him nervous and made his crawling ability cling the wrench to his hand. Actually Mitsuki, Inko said as she twiddled her fingers, I kind of forgot to tell you this, but Izuku has a quirk now, apparently, she said as silence reigned over the Bakugo family. The adults looked confused, while Katsuki looks more confused and enraged. Huh? They asked before a blood vessel appeared on Katsuki's forehead. Oh, Deku. Katsuki suddenly raged as Izuku's spider sense went off, as Katsuki marched towards Izuku, about to grab the boy's shirt, had he not moved out of the way. What the heck was that crap? Since when did you get a quirk? He demanded, small sparks igniting in his hand as Eri hid behind Izuku, who instinctively stood in front of her. Answer me you. That's enough, All Might said as he managed to stop the young teen. I feel as if this is a conversation best discussed elsewhere. How about we head to the food court? It wouldn't be wise to argue in the middle of the streets. Plus, he placed a hand on Bakugo's shoulder with a small grip. I hope you weren't about to use your quirk, young man. That would seriously jeopardize any chance of getting into a hero academy, right? Bakugo wanted to snap at the man, but for some reason, he felt like he couldn't do it. There was this familiar aura about him he just couldn't place. Something he respected. TCH. He clicked as he shoved the man's hand off his shoulder and then stuffed his hands into his pockets. Fine, but you've got some explaining to do, Deku. He growled as he marched to the food court. His parents looked rather stunned. Wow, I've never been able to get him to stop like that. Mitsuki said as she turned to Toshinori, you must be great with kids. She asked as the skeletal man chuckled. No, I'm just charismatic. He said as he coughed into his hand. All right, let's head to the food court. He said as they all went to the food court as Izuku sighed in relief. He looked down to Eri who still hid behind his leg. Hey, it's okay. Kachan seems like a mean guy, but he wouldn't harm you, promise. He told her as she reluctantly nodded. Izuku ni? She asked as Izuku turned to her, resisting the urge to heart clench when she called him Izuku ni. Why did he call you Deku? She asked as a pained look came across his face. It's not something I like to talk about, and not something you need to worry about, Eri. Come on, the others are waiting for us. He said as he held out his hand to her, as she looked at his face before nodding and grabbing a hold of it, leading them to the food court. Food court. The Midoriya family, plus All Might, sat on the table opposite of the Bakugo family as there was this nervous tension in the air. Mostly due to the heated glare that Katsuki was sending Izuku, as the boy withered slightly under his gaze. Are you going to say anything, or just keep glaring at me? Izuku thought to himself with sweat rolling down his head. Eri sat next to him as she ate the apple slices that came with her McDonald's meal. Mitsuki broke the tension as she slapped the back of her son's head. Enough with the glare, she said before turning to Izuku. Sorry, Izuku. Kachan here. She smirked when he gave her the stink eye for calling him by Izuku's cursed nickname. Was just curious to know how it is you got a quirk. From what we understand, quirks only manifest when children are 4 years old. How is it that you have a quirk now, after all these years? Not that we're against it, mind you, she said quickly as not to offend him, as Izuku chuckled nervously while Bakugo glared at him. Well, it turns out I'm a rare, late bloomer. The doctor misdiagnosed me because my quirk needed to wait until my body was physically suited for it. He explained, having made this plan up with All Might and Recovery Girl should anyone inquire about his past quirklessness. Oh, well that's good. What is your quirk anyway? Masaru asked as Izuku pondered. Well, I kind of have the abilities of a variety of spiders. I can stick to any surface, have heightened senses, lift objects 170 times my body weight, I can jump 40 times my body length, and I can turn invisible. Although it's not really invisibility, more like I'm altering the light around my body to make it less visible to the naked eye, which also affects my clothes. I do wonder if it has something to do with bioelectricity, but mumble, he quickly went off into his usual muttering as the Bakugo parents stared at the boy. There he goes again, Mitsuki said as Masaru chuckled nervously as well. Bakugo couldn't handle it anymore, especially when the words pelt his head, and he slammed his hand on the table. Enough, you damn nerd, shut up already, he yelled as he broke Izuku's train of thought. TCH, so your ability makes you like a bug, big whoop. Does that mean you she? He paused when he looked to Aries' childlike curiosity and held back the swear. Does that mean you spin webs like a spider? He asked as Izuku shook his head. He didn't swear, Mitsuki whispered to her husband. Maybe we should have another kid to get him to stop. Shut up, you old hag. And you, he pointed to Deku, answer the question. And no, nothing like that, Kachan. I only got the physical aspects of a spider. I didn't get the biological specs, otherwise, I'd have 8 eyes and 6 legs. And that wouldn't be a pretty sight. They all paused to imagine a 4-armed, 8-eyed Midoriya with horrific spider-like features. They all shivered at that. TCH, whatever. Your quirk is still weaker than mine, Bakugo claimed as he sipped his drink. And I'll prove it at the exams, so don't even bother trying, he said as he crossed his arms. Now that's not very nice, young Bakugo, All Might said as Bakugo glared at the man. Young Midoriya has every right to participate in the exam like any other student. It's not up to you whether or not he should compete or not. And I do not believe it's very heroic to deny others the chance. All Might told the young man, who grumbled, for some reason finding it hard to snap at the skeletal man. Seriously, who is this guy? Why does he seem so familiar? He screeched in his head. Besides, All Might said as Bakugo blinked. How will you know if your quirk is better than young Midoriya's if he doesn't participate? The only way to prove it would be to let him try to compete in the exam. And, if he succeeds, you'll have more opportunities to prove yourself. Wouldn't you rather have someone that will challenge you? If you don't, then your skill will stagnate, and I get the feeling that's something you don't want. All Might explained as Bakugo actually took the moment to pause. Until he clicked his teeth. TCH. No way. There's no way that damn nerd's quirk is better than mine. If what he says is true, it makes him more like a bug than a hero, he claimed as All Might laced his fingers. Really? Tell me, young Bakugo, what exactly is your quirk? He asked as Bakugo held up his palm as small sparks and explosions popped on his hand. My quirk. Kachan's quirk is called Explosion. It allows him to excrete nitroglycerin like sweat from his palms and ignite it at will to create explosions of various sizes. Izuku cut in, having long known about his quirk, and responded automatically in nerd mode. Don't explain my quirk, you damn nerd. Bakugo exploded as Izuku flinched and flickered between invisible and visible due to his nerves. Ah, I see, that is a powerful quirk. One that I believe could make you a very popular hero, All Might said as Bakugo grinned. You bet, with my quirk, I'm going to be the #1 hero and surpass even All Might himself. Just you watch, Scalator, he proclaimed as All Might internally chuckled, finding it ironic that the young man was basically seating in front of his idol, whom he claimed to surpass. Well, I've been helping young Midoriya for the past 4 months, and right now, I think he may be able to beat you, he claimed as a huge blood vessel popped on Bakugo's head. What? He yelled with rage. Oh boy, he's mad, Mitsuki said as she calmly sipped her soda, while her husband and Inko panicked slightly. All Might, what the heck are you doing? Izuku mentally screeched to the man who seemed to read him like a book, as he smirked. Trust me, young Midoriya, he mentally said as he returned to the boy. But, if you want to prove me wrong, we can find out when the exams are over and when young Midoriya makes it into UA. That is where you plan to go, right? He asked as Bakugo flared his nostrils in anger before snapping them to Izuku. Deku. Izuku flinched at the glare. If you fail to get into UA, I'm going to beat you up myself. I'll prove once and for all my quirk is better than yours. But I doubt you'll even make it past the exam, he claimed as he stormed off to cool his head. If he wasn't born as a boy, I'd almost think he was Tsunader, All Might thought as he watched the young man walk away. Wow, you are good, Mitsuki said as she watched her son stroll off. Normally it takes a whole yelling match to get through to his skull. You have a talent, she said as All Might chuckled. Well, what I said was true, in a way. Young Midoriya has the right to participate, and young Bakugo won't truly know if his quirk is better if Midoriya isn't given the chance. Your son seems like a determined young man, and I think it would do him good to have some rivalry to push him on. He explained as Mitsuki nodded. I suppose you're right. My son has always had a large head, no matter how many times I tried to get it into him that he's not the center of the universe. Maybe UA will give him some perspective. But now I got a question for you, she asked as he nodded. If you're Midoriya's personal trainer, why are you hanging around the family after hours? That doesn't seem like something a trainer should do. Are you interested in his mother or something? She asked as blood rocketed out of his mouth while Inko choked on her tea. Izuku on the other hand looked like he fried a circuit in his brain. Mitsuki. What? No, I swear that is not my intention. Why young Midoriya invited me to tag along because. He started to panic, then looked to Eri. It's because young Midoriya wanted some advice on being an older brother to young Eri here. Seeing as he didn't have anyone around to teach him, I thought I would give him some pointers. He reasoned with a bald-faced lie. Really, you have siblings? She asked. All Might has siblings, Midoriya thought, only to remember he didn't due to a biography that listed no such family members. Not that there was much in it other than school and his hero career. Well no, but I had experience helping young teens in my youth, volunteering here and there, so I thought it would help young Midoriya if I gave him some pointers. He reasoned as Mitsuki looked suspicious but nodded. Fair, I mean it's not like his own father is around to teach him that sort of stuff. She said as all three of them, minus Eri who was no paying attention due to the coloring book she had, sighed in relief. Still, knowing Izuku, I'm sure he's going to be a great older brother. She said as Inko smiled at the praise. Although, there is something I've noticed since we've met, she said as she pointed to the girl. Does she ever smile? She asked as the three looked to each other with grim looks. Izuku, why don't you take Eri to the store over there? Inko asked. Get her to pick out something she wants, she said and handed her card over to him as he nodded and took the girl by the hand and led her away from the adults. It's not something we like to make public, but, due to Eri's former life, it seems that the people she was with didn't give her a proper home, and due to it she hasn't experienced much joy, Inko explained as the two Bakugo adults were stunned and saddened to hear that. I see, that poor child, she said as she looked over to the small girl timidly looking around while holding Izuku's hand. We're trying our best to ease her into a more comfortable lifestyle, but, Inko looked over to her adopted daughter with empathy in her eyes. I'm not sure what else we can do, she asked as the rest of the adults pondered. You know, Masaru said as he pondered. I heard that sometimes the best way to help children in her situation is to attend social events that help them to open up more. There's a festival tomorrow at Okazaki with a firework display at the end. Maybe if you took her there, she may start to forget her past. He suggested as they pondered that idea. It's a thought, but will it be enough? All Might asked as Mitsuki nodded. It may not be a lot, but it would be a start to help her. You can get her more help, but I think right now she needs to know what it's like being a child. Then just show her love and affection, something I know you can do, Inko-chan. After all, Izuku turned out okay, she said as Inko doubted herself for a moment before nodding. Okay, she said, as the adults agreed on the idea. Okay, we'll see you there, Mitsuki said as she and her husband got up. Wait, you're coming too? Inko asked as Mitsuki nodded. Of course, I know how nervous you can get, Inko-chan, and I want to be there for you every step of the way. She grinned before it turned into a softer smile. Besides, I know my son hasn't been the best of yours and I'm truly sorry for it. She said, knowing full well of her son's misdemeanor to Izuku, no matter how many times she tried to stop it. I know it won't fix everything, but I want to make up for my son's idiocy as well, she asked as Inko looked at her friend before nodding. Now then, she said before grabbing Inko's hand, startling the woman. Let's go find Eri-chan a cute yukata to wear. she said before dragging a panicking-looking Inko further down the mall. Leaving All Might and Masaru Bakugo behind. You have an interesting wife, All Might commented as he nodded. Yeah, but that's why I love her. One day later, Okazaki, Firework Festival. Lanterns and stalls were open to the public as curious red eyes gazed upon the bright lights of the small festival held at the local shrine. Eri stood at the forefront of the group, wearing a cute white yukata with small red sakura flowers decorating the cloth. Behind her was her adopted brother Izuku, wearing his own dark green kimono. His mother in a similar kimono. All Might wore an overly baggy kimono, and the Bagos in dark oranges. Except for Katsuki, who was wearing his shirt and shorts. TCH. Why the hell am I even here? I didn't want to come out to this stupid shit, he argued before he was smacked on the head. Because it's Eri-chan's first time at a festival, and I want to be there for every step. Mitsuki replied back before smacking him upside the head again. So, stop being a whiny little brat. Who are you calling a brat, you hag? Now, please don't fight, Masaru begged his wife and son while the Midoriyas, and All Might, stared at them. Can they go 5 minutes without fighting? Eri looked around at all the stores, feeling nervous about being in such a large space. Until she felt a small comforting squeeze on her hand. Hey, it's okay Eri. I'll be right next to you the whole night, okay? He reassured her as she nodded. Now, what would you like to do first? He asked, as she looked around before she pointed at the goldfish stall. Oh, you want a goldfish? He asked as she nodded timidly. Izuku nodded as he rolled up his sleeves. Can I try please? He asked as the stand vendor held out his hand. 100 yen, he told Izuku as he handed him a paper net and bow. Rules are simple, scoop a fish into the bowl and you keep it. Your turn is up when the paper net breaks, got it? He asked as Izuku nodded and prepared to fish. Hold up kid, he said as Izuku stopped. What's your quirk? Can't let you try and cheat me using your quirk, he said as Izuku nodded. Okay, my quirk is spider-like abilities. Heightened sense and wall crawling. He listed the basic as the man nodded. Okay, just checking, but all no thanks to my quirk, sense, allows me to detect any quirk activation. He said as Izuku nodded and tried to win a fish for Eri. However, Izuku was never good at carnival games and had very little practice due to never being invited to go to the festivals. So, the chances of him winning one were slim. But, Izuku thought as his eyes became focused. As a big brother, I have to win one. For Eri, he mentally yelled and scooped at the water. And lost. Izuku hung his head in defeat as the paper net broke and he lost. Again please, he asked and paid the man, only to lose again. And again, costing him 300 yen. I've failed as a big brother. Izuku moped hunched down on all fours. Katsuki watched from behind him as grew more and more annoyed. Arg, you really are pathetic if you can't win a child's game. He yelled as he grabbed the paper net and paid the man. Okay kid, what's your queer? Small explosions went off in Bakugo's hand as he glared and scared the vendor. Alright, have a go, he said as in an instant Bakugo managed to capture 2 goldfish before the net broke, then shoved the plastic bag of goldfish into Eri's hands. Here, he growled as Eri was startled, and a little hesitant when they were shoved in her hands, looking up at him with confusion before he scoffed. Just take them, damn nerd can't do anything right. Just make sure you don't drop 'em. He said as she then stared at the fish in awe. Huh, you're really good at this, aren't you Kachan? Izuku said with amazement, to which Bakugo replied. Of course, you damn nerd. I'm going to be number 1 no matter what. He yelled back as he started walking away with his hands in his pockets. He looked back as Eri bowed to him. Thank you, Kachan, she said as Bakugo's eyebrow twitched at being called his stupid nickname and was about to snap at her. But he couldn't as he stared into her big red innocent eyes and he merely scoffed and turned away. Yeah whatever, he said and walked away. That was unexpected, Mitsuki and Masaru said as they watched their normally aggravated son act calm. Shut up, he yelled, to which Mitsuki just laughed. The rest of the night went well as they played multiple games, buying masks for Eri and Izuku to wear. Izuku went with the All Might one as the real All Might snickered at the fanboy level of his successor. And Eri discovered her love of candied apples as her mouth drooled with delight, and slowly, they began to notice her trepidation melt away. But the whole time Eri still had yet to smile. The corners of her mouth would twitch, but nothing. It was like her facial muscles had forgotten what it was like to smile. Well, she's starting to come out of her shell, Izuku noticed as Eri played with one of the toys won at the stalls. But she still hasn't smiled yet, he discussed with the adults as they nodded. If she wants to smile, she'll smile when she's ready. You can't force it on her, you damn nerd. Bakugo grumbled as sat away from the rest. While not as invested with the child, even he couldn't fully ignore her lack of joy. Yeah, I guess you're right, Kachan. Izuku sighed with slumped shoulders before All Might placed his hand on his shoulder. Now don't give up yet, young Midoriya, the night is still young. Who knows, maybe she'll smile once she sees the fireworks. I have never met a kid that wasn't amazed by fireworks yet, he assured Izuku as he nodded. He looked down to Eri as she held her hand. While not as hesitant as before, he could still see the fear that Chisaki had imparted on her. But at least she was looking around with more childlike curiosity and awe. Okay, the fireworks are about to start, why don't we? His spider sense mildly went off as he turned to see someone struggling to carry some boxes. The person didn't notice the spill on the floor and suddenly tripped. But faster than the person could blink, Izuku managed to catch the person and the boxes in midair all in a matter of seconds. That was close. Hey, are you okay? Izuku asked as he turned his head to the person. Only to suddenly go rigid and blush red as he stared into the face of a girl his age. She had brown hair, eyes, a round but cute face and two permanent-looking blush marks on her cheeks. She blinked as she looked at the boxes in his other hand. Oh wow, sorry about that, she said as she released herself from his grip. I wasn't watching where I was going and slipped on that spill there, thanks for catching me. Those were some pretty cool reflexes, she said with a cute laugh as Izuku found himself unable to speak and continued to stare with a rigid expression. Behind him, the others were staring at the interaction with some amusement. Thanks for catching me, I'm Ochako Uraraka by the way, she introduced, as Izuku just continued to stare, finding it hard to talk. But to her, it seemed like he was curious about her workers' get-up and the boxes she was carrying. Oh, you're probably wondering why I was carrying those boxes. Well, I'm helping out a friend of my parents to make some extra cash. Money's a bit tight lately, but this way I can help out and enjoy the festival on my break, she said as she took the boxes from his still hands. Well, I should be heading back to work, thanks again and it was nice meeting you, she said as she walked away, leaving Izuku to process his encounter. Holy crap, I just talked to a girl. You didn't say shit, you nerd, Bakugo yelled while Inko, All Might, and the others chuckled at the blushing boy, while Eri looked confused. Come on, we can poke fun at Midoriya later. The fireworks are about to start, and we need to find a good vantage point, All Might suggested as they nodded. They soon found themselves on a grassy hill overlooking the festival as they laid out a blanket and sat down. Izuku ni, what are fireworks? Eri asked, never having seen them before in her life. Well, they're kind of like, he pondered how to explain them to a young child like Eri. Tell you what, how about we just watch? I think that's the best way to show what they are, he said as he pointed to the waters where the fireworks would set off. At first, nothing happened as everything was quiet. Then suddenly a loud whistle shot up into the sky as everyone looked to the sky as the first firework went off in the sky. Its bright colors flashed and sparkled in the night sky, amazing all who saw it before slowly fading into dust. Only swiftly after followed by several more fireworks as they lit up the dark sky. Eri's eyes widened with awe as the loud sounds reverberated and the bright colors danced across the endless stars. Izuku smiled at this as he took the girl and lifted her onto his shoulder. She was slightly startled before her attention was brought back to the fireworks as they exploded and brightened up the darkness. The corners of her mouth slowly started to spread upwards as she was lost in the dazzling sight. Before a proud and happy smile spread across her face, the first one she had in a long time. Izuku watched as the small girl raised her arms in excitement as she and all the other children in the area cheered at the show. Izuku couldn't help but smile at this as he felt the darkness that had its hold on her loosen. Izuku ni, do you see that? They're going boom, and wah, and whoosh, she yelled out with excitement, unable to contain her joy. Izuku nodded as he smiled at her, small tears in his eyes. Inko herself felt tears in her eyes, nearly drenching All Might with them, as she watched the small child laugh and smile for the first time since she arrived at her home. Mitsuki herself was comically weeping and taking as many pictures as she could of the innocent child, while Masaru tried to calm her down. Bakugo leaned his back against the tree as he tried to ignore everything, but even he took notice of the child's excitement and felt a small tug at his heartstrings. Before shutting them off and turning away, Izuku took this moment to stare at the small child that had effectively become his little sister and smiled seeing her happy. But of course, his mind drifted to Chisaki and the fact he was still out there, no doubt plotting to take her back by any means necessary. He clenched his fist as he shook his head. No, I'm never going to allow that to happen. No matter what, I will protect Eri with my life. I'll become the greatest hero ever, and make sure that no child ever suffers as she had. He silently vowed to himself. All Might himself vaguely thinking back to a time before when he and his master once watched a similar event before looking down to Izuku and noticing his expression. I know that look, young Midoriya, a look I know all too well. But fear not, I will help you protect her and help you master your abilities and one for all. He lightly coughed into his hand as blood stained the palm. Before my time is up. Both master and apprentice looked to each other as they nodded, both silently vowing to uphold the weight and responsibility of one for all. But for tonight, they just sat there and enjoyed the smile of one child that had seen too much darkness and relished in the light. It was the day before the entrance exam, as we find Izuku Midoriya fighting with strange men that flickered and sparked like images of light. The young man used his acrobatics to duck, dodge and avoid their attacks, while simultaneously countering with his own. Web-like strands shot out of his wrists, as they held onto the form of one before Izuku used the tension of the web to slam the man down into the concrete. Only for the man to dissipate into specks of light. He continued to fight the hollow men, as his body moved with agility and precision. He twisted his body out of their attack range, before delivering powerful blows that would have incapacitated regular men. It had the desired effect as the hard light dummy smashed into the ground. His spider sense went off as two of the hard light tried to swing at him with bats, but two blasts of webs to the eyes blinded them as he pulled their heads down with the strands, smashing them on the floor before he backflipped and delivered a powerful kick to the second last dummy. The last one tried to throw a punch before Izuku countered with a blow under its chin and sent it flying into the air, only to be stopped by two strands of web that latched onto its chest and slammed it back into the floor, breaking it into specks of light. Izuku stood up as he surveyed the area, noticing no more dummies to fight. Simulation terminated. The projectors that were spread across the room shut off as Izuku removed his mask, as he looked over to All Might as the simulation ended. Well, I think that was your best time yet, All Might said as he looked at his stopwatch. 2 minutes and 33 seconds. That beats your old time young Midoriya, he said as Izuku smiled. Thanks, All Might, he said as he took off his web shooters. I think I can still adjust my reaction time if I modify the mask a little. I can also adjust my web shooters to disperse the webbing solution more accurately. I've sent the patent to the registration center so they should allow me to use them in the exam. But what if they don't and I? Midoriya, All Might stopped his rant as he placed a hand on his shoulder. You're going to be fine. Examinees are allowed to bring in items that benefit their quirks. The fact you made them yourself is evidence of your technical skills and abilities. And even if you couldn't use them, the examiners are going to be more focused on your practical skills. I can't reveal much about it, but I have a strong feeling you will pass. He reassured him as Izuku nodded. Thanks, I guess I'm just nervous, he said as sighed in relief. I mean I've been waiting for this day my whole life. Ever since I was a little kid and I wanted to be a hero like you. At first, I never thought I'd even have a shot at getting into the UA, but now that I have that chance, I'm both excited and nervous. I'm Nervous-sighted. All Might stared before he bellowed out laughing. "Oh, you are a riot, young Midoriya." He laughed as the young man pouted. "You are going to the UA by storm," he said in an almost proud and fatherly way. Something that made Izuku feel happy. "Now, let's practice one for all. Even though you've mastered your spider quirk, you still have a long way to go before mastering one for all. So, let's see how far you've progressed." Izuku nodded as he brought his arms across his chest and focused on one for all. His body was covered with red veins as his body began to glow lightly. "One for all. Full cowling, 10%. He yelled out, electricity surging around his body. Simulation start. The holograms returned as Izuku pulled his mask back over his face and sprang into action. His body moved like an electric blur as he smashed into hard light dummies with ease. His strength far surpassed what he could do before, as the hard light exploded into fragments of light particles. He was far faster and more responsive in his full cowling form, as easily dodged the bullets some of the dummies were programmed with. By the time it was over, he had wiped the floor with the entire training dummies. A grin under his mask as he stood in the center of the arena. "Time," he asked as All Might stopped the watch. 1 minute 15 seconds, that is impressive. "I see you've gotten a handle on your full cowling," All Might observed as Izuku nodded. "Right now, I can use up to 15% without difficulty, 18% if I push it. But if I go any higher my body starts to ache, and if I go 100% my bones will break. Luckily with my healing factor, I'm up and about in a day or two," Izuku said as he stretched slightly as his body stopped glowing. "It's a good thing I figured out how to do this, otherwise I'd have never learned how to spread out the power." During the months he was able to control around 15% of One for All. Initially, he could only divert One for All to his limbs, and during the training, he wasn't fast enough to change the output's direction and messed up his combo. After realizing that focusing One for All in one limb wasn't enough, he gained the inspiration to cover his body after watching on the news about a hero called Electric Man, who covered his body in electricity. From then he worked to improve his new technique, One for All, full cowling. Initially, he had problems controlling full cowl, breaking a limb here and there and injuring himself during practice. If it wasn't for the fact he had a healing factor, he'd have suffered a more serious injury that would have delayed him by months. But after many trials and errors, and a subtle hint here and there from All Might, Izuku had a grasp of One for All. "I reckon you would have gotten it eventually, young Midoriya. You're a bright young man, with an amazing talent and a drive like no other. You're more than ready for the exam," All Might said as Izuku smiled. "But don't think it will guarantee you acceptance into UA. You still need to pass the written portion of the exam and impress the judges during the practical. Not to mention I will not be a part of the judging process, so I can't vouch for you. From here on out, it's up to you if you get in or not." "I understand, All Might, and I'm kind of glad actually. If I get in that way, it wouldn't feel right," Izuku said as All Might chuckled. "You're an honest kid, I can't deny that. But don't worry, you're going to do great," he said as he smiled at the boy. "Well, that's enough for today. You need rest for the big exam tomorrow, and I know that a certain little sister is already missing her favorite big brother." Izuku chuckled as he thought about his adopted sister. "Yeah, let's head home." In the months she had been living with the Midoriya family, she had slowly begun to overcome her fears. For her own safety, she had taken to wearing hats to cover up her horn, in case any of Overhaul's men were trying to track her down, as she was too young to have her hair dyed and it wasn't recommended for children to have dyed hair until they were older. She smiled more often and was still a little shy when it came to meeting new people. But when she did, she would flash them this big smile that would warm even the coldest of hearts. It was difficult for her to adjust to a normal lifestyle. But by then, she had been considered a member of the family, being especially close to her big brother and wanting to cheer him on. She did however pick up some of the Midoriya traits, such as muttering to herself, waterfall tears, that flooded the apartment whenever they watched a sad movie, and her obsession with heroes. Especially her big brother. Now it almost seemed impossible to picture a life without the small horned girl as a member of his family. Something that warmed his heart and steeled his resolve to be a hero. Midoriya residence. I'm home. Izuku called out as he stopped at the doorway to remove his iconic red shoes. A pitter-patter of feet caught his attention as he expertly caught the small girl in his arms. A bright smile on his face. Welcome home, Izu-ni. Eri said with a smile as Izuku laughed. Good to be home. You've been a good girl while I was training. He asked as she nodded. I helped Mama Inko with the groceries after she picked me up from daycare, and I helped carry the bags home all by myself. We're having katsudon for dinner, she said as she told him her day. He chuckled as he rubbed her head affectionately. Good girl, now let's go into the kitchen. I am starving. He smiled and walked towards the kitchen. His mother set down the placemats as she spotted her son and adopted daughter. Oh, Izuku, how was training today? Inko asked as Izuku nodded. Training was all right. All Might was really helpful getting my moves down. I still need to readjust the web shooters and I'm still working on integrating the electronic HUD into my goggles, but I need more components to fully integrate the software and hardware, and then need to calibrate the. Izuku, his mother managed to stop his rant as he blinked. Oh, sorry, but yeah, other than that, he says I'm a shoo-in for UA, he said as she smiled. Oh, that's so great, honey. I still can't believe All Might of all people is helping train my son. It makes me so proud of you. I just wish I could tell everyone. She sighed as Izuku shook his head. You know we can't, Mum. We have to keep it a secret for his sake. And truthfully, I'd rather not have people found out All Might was training me. They'd accuse me of getting into UA because of him and then no one would take me seriously as a hero. He reasoned with her as she nodded. If you say so, dear. Now, why don't you relax? Dinner will be ready soon, she said as Izuku nodded and went to the shower. While still thinking about the lie he was keeping from her, and why he couldn't let her know about One for All. While his secret training relationship with All Might had been exposed to his mother, she was still in the dark about his other quirk. It was for her own safety, not that she wasn't already in danger because of Overhaul, who would one day come back for Eri. But so long as no one else knew about One for All, she was still safe. After hopping out of the shower and seating himself at the table, he began fidgeting with his web shooters while Eri watched in fascination. Occasionally poking at one of the devices. She jumped a little when Izuku accidentally released a small glob of the web from the shooter, and it hit the wall, spreading out like a large spider's web. Whoops, well at least the net filter works, he said as Eri hid under the table. Izuku, what have I told you about meddling with your web shooters at the dinner table? Inko scolded as Izuku shagged his shoulders. Not to, he droned, having heard it multiple times since he made the things. Her scowl deepened as Izuku sighed. Sorry, Mum, I guess I'm still a little nervous about tomorrow. I want to make sure everything's ready. This is my one chance to get in and I don't want to mess it up. He sighed as he felt a moment of doubt. Before he felt his mother's reassuring hand on his own, and a warm smile on her face. Izuku, you are going to be fine. I know I wasn't very supportive back then and I said something I shouldn't, but I believe you will be a great hero. Just like you believe you can be, just like she believes, she said as a smaller hand held his own, and he saw Eri looking up at him and smiling. He stared at the two important people in his life as he smiled. Thanks. Good. Now, put that stuff away and help put out the plates. We made your favorite today, and you're going to need all your energy for tomorrow. Okay. Izuku looked around the table as he smiled, and he thought about the people he had in his life. His mother who now supported him, his little sister that looked up to him and his idol who believed in him. Almost a year ago, he never thought he would have anything like this. A quirk, someone to believe in him and a chance to prove what kind of a hero he could be. But now he had that chance. And there was no way he was going to waste it. Day of the exam. UA. Academy. The tall H-shaped building of UA. Academy stood before Izuku Midoriya as he stared with awe. Around him, multiple applicants were making their way inside, as they hoped to pass the grueling entrance exam and make it into the prestigious halls. Even though he had been here before his powers awakening, he still could not get over how insanely awesome being at the academy was. But just because he had All Might's training and guidance, didn't mean he'd be guaranteed entry into the academy. He needed to prove himself, and that was what he was going to do. I won't let you down, All Might, I promise, he told himself as he clenched his fist. Oi, Deku, he heard a voice call out as he turned to see the usual scowl of his former friend and current rival. Katsuki Bakugo. Ah, Kachan. While not as scared of Bakugo as he used to be, the years of mental anguish the young man had inflicted on him caused his body to instinctively react to him. Stop standing around looking like a nerd, he growled as Bakugo shoved past him. I'm going to prove which quirk is better, he said as Izuku chuckled nervously. That's Kachan for you, he doesn't let anything hold him back, he then looked up as he smirked. Which means I shouldn't too. He took his first bold step towards the beginning of his new life. And then subsequently tripped on his own 2 feet. Really, universe, he thought to himself as he was about to catch himself until he noticed he stopped falling and appeared to be floating in the air. Is this a new aspect of my quirk? He thought to himself before he noticed someone standing next to him. Are you okay? A young feminine voice asked as she readjusted him back into a standing position. I'm sorry for using my quirk on you, but I figured it'd be bad luck if you tripped on your first day, right? She asked as. It's fine, I was paying attention and, Izuku paused as he blinked for a little before he stared at the girl before him. Until his mind flashed back to the fireworks festival and his face exploded into a blush. Oh no, it's her, the nice firework girl, he mentally panicked, as she stared at him with a sort of recognition. Hey, you look familiar. Have I seen you somewhere before? She asked as she looked at his face. Say something. His mental brain kicked himself. Met at the Ozakai Fireworks Festival a few months back. I think I caught you falling there. I'm Izuku Midoriya, he managed to find his voice. No, not that, now she'll think we're weird. Oh yeah, reflex guy, thanks again for that, you were awesome. I'm Ochako, by the way. Ochako Uraraka, she said as he gulped and nodded. And no problem. Well, good luck on the exam, she called out as she walked past his stunned form. I just talked to a girl again. For real this time, ha 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 ha, he mentally cheered himself. This is going to be one hell of a day. UA, auditorium. All of the examinees moved into the large atrium-like hull as they sat down at their assigned seats. Izuku noticed that he was seated next to Bakugo, but the other boy merely growled and turned his head away. Yep, one hell of a day, he thought to himself as he turned to the stage as the pro hero in UA. Teacher Present Mike walked on stage. Welcome everyone to the UA entrance exam. Now everybody say, hey. Present Mike yelled out expecting a reply back, only to hear silence. Well, almost silent, as Izuku was fanboying about the loud hero. Oof, tough crowd, he muttered to himself before coughing into his hand. Now, welcome you young hopefuls, I see a whole lot of potential here, but sadly only some of you will be making it into UA. This will be determined in our 10-minute battle royale, where we will place you in a replica city with you against a bunch of villains. Your goal will be to take down as many villains as you can and earn points. Each villain is worth a certain point. Present Mike explained as the monitor showed 3 different types of enemies with either a 1p, 2p or 3p. It looks like even though our numbers are serialized, they set up the examinees at random. So, no one from the same school can participate, Bakugo noticed as he and Izuku had a 1-digit difference on their cards, but were assigned to different zones. With Bakugo at Alpha and Izuku at Beta. TCH, means I can't crush you in the exam. He cursed to himself as Izuku felt some sweat drip down the back of his head. Kachan, you really need to chill, Izuku thought to himself. Now of course you can take whatever you like into the exam, handmade or otherwise if it helps you or your quirk. But there is absolutely no attacking other players. That's a big no-no. Present Mike explained as Izuku sighed in relief. He could use his web shooters without being disqualified. Excuse me, Tenya Ida, may I ask a question? A tall boy with dark hair, glasses and a serious aura around him said as he stood up. Go ahead, present, Mike said. On the handout, there are clearly 4 types of enemies, yet there are only 3 so far on the monitor. Is this a typo? Because such an error would be a clear embarrassment for such a top-tier academy as UA. Tenya said as he pointed to the handout. And you, he suddenly pointed to Izuku. You've been muttering and fidgeting to yourself the entire time. It's highly distracting. If you think this place is some pleasure jaunt, then please leave at once. He demanded as Izuku flinched at the accusation. Okay. Rude, he thought to himself. His older self would have apologized and shrunk into himself, but he was a bit more confident this time around as he glared at the way too serious kid. Sorry, but I'm not here for kicks. I want to be a hero, just like you and everyone else here, he said with determination, which surprised Ida and Bakugo for a moment. Okay, settle down you two. And examinee 7111, it's not a typo. The 4th villain is worth 0 points. They're more like arena traps than anything. They will randomly rampage across the city and your goal for them is to avoid them at all costs. I see, I apologize for the interruption. Ida bowed before sitting back down, but not before sending a glare to Izuku one last time. Guy takes himself way too seriously, must have a pull up highs or something, Bakugo muttered to himself as Izuku just chuckled to himself. Speaking from experience, now, that's enough from me. But before we send you off to the battlegrounds, I want to impart some final words onto you, the school precepts if you will. A true hero never stops overcoming the misfortunes of life and continues regardless. To go beyond what you know and go, plus ultra. He shouted as Izuku felt more determined to exceed. Now good luck, and don't die. Wait, what was that last part? Training ground beta. Soon the new examinees arrived at their respective training area, as they all marveled at the sheer size and scope of the field. It was almost like an entire miniature city was constructed and placed inside the school. Wow, UA really goes all out, don't they? One of the examiners said as Izuku looked and felt a twinge of nervousness. So much so that his body flickered with his invisibility, before he took a deep breath. Relax, you can do this, he told himself as he checked his web shooter and made sure he packed enough spare cartridges, but as he fished around, he felt a small paper note in his pouch as he pulled it out. Izuku ni, go ood lock. We are rooting for you, Eri 3. It was misspelt, had messy handwriting, and was clearly written in crayons. But he knew how much it meant for Eri to know he had it as he smiled and pocketed the note. Thanks, Eri, that's just what I needed, he said to himself as he adjusted his gear before he spotted the same girl from before mentally preparing herself. Hey, that's her, Ochako I think. Maybe I should go over and say hi, or would that be too weird? Hey, you, he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder as he turned to see the serious kid again, Tenya Ida, wearing a skin-tight runner's suit. I hope you're not planning to go over there and distract her, he said as Izuku managed to brush his hand off. No, I'm not. We met a few months back and again this morning after she helped me. I just wanted to wish her luck, not distract her or anything. Because like I said, I'm here to become a hero, just like everyone else, he said as he looked around and noticed them muttering about him. Isn't he the kid that stumbled on his feet this morning? Guy doesn't look that impressive, this will be a piece of cake. He could hear them talking about him, talking about how lucky they were that he wasn't a challenge to them. He didn't care, because he had a goal. To become the hero All Might believed he could be, and the hero his sister needed him to be. Don't focus on what others think, just do what needs to be done, Izuku thought as he pulled the mask over his face and the lenses adjusted. And start. Everyone blinked at the sudden loud voice and looked confused. What? Did you think there'd be a countdown or something? Wrong. There is no countdown in real life. Move it. Izuku blinked before everyone stampeded and he was momentarily left behind, for a moment as he shot a line of web and swung his way into the city. This is going to be a piece of cake. I'm going to get the first villain. No, me, the other examinees shouted as they rushed towards a group of villains. Ida was more focused on getting the most points, as he sped ahead of them. He spotted 4 1-pointers, 2 2-pointers and 1 3-pointer. But suddenly he felt a shadow pass over his head as he, and the others looked up and saw Izuku swing right past him on his web. He fired a string of web at the first one-pointer and pulled himself at the enemy. His fist slammed into the robot as he crushed its head like paper. He then spun around and delivered a powerful downward kick to another and smashed it into the ground. His spider sense warned him of an attack from behind, as he backflipped, shot two web lines at the one-pointer and then flung the robot into a lamp pole, destroying it. He then evaded another attack, as he zipped over to the last one-pointer, using his web shooters, and caved in its chest with his fist. "Hey, wasn't that the kid from the front this morning?" one of them asked, as they watched Izuku crush a robot with one punch. Izuku then focused on the two-pointers as they fired rubber bullets at him. His spider sense and acrobatic abilities easily helped him avoid their attack, as he shot two globs of webs at their eyes and temporarily blinded them. He then dashed towards one of the blinded bots and slammed his fist straight into its eye, his super strength crushing their metal like paper, as then grabbed one of the metal plates off its leg and threw it at the other, chopping the scorpion-like tail off. "Tails, I win," he quipped as the robot stumbled back. "Wow, that kid is awesome, I'll say. Maybe he wasn't as weak as I thought he was. He does have some flair and grace with his moves." "Magnifique," a French-sounding boy said as he watched Izuku for a moment. "Arg, damn it, I need to find some points," one of the hopeful students said as they all nodded and started dispersing to find their own points. Ida stared for a moment then shook his head and sped off to find his own points. He couldn't be made a fool of in this test, not while the Ida family name was on the line. Ochako herself was staring and for a moment she thought how cool he was. Before she remembered her own reason for being here and went after more robots. Meanwhile, Izuku jumped in the air, shot two lines of web into the already destroyed two-pointer and then swung it overhead and slammed down on the last two-pointer, utterly destroying the villain bot. Before he could take a breath, his spider sense went off as a rocket blew past his head and looked to see the three-pointer and its two massive missile launchers on its back. "Whoa, UA really take these tests seriously, don't they?" he said as the robot rearmed its missiles and fired again. He shot his webs as he swung towards the villain bot, missiles just missing him as he spun in midair, shot a web at one of the rockets and swung it back at the robot. "I think this is yours," he yelled as the rocket smashed into its face and caused the robot to stumble back. "One for all. Full cowling, 5%. Izuku then activated full cowling, as his body sparked with neon green electricity before he zipped down with a web line and smashed the robot straight into the ground, leaving a large, dented machine in a small crater. Everyone stared in stunned awe as Izuku stood back up and narrowed his lensed eyes. "Okay, that was 11 points, not bad, now to find more." He then shot a web line and swung away to find more robots. Teacher's observation. All Might couldn't help smirking as he saw his apprentice take the lead in the beta section. The months he spent training his own spider powers were worth it, as the boy swung around, defeated some more robots, and inadvertently saved others from surprise attacks. He doesn't know it, but already he's proving himself as a hero, he thought to himself as the other teachers judged the performances of the hopefuls. "We've got a lot of young potentials this year. They're taking down all those bots like they're nothing. They are impressive, but the test isn't just about taking down as many villains as possible. This test also shows off their insight, their agility, their judgment and of course their sheer fighting prowess. But you've got to admit, the kid with the webs is pretty impressive," one of the teachers said as they watched on the monitor how he avoided their attacks and his quick act of stopping other robots from attacking his fellow examinees. "I don't know if he's doing it on purpose or not, but the kid so far is showing a good awareness of others around him, protecting them from harm and even environmental damage. He's definitely earned some rescue points for that. Maybe they flipped a glass box and pushed a big red button. But let's see how they'll react to this. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.